Have you ever wondered why mastering academic English is the key to unlocking both the mysteries of science and the narratives of our past? Consider this, over 90% of groundbreaking scientific research is published in English, and history shows us that language has always been the bridge connecting generations. Hi, I'm Jer, and this is Learning English Pro, the channel where English learners and educators come together to maximize their learning with hours of expertly crafted content. Today, I'm excited to present my lesson on how to master academic English in 12 hours, a comprehensive masterclass featuring over 90 individual lessons designed to elevate your academic vocabulary and comprehension. We'll begin our journey with the world of science, where you'll explore subjects ranging from chemistry, biology, and physics to astronomy, zoology, geology, and much, much more. And then, as you continue your learning adventure, we'll transition into history, with a fascinating expedition that takes you from the age of the dinosaurs through the ancient worlds and onwards into the medieval, Renaissance, Victorian, and modern eras. Every lesson is carefully timestamped in the video description, so you can easily navigate to the lesson that intrigues you the most, or let the lesson play in the background as you go about your day, absorbing English naturally. For my dedicated student members, there is an exclusive bonus, a comprehensive PDF guide filled with over 40 pages of content covering all the science lessons. If you'd like to join the student membership with Learning English Pro, you can access this resource by joining the link in the video description. Now, let's dive into our first lesson, Beginner's Physics Vocabulary. Get ready to expand your academic English and embark on this exciting journey of discovery. Today, we are diving into the fascinating world of basic physics vocabulary. Whether you're a science enthusiast or just looking to expand your English language skills, this video is perfect for you. If you're ready, sit back, relax, and let's learn some English together. And let's begin with the foundation of our topic, physics. Physics is the study of matter, energy, and the fundamental forces that shape the universe. Physics. Next up, we have force. A force is a push or pull that can change the motion or shape of an object. Force. Speaking of motion, motion refers to the change in position of an object over time. Motion. When we talk about how fast an object's position changes, we use the term velocity. It's a vector quantity that includes both speed and direction. Velocity. And acceleration is the rate of change of velocity. It tells us how quickly an object's velocity is changing, whether it's speeding up or slowing down. Acceleration. Now let's explore mass. Mass is the amount of matter in an object. It's a measure of how much stuff is there. Mass. Weight is the force exerted on an object due to gravity. It depends on the mass of the object and the strength of the gravitational field. Weight. Moving on to energy. Energy is the ability to do work. It comes in various forms, such as kinetic, potential, and thermal energy. Energy. When we apply a force to an object, we're doing work. Work is done when a force acts on an object and causes a displacement. Work. Friction is the force that opposes the motion of an object when it's in contact with another surface. It's what slows things down. Friction. Next up, we have the force that keeps our feet on the ground. Gravity. Gravity is the attraction between two masses and is responsible for weight. Gravity. Inertia is the tendency of an object to resist changes in its state of motion. Objects at rest stay at rest, and objects in motion stay in motion unless acted upon by an external force. inertia. Now let's explore magnetism. It's a force that can attract or repel certain materials due to the alignment of their atoms. Magnetism. Electric charge is a fundamental property of matter that can be positive or negative. Like charges repel and opposite charges attract. Electric charge. Last but not least, we have circuit. A circuit is a closed path through which electric current flows, allowing devices to receive power. Circuit. And there you have it, a whirlwind tour of some basic physics vocabulary. Remember, these terms are the building blocks of understanding the world around us. I hope you found this video informative and engaging. Today we're diving into the fascinating world of basic chemistry. Chemistry is all around us, from the air we breathe to the water we drink. So if you're ready, let's jump right in. And our first word is atom. An atom is the smallest unit of matter. It's made up of a nucleus, which contains protons and neutrons, and they're surrounded by electrons. Moving on to element. An element is a substance that consists of only one type of atom. Examples include hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon. Now let's explore the periodic table. This is a tabular arrangement of all known elements, organized by their atomic number and properties. Next, we have compound. A compound is formed when two or more different elements chemically combine in a fixed ratio. Water, or H2O, is a well-known compound. Molecule is our next term. A molecule is a group of atoms bonded together. Oxygen gas, O2, and glucose, C6H12O6, are examples of molecules. Moving on to chemical reaction. A chemical reaction occurs when substances interact to form new substances with different properties. Think of burning wood to produce heat and ash. pH measures the acidity and alkalinity of a solution. It's a scale ranging from 0 to 14, where 7 is neutral, lower values are acidic, and higher values are alkaline. Catalyst is another good term to know. A catalyst is a substance that speeds up a chemical reaction without being consumed itself. Next up is ion. An ion is an atom or molecule that has gained or lost electrons, resulting in a net electric charge. Chemical bond refers to the force that holds atoms together in a molecule. Covalent bonds involve the sharing of electrons, where ionic bonds involve transfer. A reactant is a substance that participates in a chemical reaction and is transformed into a product. So a product is the result of a chemical reaction. It's the new substance formed from the reactants. A solvent is a liquid in which substances can be dissolved to form a solution. Water is a good example of a universal solvent. Concentration refers to the amount of a substance present in a given volume. It's usually expressed as moles per liter. Our final term is exothermic. An exothermic reaction releases heat energy to its surroundings, often resulting in a temperature increase. And there you have it, a solid foundation of basic chemistry vocabulary to kickstart your journey into understanding the wonderful world of science. Today we embark on an exciting journey through the world of engineering. It's a field that powers innovation and shapes the world around us. Engineering is the application of scientific and mathematical principles to design, construct, and maintain structures, systems, and processes. It plays a crucial role in our lives, from the buildings we inhabit to the technology we use. Civil engineering focuses on the design and construction of infrastructure, like roads, bridges, and buildings. It ensures that these structures are safe, efficient, and durable. Mechanical engineering involves the study of machines and mechanical systems, from engines to manufacturing equipment. It's about making things work effectively and safely. Electrical engineering centers on the study of electricity, electronics, and electromagnetism. It's the backbone of everything from power distribution to modern electronics. Computer engineering blends electrical engineering and computer science to develop computer hardware and software. It drives the technology we rely on daily. Next up, we have chemical engineering. This type of engineering employs chemistry principles to design and optimize processes for producing chemicals, fuels, and materials, contributing to various modern industries. Let's move on to aerospace engineering. This is all about aircraft and spacecraft design, testing, and development. It's what makes human space exploration and air travel possible. Structural engineering specializes in designing and analyzing structures to ensure their safety, stability, and integrity. Moving along to environmental engineering, this focuses on environmental protection and sustainability, addressing issues like pollution control and resource conservation. Material science studies the properties and applications of materials, like metals, ceramics, and polymers, paving the way for innovations in various industries. Our next engineering term is CAD. CAD is an acronym of Computer-Aided Design. CAD is the use of specialized software to create detailed 2D and 3D models and designs for engineering projects. A prototype is an early model or sample of a product used for testing and refining the design before mass production. An important term for any engineer is innovation. Innovation is the process of introducing new and improved ideas, products, or processes. Innovation drives progress and change. Sustainability involves using resources in a way that meets current needs without compromising future generations. It's about responsible resource management. Robotics is the design and creation of robots to perform various tasks, from manufacturing to exploring challenging environments. Let's move on to thermodynamics. This is the scientific study of heat, energy transfer, and the relationship between heat, work, and energy. Friction is the force that opposes motion when two surfaces are in contact. It's a critical factor in mechanical design, affecting the efficiency and wear of moving parts. The term load-bearing refers to a structure or material's capacity to support a weight or force without failing. It's a fundamental consideration in construction and engineering design. Voltage measures electrical potential difference, which drives current flow in electrical circuits. It's a key concept in electrical engineering. A blueprint is a detailed technical drawing or plan used in construction and engineering projects to communicate precise information about the design and structure. And there you have it, my essential engineering vocabulary for beginners. Each term is a building block in this exciting field of knowledge and innovation. This video will cover vocabulary related to basic geography. Don't forget to subscribe to get regular updates on our videos. But now it's time to sit back, relax, and repeat after me. Waterfall. Waterfall. River. River. Lake. Lake. Stream. Stream. Beach. Beach. Sea. Sea. Island. Island. Coral reef. Coral reef. Volcano. Volcano. Lava. Lava. Geyser. Geyser. Hot springs. Hot springs. Crater. Crater. Pyroclastic flow. Pyroclastic flow. Forest. Forest. Jungle. Jungle. Savannah. Savannah. Desert. Desert. Grassland. Grassland. Swamp. Swamp. Rainforest. Rainforest. Tundra. Tundra. Polar landscape. Polar landscape. Mountain range. mountain range, mountain, mountain, hill, hill, valley, valley, cliff, cliff, landscape, landscape, soil, soil, rocks, rocks, sand, sand, clay, clay, continents, continents, tectonic plates, tectonic plates, earthquake, earthquake, tsunami, tsunami, earth, earth. We can find lots of useful English vocabulary within the topic of space. Whether you follow the news, enjoy astronomy, or love Marvel movies, I'm sure you'll find lots of useful English words in this video dictionary that you can use straight away in your life. For the beginning of our journey, we start on our home world of Earth. It is the place we call home to our species and everyone we know. And our next word is planet, because Earth is a planet. And we also have other planets close to Earth, like Mars, and the one on screen is called Jupiter. As we leave the planet Earth behind, the first thing we meet is our moon. The moon is very important to life on Earth and gives us light at night time. The moon follows the Earth as it circles the sun. And sun is our next word. Without the sun, we would have no light or heat, and life on our planet would not survive. The Earth is tiny when compared to the massive sun. The sun is at the center of all the planets in our solar system. The solar system is our collection of planets like the Earth, Mars and Jupiter, and many other planets and their moons. If you want to learn more about these planet names and additional vocabulary on our solar system, check out my vocabulary lesson. The link is on screen right now. The solar system is part of an even larger group called a galaxy. A galaxy contains millions and millions of solar systems. Some of these are similar to ours, and some are very different. All of these solar systems have something in common though. They all have one or more stars at their center. In fact, our sun can also be called a star. And like our sun, most stars have their own planets. We call these planets found outside our solar system exoplanets. There are lots of different types of planets around, but there's also lots of different types of stars. My favorite is a neutron star. This is a powerful radioactive star, which is very dangerous for life as we know it. Indeed, space can seem like a big, scary place, especially with something called a black hole. A black hole is a dead star which has collapsed, and they're kinda weird. They consume all matter, space, time, and light that comes too close to it. It would be very dangerous to encounter one. And finally, let's take a look at our last word, the universe. This is what we call all of space and time and all the contents of all the galaxies. There is so much we do not understand about the universe, but thankfully we will always have our English vocabulary to describe and talk about the wonders of space. So in this video, you will learn lots of words related to sociology, and we'll bring you some profiles on some famous sociologists. In this video, we will first look at some profiles of sociologists, and then follow up with an in-depth vocabulary. For our first word, we have sociology. Repeat after me. Sociology. Sociology is the study of the development, structure, and functioning of human society. Our first sociologist we will look at is Auguste Comte, who is said to have defined the science of sociology. He was interested in positivism and was influenced by the French Revolution, industrialization, and the secularization of society. Our next sociologist is Karl Marx. It is said that Marx rejected Comtean positivism, and he is recognized as a founder of sociology. He wrote the Communist Manifesto in 1848 with Friedrich Engels, and this focused on class struggle, conflicts of capitalism, and the capitalist mode of production. The third sociologist we will look at is Emil Durkheim. Durkheim wrote The Division of Labour in Society, and he is said to have refined positivism. He published his famous study on suicide in 1897 and is said to have pioneered modern social research. He also established the sociological journal L'Année Sociologique. Our last sociologist is Max Weber. Weber was interested in the sociology of religion and published The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, as well as publications such as The Religion of China and The Religion of India. Now it's time to have a more in-depth look at some of these words we've just heard. The first is one I find difficult to pronounce: positivism. Repeat after me. Positivism. One more time. Positivism. This is defined as a philosophical system recognizing only that which can be scientifically verified or which is capable of logical or mathematical proof, and therefore rejecting metaphysics and theism. Next up, we have the French Revolution. Repeat after me. The French Revolution. The French Revolution was an important moment in human history and was a period of far-reaching social and political upheaval in France and its colonies beginning in 1789. Another word which is important to human development is industrialization. Repeat after me. Industrialization. This is defined as: industrialization is the period of social and economic change that transforms a human group from a gregarian society into an industrial society, involving the extensive reorganization of an economy for the purpose of manufacturing. Our next word is secularization. Repeat after me. Secularization. Secularization is the transformation of a society from close identification with religious values and institutions towards non-religious values and secular institutions. Functionalism. Repeat after me. Functionalism. Functionalism is a framework for building theory that sees society as a complex system whose parts work together to promote solidarity and stability. Up next, we have communism. Repeat after me. Communism. Communism is a theory or system of social organization in which all property is owned by the community and each person contributes and receives according to their ability and needs. A supporter of communism is called a communist. Repeat after me. Communist. The next word we will look at is capitalism. Repeat after me. Capitalism. Capitalism is defined as an economic and political system in which a country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit, rather than by the state. Someone who supports or engages in capitalism is called a capitalist. Repeat after me. Capitalist. Next up we have a word which is usually associated with Karl Marx and his Communist Manifesto. Bourgeoisie. Bourgeoisie. This word originates from the French language and is defined as the middle class, typically with reference to its perceived materialistic values or conventional attitudes. Our next word is labour. Labour. The definition is simply work, especially physical work. And this word is part of a phrase related to Durkheim, division of labour. Division of labour. And this is defined as the assignment of different parts of a manufacturing process or tasks to different people in order to improve efficiency. Another word associated with Durkheim is suicide. Repeat after me. Suicide. The definition of suicide is the act of intentionally causing one's own death. And now we have arrived at our final word for this English lesson. Religion. Repeat after me. Religion. Religion is defined as the belief in and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or gods. Hello, you are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on climate change. My name is Jer and I'll be narrating your lesson, and you're very welcome to my channel, Learning English Pro. So if you're ready, let's get started learning some essential English on this really important topic. I'm sure you hear the term climate change a lot, but let's break down these words and understand what each of them means. The word climate means the weather conditions prevailing in an area in general or over a long period. So you can have places which have a cold climate, a climate which has lots of snow or is very cold, or you can have a hot climate, a place with high temperatures and perhaps not too much rain. Or how about a tropical climate which is humid and can have lush greenery but some dynamic weather. All around the world we have many different types of climates. Okay, let's move on to our next word, which is change. You may know change as a common verb, which means to make or become different. So when we put these two words together, climate change, it means a change in global or regional climate patterns. And we often see this change in rainfall and temperature. When we talk about rainfall and climate change, it's important to note that a climate may experience an increase or a decrease in rainfall. Someone in one part of the world may say, there is a lot less rain in my region due to climate change. And in a different part say, the climate in my country is much wetter now. And also, scientists have observed that the Earth's surface is warming. Some of the hottest years on record have been in the last 20 years. What can we call this? Is it a problem, an emergency, a crisis, a disaster, a meltdown? The term we use is global warming. Let's break this down to understand these words. Global is an adjective and it means something that is relating to the whole world, something that is worldwide. In this term, the word warming is a noun and it means the process of making something or of becoming warm or warmer. So how is this warming affecting the Earth? One way is wildfires, and these are large destructive fires that spread quickly over woodland. In 2020, we saw massive wildfires in Australia and the Western USA, which were very devastating. The greatest warming of the Earth's surface is taking place at the Arctic. There has been a huge increase in the reduction of sea ice. You might hear a lot that the sea ice is melting. The word to melt is important, and its definition is to make or become liquefied by heat. A sentence example is, ice melts in the heat. And because of this melting ice, the Earth is experiencing rising sea levels. Let's take a closer look at the word rise, which is a verb and a noun. The verb definition is to move from a lower position to a higher one, to come or go up. You could say climate change will cause the sea level to rise. And moving on to the noun definition of rise, it means an upward movement, an instance of rising. Let's have a look at a sentence example. The recent rise in temperature is concerning. A question you may ask is, if the Earth is getting warmer, why do we sometimes still have very bad winters? Answer is that we have also more intense or extreme weather with climate change. Like we can have much colder winters with much heavier snow. Another problem is that the planet is experiencing a lot more storms and extreme conditions. So just to summarize, global warming is causing climate change. Or another way we could say it is that climate change is a result of global warming. So then we need to ask the question, what is causing global warming? I'm sure you know the reason why, but to say it in English, we would say the emission of gases which damage the atmosphere is causing climate change. Let's take a closer look at this word emission, which is a noun which means the production and discharge of something, especially gas or radiation. Another important word is atmosphere. This noun means the layer of gases surrounding the Earth or another planet. The two gases which are causing the problem of climate change are carbon dioxide and methane. To understand climate change, you need to know a lot of the heat from the sun should bounce off the Earth into space. But with the additional carbon dioxide and methane in the atmosphere, this creates a layer which traps heat from the sun in the Earth's atmosphere. And of course, we have a term for this. It is called the greenhouse effect. The full definition is the trapping of the sun's warmth in the planet's lower atmosphere. And unfortunately, the main cause of climate change, global warming, and the greenhouse effect is human activity. And we are doing it through the following ways: electricity and heat production, industry like manufacturing, and we produce a lot of gases with our transportation. Another area of human activity which causes a lot of waste is agriculture. And the commercial industry also contributes to gas production. Another big contributor is wastes, leaks, and accidents. Another huge problem which is contributing to the issue is deforestation. Let's take a look at the definition of this noun. It means the permanent removal of trees to make room for something besides a forest, and deforestation is happening all around the world. But why is it contributing to the problem of climate change and global warming? Trees absorb carbon dioxide in a process we call photosynthesis. And without our forests, the Earth's atmosphere will gain too much carbon dioxide and overheat. And if you want to learn more about photosynthesis in English, check out my video on my YouTube channel. The link for the video is on the screen right now. Let's move on and ask an important question. How can we help stop climate change? A handy way to remember how you can help is the 3 R's. Reduce. Use less things in your daily life. Reuse. Use things again or more than once. And you should always recycle. Convert waste or unwanted items into reusable material. If you love nature, you may be called a nature lover or an environmentalist, conservationist, eco-warrior, or preservationist. Environmental activism describes a movement which is concerned with and/or advocates for the protection of the environment. This is done through political actions such as public protests or at elections in aid of environmental issues. Within the subject of climate change, we also have a climate denier, and this is a person who rejects the proposition that climate change caused by human activity is occurring. But thankfully, these type of people are in the minority. Before we finish, please let me know in the comments in your best English how you are helping the fight against climate change. Please share any great tips that you have for recycling, reducing, or reusing. I'd really like to thank you so much for watching my video today. And while you're here, why not subscribe to my YouTube channel? Hello, you're very welcome to Learning English Pro. In this video, we will look at English vocabulary relating to plant biology. So you're going to learn lots of new English vocabulary. My name is Ger and I'll be narrating your lesson today. Our topics for discussion are plant biology, and we'll take a look at the life cycle and anatomy of plants, and then we'll go on to have a look at different types of plants. So now it's time to sit back, relax, and if you're ready, let's talk about plant biology in English. Did you know that there are over 320,000 different plant species? Plants are classified as mainly multicellular, predominantly photosynthetic eukaryotes of the kingdom Plantae. So let's break down some of the words in this description. If a life form is multicellular, it means that it has many cells. And eukaryotes are organisms whose cells have a nucleus enclosed within a membrane. Plants are the basis of most of the Earth's ecosystems, and a big reason for this is because of photosynthesis. This is a process used by plants and other organisms to convert light energy into chemical energy. In fact, green plants provide a substantial proportion of the world's molecular oxygen. Let's move on to our next topic, which is the life cycle and anatomy of plants. And we're going to begin with the very first stage of a plant's life. Our first English word for this topic is seed. Repeat after me. Seed. The next stage for the plant is a seedling. Repeat after me. Seedling. And then we move on to the adult plant stage. Repeat after me. Adult plant. And after this stage, a plant may flower. Repeat after me. Flower. A plant can also produce fruit. Repeat after me. Fruit. Let's move on to the different parts of a plant. These are the roots. Repeat after me. Roots. Our next anatomy part is the stem. Repeat after me. Stem. The equivalent for a tree is the trunk. Repeat after me. Trunk. And the part of the tree that grows out from the trunk is called the branch. Repeat after me. Branch. And an even smaller part that grows from a branch is called a twig. Repeat after me. Twig. The equivalent for a plant is a shoot. Repeat after me. Shoot. Our next word is leaf, which is singular. Repeat after me. Leaf. This is the plural form, leaves. Repeat after me. Leaves. We have already had the word flower, but a flower grows from a bud. Repeat after me. Bud. To describe a piece of grass, we use the word blade, or we would say a blade of grass. Repeat after me. Blade of grass. Okay, let's move on to our final topic for our video and look at different types of plants. The first type of plant we will look at is flowering plants or flowers. And their scientific designation is angiosperms. An angiosperm means that flowers are seed-producing plants. And characteristics of angiosperms include flowers, endosperm within seeds, and the production of fruits that contain seeds. And flowers are the most common type of plant, with over 300,000 species. The next type of plant we will look at are conifers. Repeat after me. Conifers. Conifers could also be referred to as gymnosperms. And this means that conifers are cone-bearing seed plants. There are 629 species of conifers, with the majority being trees with a few shrubs. Conifers are ecologically important. They are the dominant plants over large areas of land across the globe. The next type of plant we will look at are ferns. Repeat after me. Ferns. Ferns are really interesting because they reproduce via spores and have neither seeds nor flowers. Next up, we have a group of 3 different types of plants referred to as the bryophytes. And our first one is moss. One more time, moss. Next up, we have hornwort. Repeat after me, hornwort. Next up, we have liverwort. Repeat after me, liverwort. These all look quite similar, but there are definite distinctions between them. Bryophytes as a group are the simplest plants that grow on land, and they do not have any true leaves, flowers, or roots. The final type of plants we'll look at today are green algae. There are at least 16 species of green algae. And green algae are really a diverse species. As a species, green algae can range hugely in size. Some are unicellular and live as a single cell, while others live together in a colony or filament. And with green algae, we leave the plant kingdom. Thank you so much for joining us for this English vocabulary lesson. In this week's video, I am covering the respiratory system and lots of additional English vocabulary like different parts of the lungs, medical terminology, verbs, nouns, and lots of medical context for you. And the first part of the respiratory system we will take a look at is, of course, the lungs. Repeat after me, lungs. And this is the plural form of this noun, as we generally talk about them as a pair. And below the lungs we have the diaphragm, and the G here is silent, diaphragm. Our next body part is the nose, and this is where the air enters our bodies through the nostrils. And behind the nose we have the nasal cavity. And here you can also find the paranasal sinuses. And air can also enter our bodies through the oral cavity. Next up, we have the pharynx, which is located at the back of the throat, and this is where air and food enter into the body. Next up, we have the larynx, commonly known as the voice box, and when air passes through this, it gives us our voice. And from here, air then passes through the trachea, also known as the windpipe. Let's take a closer look at the internal structure of the lungs. At the carina of trachea, the windpipe branches out into these two separate lungs, the right lung and the left lung. Next up, we have the right and left bronchus. And from these, air passes into the bronchi. And from the bronchi, air then passes through the alveoli. The alveoli are the endpoint of the respiratory system. And this is where the exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide takes place in the bloodstream. And this covers all the main different parts of the respiratory system. Now let's move on and break down lots of different associated vocabulary you can use when talking about the respiratory system. First up, we have the verb to breathe. This word means to take air into the lungs and then expel it, especially as a regular physiological process. A noun which is often confused with the verb breathe is breath. And this noun describes the actual air taken into or expelled from the lungs. You might have heard someone's breath being described as bad breath, and this means that someone has an unpleasant smell to their breath. Next up, we have the noun oxygen. And this of course describes the colourless, odourless gas and the life-supporting component of the air. In hospitals, oxygen is kept in oxygen tanks, and we often talk about oxygen supply, and this means the level of oxygen going into the body. Our next word is the term asthma. Repeat after me. Asthma. Asthma is a condition in which your airways narrow and swell and may produce extra mucus. This can make breathing difficult and trigger coughing, a whistling sound when you breathe, and shortness of breath. Don't worry if you don't understand all these words, I'll be covering them in just a moment. Asthma is usually treated with steroids delivered into the lungs by an inhaler. Let's review some of these words we just saw in that definition. Airways is a noun, and it describes the passage by which air reaches a person's lungs. So it's a synonym of the word trachea or windpipe. Airways. Our next word is the noun mucus. Mucus is a normal, slippery and stringy fluid substance produced by many lining tissues in the body. We also have the word phlegm, which is a type of mucus produced in the lungs and the lower respiratory tract. Let's take a closer look at the pronunciation of phlegm, and as you can see on screen, the PH is pronounced as an F. And we have a silent G, so this word is quite deceptive. Phlegm. Next up, we have the term shortness of breath. And this means an uncomfortable condition that makes it difficult to fully get air into your lungs. You could say the patient is suffering with a shortness of breath. Next up, we have the noun pulmonologist. Now, what is a pulmonologist? This word describes a physician who specializes in the respiratory system. So if you have a problem with your respiratory system, you go to the doctor called a pulmonologist. If you'd like more vocabulary on different types of doctors, check out my video. The link is on screen for that right now. Our next English word is cough. A cough is a voluntary or involuntary act that clears the throat and breathing passage of foreign particles, microbes, irritants, fluids, and mucus. It is a rapid expulsion of air from the lungs. Coughing can be done deliberately or as part of a reflex. The word cough is both a noun and a verb. A noun sentence example would be, she has a cough. She has a cough. Let's take a look at a verb sentence example. The patient coughed a lot this morning. The patient coughed a lot this morning. Our next word is sneeze. A sneeze is a semi-autonomous, convulsive expulsion of air from the lungs through the nose and mouth, usually caused by foreign particles irritating the nasal membrane. And like the word cough, sneeze is both a noun and a verb. So again, let's have a look at two separate sentence examples. Our noun example is, a sneeze can help clear your nose. A sneeze can help clear your nose. Our verb example is, she sneezed a lot this morning. She sneezed a lot this morning. Let's move on to our next term, which is chest infection. A chest infection is an infection of the lungs or large airways. Some chest infections are mild and clear up on their own, but others can be severe and life-threatening. The main types of chest infection are bronchitis and pneumonia. Most bronchitis cases are caused by viruses, whereas most pneumonia cases are due to bacteria. These infections are usually spread when an infected person coughs or sneezes. So just to reiterate, bronchitis is caused by viruses and pneumonia is caused by bacteria. Let's move on to our next word, which is the verb to inhale, and this means to breathe in. Then we have the opposite of this word, the verb to exhale, which means to breathe out. An example sentence for inhale is, we inhale oxygen all the time. And for exhale, the patient exhaled deeply after the procedure. Our next two words are very similar to inhale and exhale. The noun inhalation means the action of inhaling or breathing in. And of course, we have the noun exhalation, which describes the action of exhaling or breathing out. Let's take a look at some examples. You need to take a few deep inhalations. The patient's exhalations are very raspy. And can you believe that brings us to the end of this lesson? Thank you so much for watching. Please let me know how you got on in the comments below. Hello and welcome to Learning English Pro. In this video, we're going to look at English vocabulary relating to photosynthesis. The topics for discussion are photosynthesis explained with lots of new English words for you. And we will follow this up with some extra vocabulary and some additional information on the discovery of photosynthesis. So if you're ready, let's sit back, relax, and begin our first topic, photosynthesis explained. Let's start by getting our pronunciation of this word correct. Photosynthesis. It's a difficult word, but let's break it down into its constituent syllables and make it a bit easier for you to pronounce. Our first syllable is photo. Then we have syn, followed by the, and finishing with cis. And altogether, photosynthesis. One more time, photosynthesis. So let's move on and look at a definition of photosynthesis. It is a process by which plants, some bacteria, and some protists use the energy from sunlight to produce glucose from carbon dioxide and water. And of course, oxygen is also produced in this process. So just to recap, for photosynthesis to work, we need sunlight, and we also need carbon dioxide, or CO2, and also water, or H2O. And on screen you can see that the water molecule has 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. So once we have these 3 essential ingredients, photosynthesis can take place. But what does photosynthesis produce? I have already mentioned that a product of photosynthesis is oxygen. And of course, oxygen is the life-supporting component of the air. But oxygen is a byproduct of photosynthesis. What benefit do plants gain from the process of photosynthesis? Plants gain energy which they store in carbohydrates, which can also be called sugars. Organisms like plants, algae, and some bacteria store carbohydrates and burn them for energy. This process, called cellular respiration, breaks down the carbohydrate molecules produced during photosynthesis, releasing energy to power the plant's life processes. Let's move on and look at some additional vocabulary that you will require if you're studying photosynthesis, along with a few interesting facts. Photosynthesis begins when energy from light is absorbed by proteins called reaction centers that contain green chlorophyll pigments. So repeat this word after me: chlorophyll. One more time: chlorophyll. In bacteria, the protein reaction centers are embedded in the plasma membrane, while in plants, these proteins are held inside organelles called chloroplasts. Repeat after me: chloroplast. One more time: chloroplast. The next word we will look at is photoautotrophs. Let's do that one more time. Photoautotrophs. A photoautotroph is any organism which can perform photosynthesis, like plants and bacteria. Our next scientific term is the Calvin cycle. Repeat after me: Calvin cycle. The chemical reactions that convert carbon dioxide and other compounds into glucose during photosynthesis is called the Calvin cycle. Before we finish our video, let's quickly talk about two men associated with the discovery of photosynthesis. In 1771, Joseph Priestley observed that plants excrete a gas, and this was later identified as oxygen. And this led to the discovery of photosynthesis by Jan Ingenhousz in 1778, when he exposed submerged plants to light and then to darkness. And that brings us to the end of our video. Thank you so much for watching. Today we will cover vocabulary related to the anatomy, and more specifically, body systems. The muscular system. Repeat after me: the muscular system. In the muscular system, we have muscle. Repeat after me: muscle. Next up, we have the nervous system. Repeat after me: the nervous system. And in the nervous system, you will find a nerve. Nerve. Our next system is the circulatory system. The circulatory system. In the circulatory system, you will find an artery, which takes oxygen-rich blood away from the heart. And you will also find a vein. Veins deliver blood which is lower in oxygen back towards the heart. And of course, our next word is blood. Repeat after me: blood. And within blood, we find red blood cells. Red blood cells, and these of course carry the oxygen around the body. Also in blood, we have white blood cells. White blood cells, and these help fight infection. Next up, we have a special image from an electron microscope of a platelet. Repeat after me: platelet. And these help heal us when we get cut or have scars. And doing all the work in the circulatory system is the heart. Heart. Our next body system is the respiratory system. Respiratory system. And here we have the lungs. Lungs. Also in the respiratory system, we have the trachea. Trachea. Our next body system is the digestive system. The digestive system. And the first part of the digestive system we'll look at is the stomach. Repeat after me. Stomach. This is the large intestine. Large intestine. And here we have the small intestine. Small intestine. And the next part of the digestive system we'll look at is esophagus. Repeat after me. Esophagus. And the last part of the digestive system we'll cover today is the mouth. Mouth. Hello and welcome to Learning English Pro. In this video, I'm going to delve into a word list that will equip you with essential medical vocabulary related to diseases and disorders. The first word on our list is asthma. Asthma is a chronic respiratory condition that causes difficulty in breathing due to narrowed airways and increased mucus production. Next up, we have hypertension. Hypertension, also known as high blood pressure, is a condition where the force of blood against artery walls is consistently too high, increasing the risk of heart disease and stroke. Moving on, let's talk about diabetes. Diabetes is a metabolic disorder characterized by high blood sugar levels, often resulting from the body's inability to produce or use insulin effectively. Arthritis is another term on our list. It's used to describe various inflammatory joint diseases that cause pain, stiffness, and swelling. Now let's learn about influenza, or the flu. Influenza is a contagious respiratory illness caused by influenza viruses, presenting symptoms like fever, cough, and body aches. Next word is depression. Depression is a mental health disorder characterized by persistent sadness, loss of interest, and lack of energy. Alzheimer's disease is a progressive neurological disorder that affects memory and cognitive functions, primarily occurring in older individuals. Cancer refers to a group of diseases characterized by the uncontrolled growth and spread of abnormal cells in the body. Another term is obsessive-compulsive disorder, or OCD. OCD is a mental health condition where individuals experience recurring unwanted thoughts and engage in repetitive behaviors to alleviate anxiety. Now let's understand epilepsy. Epilepsy is a neurological disorder that causes recurrent seizures due to abnormal brain activity. Pneumonia is a serious respiratory infection that inflames the air sacs in one or both lungs, leading to coughing, fever, and difficulty breathing. Next, we have anemia. Anemia is a condition characterized by a deficiency of red blood cells, or hemoglobin, resulting in fatigue and weakness. A migraine is a severe headache accompanied by sensitivity to light and sound. Rheumatoid arthritis is an autoimmune disease that primarily affects the joints, causing inflammation and pain. Hepatitis refers to the inflammation of the liver, which can be caused by viral infections, alcohol, or certain medications. Atherosclerosis is a condition where plaque builds up inside the arteries, restricting blood flow and increasing the risk of heart attacks and strokes. Schizophrenia is a mental disorder characterized by delusions, hallucinations, and disordered thinking and behavior. Osteoporosis is a condition where bones become weak and brittle, increasing the risk of fractures. Fibromyalgia is a chronic pain condition characterized by widespread musculoskeletal pain, fatigue, and tenderness in specific areas. Lastly, let's explore gastritis. Gastritis is the inflammation of the stomach lining, often causing stomach pain, nausea, and indigestion. And there you have it, a comprehensive word list of diseases and disorders. Hi everyone, and welcome back to another English lesson by Learning English Pro. In this lesson, we'll be taking a look at the ear and lots of related English vocabulary, so get ready for a really interesting lesson. Let's jump straight into our lesson, and this of course is the ear. It may be referred to as the outer ear, and in medical English it can be called the auricle or the pinna. And when it comes to parts of the ear, there aren't really a lot known in common English, except for the lobe and for cartilage. This is the organic substance which the ear is mostly made from. If you're looking for more English words relating to the anatomy of the ear, make sure to stick around because I'll be covering those at the end of this lesson. But first up, we're going to take a look at some verbs and grammar that are related to the ear. And the most common verb associated with the ear is the irregular verb hear. It is irregular in the past tense, heard. As you can see, we add a D onto the end of the word in the past tense. And in the future tense, we simply use will hear. Let's take a look at some example sentences, and first up we're going to look at the past simple tense. I heard the dog barking last night. I heard the dog barking last night. Let's move on and take a look at a sentence example in the present simple tense. I hear the traffic every morning. I hear the traffic every morning. Let's move on to the future simple tense. I will hear what she has to say tonight. I will hear what she has to say tonight. An important verb related to hearing is the verb to listen. This is a regular verb, and the definition is to give one's attention to a sound. So we hear all the time, but to listen is to actively pay attention to a song or someone's voice or a podcast perhaps. Let's take a look at some example sentences. In the past tense, we could say, I listened to the radio this morning. I listened to the radio this morning. In the simple present tense, we could say, I listen to the birds singing every day. I listen to the birds singing every day. In the simple future tense, we could say, I will listen to the podcast tonight. I will listen to the podcast tonight. We have another irregular verb, overhear. This means to hear something or someone without meaning to and without the knowledge of the speaker. So this word overhear in the past tense is overheard. This is where it is irregular. Like the verb to hear, this has a D on the end in the past tense. And in the future tense, we have will overhear. Let's take a look at some example sentences, and in the simple past tense we could say, I overheard my mother speaking on the phone earlier. I overheard my mother speaking on the phone earlier. Let's move on to our next tense, which is the simple present tense. I overhear my neighbours talking every day. I overhear my neighbours talking every day. Our next example is in the future tense, but with overhear, it's something that we can't really plan, so it's not really common to use this verb in the future tense. But here's an example anyway. I will overhear them talking if I go into that room. I will overhear them talking if I go into that room. Our next verb is a bit unusual, to eavesdrop. The definition of this is to secretly listen to a conversation. This is a regular verb, so it stays the same in all tenses. In the past simple tense, we could say, I eavesdropped on their conversation. I eavesdropped on their conversation. In the simple present tense, we could say, I eavesdrop on their phone calls all the time. I eavesdrop on their phone calls all the time. Moving on to the future simple tense, we could say, the agent will eavesdrop on the president's phone call later tonight. The agent will eavesdrop on the president's phone call later tonight. Let's move away from verbs and move on to an adjective. We have the adjective deaf. This word is defined as lacking the power of hearing or having impaired hearing. Someone who has problems with their hearing may be called slightly deaf. And we also have the term hard of hearing, which can describe someone who is totally deaf or partially deaf. People who have issues with their hearing will commonly wear a hearing aid. And of course, deaf people have their own language, sign language. There are many different types of sign language depending on what country you're in. American Sign Language is commonly abbreviated to ASL, American Sign Language. Throughout the ages, ears have been adorned with lots of different types of jewellery. The most common type of jewellery you'll find today is the earring. And if you're looking for more English vocabulary on jewellery in general, the link for this video is on screen now, where you'll find tons of new English vocabulary relating to jewellery. Let's move on to a very different type of product relating to the ears. Headphones. There is also a smaller version called earphones. These can sometimes be referred to as in-ear headphones. And the latest innovation in headphones are earbuds. And a lot of these products work with the technology called Bluetooth. Now it's time to check out some vocabulary relating to the anatomy of the ears. There's tons of really interesting English here. First up, we have the helix. And indicated on screen is the fossa of helix. Below this, we have the antihelix. The depression in the ear beside this is known as the concha. Indicated on screen is the antitragus. Earlier, I referred to this part of the ear as the lobe. In medical terms, it is known as the lobule. Indicated on screen is the fossa of antihelix. Below this and beside the concha is the external auditory canal. We'll come back to this later. Beside the canal, we have the tragus. And below the tragus, we have incisura intertrachea. Moving on, let's take a look at the inside of the ear. We have already covered the term the external auditory canal. This is commonly known as the ear canal. Inside the ear, we have three bony ossicles, the malleus, incus, and stapes. Indicated on screen are the semicircular canals. These are three tiny fluid-filled tubes in your inner ear that help you keep your balance. And beside these canals, we have the vestibular nerve, which is primarily responsible for maintaining body balance and eye movements. Beside this nerve is the cochlear nerve. This is responsible for transmitting the electrical impulses generated for hearing and localization of sound to the brain. These electrical impulses are transduced by the cochlea from sound waves. Next up, we have the Eustachian tube. This connects your ear to your throat. The next part we will look at is the round window. This part of the ear helps decompress acoustic sounds into the cochlea. Below this, we have the tympanic cavity. And beside this cavity, we have the tympanic membrane, which is commonly known as the eardrum. The ear is divided into 3 separate zones: the outer ear, the middle ear, and the inner ear. And that brings us to the end of this English lesson on the ear. I hope you enjoyed it. Hey everyone, get ready to expand your academic English with this video on habitats in English. In this lesson, I will discuss the different types of habitats that exist on our planet, and on screen you will see lots and lots of English vocabulary. This video is really useful for students studying geography, the environment, or for anyone looking to describe a location or region in English. Okay, are you ready to begin learning some English? Let's begin with the title of this video, the word habitat, and let's look at some definitions. A simple definition we could use is the natural home or environment of an animal, plant, or other organism. A more advanced definition would be the term habitat summarizes the array of resources, physical and biological factors that are present in an area, such as to support the survival and reproduction of a particular species. Let's move on and take a look at some synonyms of habitat. We could use the terms local environment or local area as a good replacement for the word habitat. Another word is home, but think of this more as in your home city and not your house. And another word we have is territory. And this word imparts the ownership and relationship of the animal to the area. Other synonyms include domain, terrain, surroundings, locality, and natural environment. Now it's time to take a trip around the world and have a look at all the different habitats that exist on our beautiful planet. So first up, we're going to have a look at the habitat which we call desert. Deserts are areas that receive very little rainfall. In hot deserts, daytime temperatures can reach as high as 45 degrees Celsius with an annual rainfall of less than 25 centimeters. Although deserts are mostly considered hot places, some are very cold, like the Gobi Desert in China. Life which we commonly associate with deserts are cacti, camels, snakes, scorpions, and lizards. Okay, it's time to move on to our next habitat. It is similar to deserts as there's not much life going on. Mountains. Tall mountains can be extremely cold. The temperature drops about half a degree Celsius every 100 meters you climb. Life which we commonly associate with mountain habitats are goats, sheep, yaks, snow leopards, and many types of grasses. And if you're looking for some more useful words to describe mountains, you should check out my English lesson on mountain geography. The link for that is on screen right now. Now it's time to grab your coat because we are going to a habitat we call tundra. It's also known as polar. This habitat can be found in the Arctic, which is in the north, or the Antarctic, which is in the south. Tundra regions, along with mountain terrain, are the coldest habitats on Earth. The lowest temperature ever recorded was in the Antarctic at -88 degrees Celsius. And tundra life includes polar bears, seals, penguins, walrus, and Arctic foxes. Let's move on to our next habitat, and it is grassland. Grasslands have few trees and are areas which are dominated by grass. There are two types of grassland: tropical grassland or savanna, which is found in Africa or Australia. On screen there are links for videos for Africa and Australia covering the geography vocabulary for each of those regions. The other type of grassland is temperate grassland, and this can be found in Midwest USA, Eastern Europe or Russia. These are often called prairies or plains. Now it's time to move on to a really big habitat, aquatic habitats, and these can also be called water habitats. These habitats include rivers, lakes, seas, and oceans. And there are some very interesting ways we can distinguish these environments. Freshwater habitats. These are aquatic environments which have no salty water. And they can generally be found in rivers and streams, lakes and ponds. Let's take a look at some freshwater life. Frogs, lots of fish, ducks, and lots of different types of plants like water lilies. So that's freshwater habitats covered. The other type of water habitat is marine water habitats. And of course, these have salty or saline water. We find marine environments in the seas and oceans, and this habitat is the largest habitat on our planet. It certainly is very beautiful. Let's move on and have a look at marine water life. We have mammals like whales and dolphins, sharks, jellyfish, octopus and plants like seaweed, and of course thousands of species of fish. A really interesting aquatic habitat is an estuary. An estuary is a place where a river meets the sea or ocean. And here, saline water of the sea mixes with fresh water of rivers. Here we find crabs, oysters, worms, and waterfowl. And we can't talk about aquatic habitats without talking about a coral reef. These are rock-like structures made from calcium carbonate by corals. Coral is a hard skeleton left behind by marine polyps that form large structures which provide habitat to a huge and diverse range of aquatic life. If this is your first time visiting my channel, this is Learning English Pro and my name is Jer. I'm narrating your lesson. Thanks for visiting. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with a friend. Moving on, our next habitat is forest habitats. Forests are large areas of the planet which are covered by trees and other plants. Forests cover about 1/3 of our planet. And when it comes to forest habitats, they offer the greatest range of life in terms of plants and animals. So let's take a closer look at different types of forest habitats. And the first one we'll have a look at is tropical rainforest habitats. And these forests generally cover land near the equator. The equator is an imaginary line around the middle of the planet. The temperature of these forests range from 20 to 34 degrees Celsius. And these regions receive heavy rainfall throughout the year, with annual rainfall of more than 200 centimeters. There is lots and lots of life to be found here, like insects, And in some forests you can find primates like gorillas and monkeys. And you can also find some big cats like tigers. Unusual creatures like bats and plenty of plants. And birds like the exotic parrot. Let's move north from the equator to our next habitat, which is the temperate forest. Now, where on earth can we find temperate forests? We can find them mainly in the northern hemisphere. They can be found in places like eastern North America, Northeast Asia, and Western and Central Europe. The temperature of these regions ranges from -30 to 30 degrees Celsius. The annual rainfall is about 150 centimeters. And there is a clear distinction between the summer and winter seasons. Let's take a look at some temperate forest life. We have famous trees like the oak, maple, and elm, and big cats like the mountain lion. And here we start to see deer. And we can also see animals like bears, eagles, and beautiful birds like the owl. Let's move on to our final habitat for this video, and we're going to the very north, to what is called the boreal forests. Boreal is another word for northern, and that's because these forests are located at the very north of our planet. In places like Scandinavia, Mongolia, Russia, northern Japan, Canada, and China. In boreal forests, the temperature can dip as low as -50 degrees Celsius and reach as high as 30 degrees Celsius. Let's take a look at some boreal forest life. This includes wolves, lynx cats, along with foxes, and birds like the woodpeckers. And boreal forests are famous for their evergreen trees. So everyone, that brings us to the end of this English lesson on habitats. I hope you learned lots about habitats and increased your English word power. Rocks are everywhere you look in life, from our rocky planet to the buildings we live in and the products and items that are part of our everyday lives. In this video, I will talk you through the different categories of rocks and the names in English of different rock materials. And get ready for lots of additional vocabulary in this video. As we discuss rocks, I will be highlighting lots of additional words for you. After the lesson, stay tuned for an extensive glossary on all these highlighted words, where you'll learn the definition of each word. So we've got lots to learn on rocks and English in this lesson. So let's get started. Our first category of rock is igneous rock. This word is a little tricky for English beginners, so let's try it one more time. Igneous rock. Where do we get this strange word? Igneous comes from ignis, which is the Latin for fire. So this may tell you something very interesting about these types of rocks. Igneous rock is formed by the cooling and solidification of lava or magma. Now you can see that we've highlighted two of these words, which will be included in the glossary later in the video. Lava or magma is liquid rock which is superheated. This can also be known as molten rock. Scientists use the term magma for molten rock that is underground, and lava for molten rock that breaks through the Earth's surface, like with a volcano. A common type of igneous rock is basalt. Basalt is used in many different ways in construction. Our next igneous rock is granite. Granite is really common in my home country of Ireland. It is commonly used to decorate kitchens and bathrooms, along with a myriad of other different types of buildings. Our next igneous rock is very popular in fiction: obsidian. I have seen this material used in many fantasy books as a special mystical material, but it's the same as every other igneous rock, I'm afraid. No magic here. Our next igneous rock is andesite, and this is used in lots of different construction and sculpture, like the buddy you can see on screen. Our next igneous stone is commonly used on the foot. It's also kind of a weird name for a rock: pumice. This stone can be massaged on the skin to remove rough or dry skin. Our final igneous rock is peridotite. Repeat after me: peridotite. You might never have heard of peridotite, but it is a source of lots of commonly known materials and metals, such as platinum, magnesite, and diamonds. Okay, it's time to move on to a different category of rock. This time we're looking at sedimentary rock. This word is full of syllables and a little bit tricky. Let's try it one more time. Sedimentary rock. So you may be asking yourself, what is sedimentary rock? These are rocks which are formed by layers of mineral and organic material that accumulate and under huge pressure transform into rocks. Now this takes a very, very long time, like millions and millions of years. And all these layers of organic matter, which are dead animals, dead plants, all build up over time. And they transform into rocks. And sometimes we can see the imprint of these animals and plants in the rocks. And these are called fossils. The fossils found in sedimentary rocks are fascinating, and they can show us so much about ancient creatures and plant life. But unfortunately, there is a downside, with some of these rocks becoming fossil fuels. And these fuels, when burnt, are contributing to climate change. A sedimentary rock, which is also a fossil fuel, is coal. But not all sedimentary rocks have such a bad association. Chalk is a very, very common sedimentary rock, which is used in schools around the world and in lots of different industries. And of course, there is the famous pyramids of Giza, which are constructed of the sedimentary rock limestone. And I'm sure you've seen the Grand Canyon in America on lots of TV shows and movies. And it is filled with sandstone, another type of sedimentary rock. And our third and final category of rock. And it is metamorphic rock. Let's say that one more time. Metamorphic rock. Metamorphic rocks arise from the transformation of existing rock types in a process called metamorphism, which means change in form. The original rock is subjected to heat or pressure, which causes a profound physical or chemical change. Metamorphic rocks have been used in human culture for decoration in building for millennia. Some of the most noteworthy and beautiful works of art have been created with this type of rock. And probably the most beautiful is marble. Repeat after me. Marble. Marble is very expensive, but it does give a beautiful finish to a statue or fireplace. Our next metamorphic rock is quartzite. And this is mainly used in construction in relation to floors, tiles on roofs, that kind of thing. It's a hard, durable stone with a nice colour. Another metamorphic rock which is also used in very much the same way is slate. This has a much darker appearance than quartzite, and it's usually almost black or a dark grey. Okay, let's move on to our final metamorphic rock, which is phyllite. And like slate and quartzite, this is used in lots of different types of decoration around the home and garden. I really hope you enjoyed learning all about the different types of rocks, but now it's time to go back over all those highlighted words in our glossary. Okay, it might be a good idea to grab a pen and paper. Our first word is cooling, and this word is a noun, and the definition is the action or process of making or becoming less hot or warm. Our next word is a little tricky to pronounce. Solidification. Repeat after me. Solidification. This noun means the act or process of changing from being liquid or gas to a solid form. Our next word in our glossary is molten. And this adjective describes something that has been liquefied by heat, and this especially applies to rock or glass. Our next word is layer. And this word means a sheet, quantity, or thickness of material, typically one of several, covering a surface or body. Next up, we have mineral, which is a noun and it describes a solid, naturally occurring inorganic substance. And our next word is a verb, accumulate. Accumulate means to gather together or acquire an increasing number or quantity of something. Our next word is pressure, and we're using the noun definition of this word. And this means the continuous physical force exerted on or against an object by something in contact with it. Next up, our word is transformation. And this noun means a change in form, nature, or appearance. Our next glossary word is process. And the noun definition of this word is a series of actions or steps taken to achieve a particular end. Our penultimate word is subject, and this is subject the verb. And as a verb, it means to cause or force something to undergo a particular experience or treatment. And our final word is profound. This adjective describes something which is very great or intense. And that's it. Well done. You've completed your lesson on rocks. And by watching this video, you have increased your vocabulary by over 30 new English words. So well done and congratulations. You've done really well. Hello and welcome back to Learning English Pro. In this lesson, we will be taking a look at some English vocabulary relating to the topic of evolution. I will be covering lots of different types of English, including nouns, verbs, phrasal verbs, and adjectives. Plus, you'll be getting the definition for all the terms included in today's lesson. So let's jump straight into our lesson with our first word, which is the noun evolution. This is the process of gradual change that takes place over many generations, during which types of animals, plants, or insects slowly change some of their physical characteristics. We also have the verb to evolve. This verb means to develop gradually or to develop over successive generations as a result of natural selection. Natural selection is a term you will hear a lot if you are studying evolution. It means the continued existence of organisms which are best adapted to their environment, with the extinction of others. Another common term used when discussing evolution is survival of the fittest. Let's break down each of these words to understand them a bit better. First up is survival. Survival is the state or fact of continuing to live or exist, typically in spite of an accident, ordeal, or difficult circumstances. The term fittest is a superlative adjective, which comes from the adjective fit. To be fit means to be of a suitable quality, standard, or type to meet the required purpose. And to be the fittest means to be the best and most suitable for a required purpose. So going back to our term survival of the fittest, we can say that this term suggests that organisms best adjusted to their environment are the most successful in terms of reproducing. And our next word is the verb to adapt. This means to make something suitable for a new use or purpose, to become adjusted to new conditions. And from this verb we have the noun adaptation. And this word means the action or process of adapting or being adapted. So a successful species will adapt to their environment and their bodies will have made lots of adaptations. These adaptations can change a characteristic. Now this word can be a noun or an adjective. First up, let's take a look at the adjective definition. As an adjective, it means something which is typical of a person, place, or thing. So we could say something like, hunting is a characteristic behavior of big cats. Let's check out the noun definition, which means a feature or quality belonging typically to a person, place, or thing and serving to identify them. So we could say, hunting is a characteristic of big cats. And when it comes to the word characteristic, we have lots of synonyms. We have trait, feature. We also have the words attribute and aspect. Our next word is the verb to mutate. This is an important word when discussing evolution, and it means to change in form or nature. In biological terms, the definition is to undergo or cause change to an organism's DNA. We have the noun mutation, and this word describes the action or process of mutating. Biologically, it means the changing of DNA, either by a mistake when the DNA is copied or by a factor such as the environment. This mutation is then shared with future offspring, and our next word is the noun variation. The word variation describes a change or slight difference in condition, amount, or level, typically within certain limits. Biologically, the occurrence of an organism in more than one distinct colour or form. Moving on, up next we have an adjective, heritable. Biologically, this word describes something which can be transmitted from parent to their children. And we have the phrasal verb pass on. This can simply mean to give something to someone else, but in terms of DNA, parents pass on or share their genes with their biological children. When it comes to evolution, you'll hear the word species a lot. In fact, it's the name of Darwin's book, The Origin of the Species. The word describes a group of living organisms consisting of similar individuals capable of exchanging genes or interbreeding. A noun which is commonly used in the discussion of evolution is generation. This means all the people born and living at about the same time, regarded collectively. So we could say traits and characteristics in evolution are passed on down through the generations. An important part of evolution is the idea of the common ancestor. An ancestor is an organism that two or more descendants have in common, so the theory of evolution states that all life on Earth has a common ancestor. And that brings us to the end of this English lesson on vocabulary relating to evolution. Hello and welcome to Learning English Pro. In this video, you will learn geography vocabulary relating to rivers. The topics for discussion are river geography, and we'll also look at some vocabulary relating to the stages of a river. So lots of interesting English ahead in our video. So if you're ready, let's begin with our first topic, river geography. Let's begin with a definition of a river. A river is a naturally flowing watercourse, and rivers are usually comprised of fresh water, not salt water. And rivers generally flow towards an ocean, sea, lake, or another river. And most major cities are located on rivers. In fact, rivers are really important to human civilization. Let's take a look at some of the reasons why. The first reason is because a river can be a source of water. And also a food source. Humans consume many products from rivers like fish and plants. Rivers can also be used for transport, and this can include transporting humans or cargo. Another use for rivers is that they can be used as borders between countries or different land areas. And rivers which are used as borders can also be used for defensive reasons. In the video on screen, you can see a defense ship patrolling waterways. Rivers have also been used for centuries by humans for hydropower. Hydropower can be used in the production of food or in factories, and also for electricity. Rivers can also be used as a source of water for bathing, like the famous Ganges River in India. Another use for rivers, which is quite unfortunate, is waste disposal. Human civilizations and industries are continually pumping chemicals and waste products into our rivers. We're going to look at vocabulary from the beginning of a river to the very end of a river. The first stage we'll look at is the source. Repeat after me. Source. Definition is, the place a river originates from is called the river's source. Our next feature is a waterfall. Repeat after me. Waterfall. A waterfall is defined as a cascade of water falling from a height, formed when a river or stream flows over a precipice or a steep incline. Our next geography word is tributary. Repeat after me. Tributary. Now on the screen you can see an arrow pointing to a smaller river. So a tributary is a river or a stream which flows into a larger river or lake. Our next geography word is rapids. Repeat after me. Rapids. Rapids are a fast-flowing and turbulent part of the course of a river. It's a popular location on a river if you enjoy white water rafting. Our next word is meander. Repeat after me. Meander. A meander is a winding curve or bend of a river. Next up we have a word which is kind of related to a meander, an oxbow lake. Repeat after me. Oxbow lake. And this is a curved lake formed from a bend in the river where the main stream has cut across the narrow end and no longer flows around the loop of the bend. Our next river word is marsh. Repeat after me. Marsh. A marsh is an area of low-lying land which is flooded. Marshes can be found often where a river empties into the sea or along the side of a low, flooded river. Another word for marsh is swamp. This word is more commonly used in America. Our next word is estuary. Repeat after me. Estuary. An estuary is a partially enclosed coastal body of brackish water with one or more rivers or streams flowing into it, and with a free connection to the open sea. Our next word is river delta. Repeat after me. River delta. A river delta is a landform where the mouth of a river flows into an ocean, sea, estuary, lake, or another river. It is formed by sediment carried by the river being deposited in the wider mouth. The flow of water is often slower moving there. Our last term is river mouth. Repeat after me. River mouth. A river mouth is the part of a river where the river enters into another river, a lake, a reservoir, a sea, or an ocean. Hello, you are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on mountain geography. This is Learning English Pro, and my name is Jer. I'll be narrating your lesson today. In this lesson, you will learn ways to describe mountain geography in English. This lesson will be about 10 minutes, and I will include lots of sentence examples. And at certain points in the video, we will go pro, where we will use lots of our vocabulary in one big statement. And we'll even be visiting some famous mountains and locations. So if you're ready, sit back, relax, and repeat after me. Our first word is, of course, mountain. Repeat after me. Mountain. You might have also heard the word mount, which means the same thing, but is usually used in the names of mountains. Let's take a look at our first mountain. Do you recognize it? It is Mount Everest. So we call it Mount Everest and not Mountain Everest or Everest Mountain. Mount Everest can be found in Nepal, and its height is 8,848 meters. When we talk about height in relation to mountains and structures, a better word to use academically is elevation. Repeat after me. Elevation. Okay, let's have a look at our first sentence example. Repeat it after me. Mount Everest has an elevation of 8,848 meters. When we talk about elevation, an important word we need to know is summit, which is a synonym of the top or the highest point of a mountain. Repeat the word after me. Summit. The summit of Mount Everest is at an elevation of 8,848 meters. So up next, I have a question for you. What is the collective noun for a group of mountains? Do you know the answer? The answer is mountain range. You could also say range of mountains, but that's not very common. You could also use mountain chain or chain of mountains to describe a mountain range which stretches across a piece of land. Mount Everest is found in the Himalayas, and as you can see, it is a group of mountains and also a chain of mountains, as it stretches across a large part of Asia. Let's take a look at some other famous mountain ranges. This one is the Alps, which is found in Europe. And let's visit North America. On our map, you can see the Rocky Mountains, or as it's better known, the Rockies. We would say that this mountain range stretches from Canada to the USA. The word stretches or to stretch is a regular verb which we use to describe geographical features which span a large geographical area. Let's take a look at some example sentences. The Rockies stretch from North Canada to southern USA. Or we could say, the Rockies stretch across the continent of North America. Okay, we've learned a lot of vocabulary so far, so it's time to go pro. This is the part of the video where we use all the vocabulary we've learned so far in one big statement. Let's go. The biggest mountain range in Europe is the Alps, which stretches across many countries. The highest summit in the Alps is Mount Blanc, which has an elevation of 4,810 meters. Okay, well done. Don't worry, we'll go pro again later in the video. But now it's time to continue learning about describing mountain geography. When it comes to talking about size and mountains, we use a lot of general terms. Big, huge, enormous, immense, and gigantic are all common words to use. A sentence example would be, I saw some huge mountains on my trip to Spain. When it comes to describing smaller mountains, words we can use are little, or terms like not so big, or using a comparative like smaller than. Let's take a look at some sentence examples. The animals graze on the little mountain. The animals graze on the little mountain. The mountain range in my country is much smaller than the Alps. The mountain range in my country is much smaller than the Alps. Well done, you're learning lots of new English geography vocabulary, and don't worry, here's some more right now. And coming up next, I have another question for you. What do you call the side of a mountain? In English, we call it a mountainside. And another term you can use is slope. Mountainside is more general and slope is more specific. Let's take a look at some example sentences. The hotel is located on the mountainside. The hotel is located on the mountainside. The slopes in the mountain range have a lot of snow and are perfect for skiing. When we talk about a mountainside or a slope, what word can we use to better describe the angle relative to the ground level? The word we use is incline. Repeat after me. Incline. Another word we could use is steepness. Let's take a look at the different ways we can describe the incline of a mountainside or slope. This type of incline we would call a gentle incline or a steady incline. Let's take a look at these words in action. The mountain has a gentle incline. Or how about, for our hike, we decided to take the steady slope. Moving on, how would we describe a slope or a mountainside which had a greater angle or incline? We would use the adjective steep and say the mountain has a steep incline. An example in a sentence is, near the summit, the mountainside is quite steep. So what would we say when the mountainside is impossible to climb? We could use the word vertical, and you could say it has a vertical drop. Or you could say it is sheer and has a sheer drop. Okay, let's have a look at another example. The mountainside has several sheer drops and is very steep. The mountainside has several sheer drops and is very steep. Well done. Now it's time to take a look at all the amazing new English geography vocabulary that you've learned in this video. And I think it might be time we go pro again and use all these words in one statement. And are you ready to go pro for the last time in our video? I'm going to read you my statement about my favourite mountain in my hometown of Dublin. My favourite mountain is the Three Rock Mountain in Dublin. It has a small elevation of 444 metres. It is part of a range of mountains called the Dublin Mountains, which stretches across a large part of the county. My aunt and uncle live on the mountainside. When I was younger, we would go hiking up the steep slopes towards the summit of the mountain. Close by, there is a sheer drop with a beautiful waterfall surrounded by gentle inclines. So that brings us to the end of our English vocabulary lesson on mountain geography. Hello and welcome to Learning English Pro. In this video, we will be covering world geography, and in our first part, we will be covering geography related to Africa. This is Africa, a beautiful continent, home to amazing animals and some fantastic geography. The first place we will look at is in the north of the continent. It is a place called the Sahara Desert, and as you can see from the image, it takes up a lot of space. Let's take a closer look at the Sahara Desert. Here you can see lots and lots of sand. The Sahara Desert is mainly comprised of sand, and this sand gathers into big hills. You can see them in the image, and we call these sand dunes. So let's talk a little bit about the Sahara Desert and deserts in general. They are dry or arid places, and there is little wildlife. Deserts can have extreme temperatures, and conditions are generally harsh or difficult for life. The Sahara Desert covers 9.2 million meters square and has a tiny human population. In the desert you might find an oasis, a place where there is water, and water makes the land fertile. And this can attract wildlife and humans. It is interesting to note that 75% of the human population in the Sahara lives at an oasis. Okay, let's move on to our next location, and it's one I'm sure you've heard of. The River Nile. It is a very famous river, and it is considered to be the longest river in the world. The Nile is a massive river and carries lots of water. The Nile is fed by many other rivers in an area called the River Basin, and you can see that on the map on the screen. The Nile is very long. In fact, it's 6,695 kilometers long, and it flows through 11 countries. The Nile also drains into the Mediterranean Sea in Egypt. The Nile has been important to humans for over 5,000 years. Its ancient floodplains would nourish farms every August. However, the Nile no longer floods as the Aswan Dam was built in 1970 to generate electricity, but stopping this natural process. Let's move on to our next location. Mount Kilimanjaro. And this is located in Tanzania. It is famous because it is the highest mountain in Africa. Let's have a look at some vocabulary and some information about Mount Kilimanjaro. The mountain is actually a dormant volcano. This means that the volcano is sleeping, and it last erupted 360,000 years ago. The mountain is 4,900 meters tall, and at the top there is actually glaciers. It is a popular destination for hikers and climbers. Let's move on to a very different geographical location in Africa, the Serengeti, which is also found in Tanzania in the north of the country. This type of habitat is called savanna or grassland, and it has an abundance of grass and very few trees. Would you like to visit the Serengeti? This abundance of grass is a food source for many animals and leads to one of the greatest migrations on the planet, the wildebeest migration. This migration involves 1.7 million wildebeest, 250,000 zebras, and 470,000 gazelles. These animals are herbivores. They eat the grass, but they are also prey for lots of the large mammals who live on the Serengeti. These animals are hunters and carnivores, and include over 3,000 lions, 1,000 leopards, and approximately 8,000 spotted hyenas. It is a fascinating ecosystem and a very beautiful place. Okay, we have time for one more geographical location from Africa. Table Mountain, and this can be found in Cape Town in the country of South Africa. Table Mountain is famous because it is flat-topped. On top of the mountain is a 3-kilometer long plateau, and this flat area gives the mountain its name, like a table. The mountain is comprised of rocks made mostly of sandstone and granite. Table Mountain is a beautiful place, and it is said to have a rich biodiversity. This means that there are lots of different types of plants and animals to be found in the location. The beauty of the area has made it a popular tourist destination, with human activities including hiking, caving, rock climbing, and mountain biking. Hello, you're very welcome to Learning English Pro. In this video, we will discuss world geography relating to Australia. This is Australia. It is the oldest, flattest, and lowest continent in the world. And it's also an island and a country. It is a fascinating place, and I'm very excited to discuss it with you today. Our first destination is the outback. It covers a vast area and is remote or isolated. This means that it is situated far from the main centres of population. On the coast, you can see it here on the map. The outback is an amazing place, and it has many different types of climatic zones, like the coast and monsoon. It also has tropical zones and semi-arid zones, along with temperate zones, and the famous red centre, which we will cover in detail later in the video. Australia, and the outback in particular, has lots of well-adapted wildlife, including many different species of marsupials, creatures who rear their young in a front pouch. And the outback is one of the largest remaining intact natural areas on Earth. This means that it has mostly been untouched by man. In our last video, we saw the savannas in Africa in the Serengeti, but the savanna in northern Australia is actually the largest intact savanna region in the world. Okay, it's time to move on to our next location in Australia. Coming up, we have the Red Centre, famous for having 10 named deserts, largest of which is the Great Victoria Desert. Australia has lots of deserts. In fact, deserts cover 35% of the continent. And in these deserts, vegetation is limited in both height and density. Located in the Red Centre is the very famous Uluru. Uluru is a sandstone formation and incredibly is 600 million years old. Uluru is huge, and it is 340 meters high, with a circumference of 9.4 kilometers. Uluru is sometimes referred to as a monolith, but it is actually an inselberg, or an island mountain. Humans have lived in Australia for 40,000 years, and Uluru is a sacred site to the local Aboriginal people. It is also an UNESCO World Heritage Site. And did you know that Uluru appears to change colour at different times of the day and year, especially at dawn and sunset? Uluru is an amazing place, and of course it is a popular tourist attraction. Would you like to visit Uluru someday? Write a comment and let us know. Now it's time to move to a different geographical location. Australia is very famous for its beaches, and this is one of its most famous beaches, Bondi Beach in Sydney. As Australia is a huge island, it is surrounded by oceans. To the west, the Indian Ocean, to the east, the Pacific Ocean, and to the south, the Southern Ocean, or Antarctic Ocean. So it is no surprise that Australia has a prominent beach culture. This is very natural, as over 85% of Australians live near the coast. There is over 10,000 beaches, and amazingly, 25,000 kilometers of coastline. It's no surprise they love to surf. Now it's time to move to our last location, and this one is a little bit further out to sea, the Great Barrier Reef, found off the coast of Queensland in the northeast of the country. This famous aquatic environment is the world's largest coral reef. It is a place filled with colour because of an abundance of species. It has a huge diversity of life, and like Uluru, is a World Heritage Site. Unfortunately, the Great Barrier Reef has several environmental threats, and since 1985 has lost half its coral reefs. These threats include climate change, pollution, invasive species, and overfishing. Saving the barrier reef is a big job because it is 2,300 kilometers long. It contains 2,900 individual reefs and 900 islands. You can help the Great Barrier Reef and the planet, so make sure to recycle and limit your use of single-use plastics. That's the great day. In this video, we will be discussing more world geography. This is part 3 in our series on world geography, and we will look at Europe in this video. This is Europe. It has been a center of civilization for thousands of years. It has interesting geography like peninsulas, plains, lots of islands, and lots of mountain ranges. So let's dive right in with peninsulas. A peninsula is a landform surrounded by water on the majority of its border, while being connected to the mainland from which it extends. The Italian peninsula is a very good example. It is a strip of land which sticks out from the bulk of mainland Europe. Let's have a look at some notable European peninsulas. This is the Scandinavian peninsula, and it contains the countries Norway and Sweden. Just below Scandinavia is the peninsula called Jutland. In this peninsula, we have a little part of Germany and a big part of Denmark. Okay, let's move down to southern Europe and look at the Balkan Peninsula. It contains about 11 countries, including Greece, Montenegro, Bulgaria, Albania, and many others. Next up, we have Crimea. This peninsula was recently annexed by the Russian Federation, so at the moment it has some political instability. Let's pass by the Italian peninsula and move over to the west of Europe to the Iberian Peninsula, home to the nations of Spain and Portugal. Those were the major peninsulas in Europe, but there are many more. But let's move on to our next subject, plains, and in particular, the East European Plain. This is also known as the Russian Plain. A plain is defined as a large area of flat land with few trees. Adjectives associated with a plain would be flat and expansive, and we could describe it as something that does not change much in height or elevation. It really is a massive area. It covers an area of over 4 million kilometers square. Most of the Baltic states are located inside the plain, and it is one of the greatest uninterrupted expanses of plain on the Earth's surface. It is also the location of the Volga, Europe's longest river. Well done, you are learning lots of new geography. But don't worry, we still have lots more to come. Europe has lots of islands, and an island is defined as a piece of land surrounded by water. We won't be able to tell you all the islands in Europe because there are so many of them, but let's have a look at the major ones. This is Iceland, found in the northwest of Europe. Iceland can be described as an Arctic desert, with vegetation mostly near coastal areas. The landscape is punctuated by mountains, glaciers, geysers, hot springs, some active volcanoes, and lots of waterfalls. It is an incredible landscape, and in our next video we will visit Iceland and explore this fascinating and dynamic island. But right now, let's get back to more European islands. Moving away from Iceland and heading south, we come to my homeland, Ireland. And I think I will probably do a video on my home country as well in the future for our geography series. Across from Ireland, we have the island of Great Britain. Great Britain is home to the countries Scotland, Wales, and England. Some of the most breathtaking geography can be found in the Highlands, which are located in Scotland. Let's move on to our next islands, which are the Faroe Islands, a nation which is found north of Great Britain. To the southeast of the Faroe Islands, we have Zealand, located beside the Jutland Peninsula, also located in the country of Denmark. To the south in Spain, we have the Balearic Islands. Famous tourist destination, also in the Mediterranean, is Sardinia, an Italian island. To the north, we have Corsica, which is a French territory. And south of these two islands, we have the biggest Italian island, Sicily. Let's take a closer look at Sicily. Sicily is famous for its Mount Etna, a very active volcano. In fact, it is Europe's most active volcano. And it is huge, with its base having a circumference of 140 kilometers. And as we mentioned, it is very active. As a consequence of this activity, the volcano fertilizes the soil in the surrounding areas. This enables the humans living close to Mount Etna to produce high-quality produce from vineyards and orchards, producing everything from pistachio nuts to olive oil. There are just a few more islands we need to cover before we move on to our last section. South of Sicily, we have the island nation of Malta. To the east of Malta, we have the island of Crete. This island has a rich history, stretching back thousands of years. To the east of Crete, we have our last major island, Cyprus, located south of mainland Turkey. Okay, let's move back to the mainland of Europe for our final location, a huge mountain range called the Alps. The Alps are the highest and most extensive mountain range in Europe. It is a very large mountain range, and it stretches across 1,200 kilometers and 8 countries. The highest mountain in the Alps is called Mont Blanc. Mont Blanc is also Europe's highest mountain. It has a height of 4,810 meters. That brings us to the end of our geography lesson. Hello, you're very welcome to this English language lesson on vocabulary relating to Icelandic geography. This lesson is brought to you by Learning English Pro, and I'm Jer. I'll be narrating your lesson today. The topics for discussion are Icelandic geography, glacier vocabulary, and glacial erosion. So we have lots of new and very interesting English words for you to learn today. And let's begin with Icelandic geography. Iceland is located in the northwest of Europe. Repeat after me. Iceland. Adjectives commonly used to describe Iceland are beautiful, stunning, unique, and active. Iceland is an island country and is located just south of the Arctic Circle. The population of Iceland is over 360,000, and there are only 3 people per square kilometre. So we would say that Iceland has a low population density. The ratio of people to land area is very low. 20% of the land in Iceland is used for grazing. This means that the land is used to feed livestock or animals. The island of Iceland straddles or sits on the mid-Atlantic ridge. This means that the North American and Eurasian tectonic plates are coming apart and causing a lot of geothermal activity or volcanic activity. Let's have a look at some features of this volcanic landscape. A geyser is a spring characterized by an intermittent discharge of water ejected turbulently and accompanied by steam. A hot spring is a spring produced by the emergence of geothermally heated groundwater that rises from the Earth's crust. And there are approximately 130 volcanoes in Iceland. And of these, there are 30 active volcanoes. All this geothermal and volcanic activity can cause some trouble. In 2010, an eruption by an Icelandic volcano disrupted air travel across Europe for 6 days. And in 1783, the Laki eruption released poisonous gases which caused the deaths of thousands of people across Europe. Now it's time to move on to our next topic, which is vocabulary relating to glaciers. So what is a glacier? A glacier is a huge mass of ice that moves slowly over land. And they are often called rivers of ice. Glaciers cover 10.2% of the total land area in Iceland. And unfortunately, due to climate change, Iceland's glaciers are now rapidly retreating. The largest glacier in Iceland is the Vatnajökull Glacier, and it is also the largest glacier in Europe. It contains 3 billion tons of water. That's enough to fill 1.7 billion swimming pools. That's a lot of water. The glaciers in Iceland are so big that they even have volcanoes underneath them. Okay, let's have a look at some key words and phrases you might need to describe glaciers. Glaciers are comprised of dense ice, and they are created over centuries. A glacier is constantly moving under its own weight, and this movement causes erosion. So what is erosion? Erosion is the action of surface processes that remove soil, rock, or dissolved material from one location on the Earth's crust and then transports it to another location. Repeat after me. Erosion. So now let's look at a specific type of erosion. Glacial erosion. The erosion that is caused by glaciers. So glaciers create many different types of geographical features, and the first one we'll look at is one I'm sure you have heard of. A valley. And more specifically, a glacial valley is a steep-sided, U-shaped valley formed by the erosional forces of a moving glacier. Our next word is moraine. Repeat after me. Moraine. Moraines are accumulations of dirt and rocks which can range in size from powdery silt to large rocks and boulders. Drumlin. One more time. Drumlin. Drumlins are teardrop-shaped hills of rock, sand and gravel that form under moving glacier ice. They can be up to 2 kilometers long. Our next word is fjord. Repeat after me. Fjord. A fjord is a long, narrow inlet with steep sides or cliffs created by a glacier. Our next word is cirque. Repeat after me. Cirque. A cirque is an amphitheatre-like valley formed by glacial erosion, so it only has 3 sides. Repeat after me. Cirque. And now for our last word. Plucking. Repeat after me. Plucking. Plucking is a process which is responsible for the erosion and transportation of individual pieces of bedrock. So the glacier picks up rocks and moves them somewhere else. And that brings us to the end of our video. Thank you so much for watching. We really appreciate your support. Don't forget. Today we're delving deeper into our chemistry vocabulary series. Let's start our lesson with the term isotope. Isotopes are variants of a chemical element that differ in the number of neutrons, thus altering their atomic weight. These variations retain the same number of protons and electrons, hence identical chemical properties. The diverse isotopes of an element are crucial in fields like radiometric dating and nuclear medicine. Let's move on to equilibrium. In chemistry, equilibrium refers to a state where the rates of the forward and reverse reactions in a system are equal. This balance signifies a stable state, although it does not imply an absence of change. Equilibrium can be shifted by altering temperature, pressure, or concentration. Avogadro's number, approximately 6.022 by 10 to the power of 23, represents the number of particles, meaning atoms, ions, or molecules, in 1 mole of a substance. This foundational constant plays a crucial role in understanding and calculating quantities in chemistry. Hybridization occurs when atomic orbitals combine to form new hybrid orbitals during the formation of chemical bonds. This process helps explain the molecular structure and bonding properties of compounds, particularly in organic chemistry. Let's move on to titration. This is a laboratory technique used to determine the concentration of a solution by reacting it with a solution of known concentration. This process involves carefully adding one solution to another until a chemical reaction between the two is complete, allowing for precise measurements of concentration. Electronegativity measures the tendency of an atom to attract shared electrons in a chemical bond. This property aids in understanding the nature of bonds formed between different elements, elucidating trends in reactivity and polarity. Let's move on to endothermic reaction. Endothermic reactions absorb heat from their surroundings, resulting in a temperature drop in the immediate environment. These reactions are vital in various industrial processes and are often used in cold packs and certain chemical reactions. Oxidation refers to the loss of electrons by a molecule, atom, or ion. It's an essential process in various chemical reactions, including combustion and rusting, and is crucial in understanding redox reactions. In chemistry, reduction is the gain of electrons by a molecule, atom, or ion. It's integral to redox reactions and is often paired with oxidation, resulting in the transfer of electrons between reactants. Organic chemistry studies the structure, properties, composition, reactions, and synthesis of carbon-containing compounds. This branch of chemistry is foundational in understanding living organisms and various industrial processes. Hydrocarbons are organic compounds consisting solely of hydrogen and carbon atoms. They form the basis of petroleum and natural gas and are crucial in various industrial applications. Van der Waals forces are weak intermolecular forces of attraction between molecules. They include dipole-dipole interactions, London dispersion forces, and hydrogen bonding. Next up, we have activation energy. This is the minimum amount of energy required to initiate a chemical reaction. It determines the rate of a reaction and influences the feasibility of the reaction. If you're enjoying this deep dive into intermediate chemistry, you'll love my channel. I have lots of science vocabulary videos waiting for you. Check out the links in the video description to really boost your English science vocabulary. Let's get back to our lesson with our next term, which is concentration. This refers to the amount of a substance present in a given volume. It is vital in understanding solution properties and the behavior of chemical reactions. Enzymes are biological catalysts that speed up chemical reactions in living organisms. They are specific to their substrates and play a crucial role in metabolism. Stoichiometry is the calculation of reactants and products in chemical reactions. It involves the quantitative relationships between substances involved in a reaction. Our next term is molar mass. This is the mass of 1 mole of a substance and is expressed in grams per mole. It is a crucial concept in chemistry calculations and stoichiometry. Polymerization is the process of combining small molecules to form a larger molecule known as a polymer. This process is crucial in the production of plastics, fibers, and other materials. Reactivity is the tendency of a substance to undergo chemical reactions. It's an essential property in understanding the behavior of elements and compounds. Electrolytes are substances that conduct electricity when dissolved in water. They are vital in various biological processes and in the functioning of batteries and other electrical devices. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of intermediate chemistry terms. I hope these comprehensive definitions have enriched your understanding of these fundamental concepts. Don't Today we embark on a fascinating journey into the intricate realm of intermediate physics. Let's begin our lesson. Our first term is quantum mechanics. This captivating branch of physics explores the behavior of particles on a minuscule scale, specifically delving into the realms of atoms and subatomic particles. What makes it truly fascinating is it's a departure from classical physics, introducing uncertainties and probabilities into our understanding of fundamental physics. Let's check our pronunciation one more time. Quantum mechanics. Moving on, we encounter relativity. Conceived by the brilliant mind of Einstein, this theory interlaces space and time, revealing that they are not independent entities but intricately woven together. Particularly relevant at high speeds or in the presence of strong gravitational fields, relativity challenges our conventional notions of the universe. Relativity. Now let's explore thermodynamics, a discipline focused on the study of heat and energy transfer. This intricate field unveils the laws governing energy exchanges, shedding light on phenomena such as heat engines and the flow of energy within systems. Repeat after me. Thermodynamics. Venturing further, we encounter the dynamic force of electromagnetism. This phenomenon is the intricate dance between electricity and magnetism, shaping everything from the magnets on your refrigerator to the expansive power grid that illuminates our cities. Electromagnetism. Delving into the quantum realm, we confront the mind-bending concept of quantum entanglement. Here, particles become entwined and the state of one instantaneously influences the state of the other, defying our classical intuition and illustrating the interconnectedness of the quantum world. Quantum entanglement. Transitioning to the fourth state of matter, we encounter plasma. Distinct from solid, liquid, and gas, plasma is an electrified gas characterized by free-flowing charged particles. This state is prevalent in stars and other high-energy environments. Plasma. Within the quantum landscape, we confront the notion of superposition. This principle allows particles to exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed. Superposition challenges our understanding of the definite nature of reality. Superposition. Now let's delve into the cosmic enigma known as a black hole. Formed by the gravitational collapse of massive stars, a black hole possesses gravitational forces so intense that nothing, not even light, can escape its gravitational pull. Black hole. Turning our attention to the mysterious dark matter, we enter the invisible realms of the cosmos. Though it doesn't interact with light, its presence is inferred through gravitational effects on visible matter, showcasing the unseen forces shaping our universe. Dark matter. Let's move on to our 10th term. Unveiling the fabric of reality, we encounter string theory. This theoretical framework suggests that the fundamental building blocks of the universe are not particles but tiny vibrating strings, providing a harmonious explanation for the diversity of particles. String theory. Journeying to the heart of celestial power, we encounter nuclear fusion. This process powers stars where atomic nuclei combine, releasing prodigious amounts of energy. It's the cosmic engine that sustains the brilliance of our own sun. Repeat after me. Nuclear fusion. In the curious realm of antimatter, we encounter particles with opposite charges to regular matter. When matter and antimatter collide, they annihilate each other, leaving behind a burst of energy. Antimatter. Let's move on to the frontiers of particle physics, where we encounter the elusive Higgs boson. This particle is associated with the Higgs field, believed to endow other particles with mass, offering a profound understanding of the origins of mass in our universe. Higgs boson. Now let's move on to quantum tunneling. In this quantum phenomenon, particles can traverse barriers that classical physics would deem impassable. Quantum tunneling showcases the probabilistic nature of quantum mechanics. Repeat after me. Quantum tunneling. Our next term is neutrino, a tiny, nearly massless particle. The neutrino interacts weakly with matter, making its detection a challenging but crucial pursuit in the study of particle physics. Repeat after me. Neutrino. Adding a cutting-edge dimension, quantum computing harnesses the principles of quantum mechanics to perform computations that would be practically impossible for classical computers, opening up new frontiers in information processing. Quantum computing. Finally, we turn our gaze beyond our celestial neighborhood to exoplanets. These planets orbit stars outside our solar system, expanding our understanding of the complex nature of planetary systems in the cosmos. Exoplanet. And there you have it, fellow explorers, a comprehensive expedition into the captivating world of intermediate physics vocabulary. We love astronomy and wanted to bring you a beautiful video with words relating to the solar system and with some interesting facts for you to enjoy. And now to our first word. Solar system. Repeat after me. Solar system. The first object we'll encounter in the solar system is Sun. Sun. Did you know the light from the Sun takes 8 minutes and 20 seconds to reach Earth? Our next word is planet. Repeat after me. Planet. A planet is an astronomical body orbiting a star that is massive enough to be rounded by its own gravity. Let's start by looking at the terrestrial planets, the 4 innermost planets that are composed mainly of rock. Mercury. Mercury. Mercury is the closest planet to the Sun and completes an orbit in 115.8 days. The second planet from the Sun is Venus. Repeat after me. Venus. Did you know Venus is named after the Roman goddess of love? Our next planet is Earth. Earth. Earth orbits the Sun at a speed of 107,200 kilometers per hour. Our closest neighbor in the skies is the Moon. Moon. The Moon is slowly drifting away from the Earth at a rate of 4 centimeters per year. The last of the terrestrial planets, Mars. Mars. And because of its distinctive color, it is also known as the Red Planet. And on Mars we have Olympus Mons, the largest volcano in the solar system. The next set of planets we will look at are the gas giants, the 4 outermost planets which are composed mainly of gas and are enormous. The first of these planets we will look at is Jupiter. Repeat after me. Jupiter. Jupiter is the largest planet in our solar system and has over 50 moons. Our next planet is the beautiful Saturn. Repeat after me. Saturn. The rings of Saturn are mainly composed of water ice. The next planet we'll look at is Uranus. Uranus. Did you know that this planet has faint rings similar to Saturn? And the last of our gas giants is Neptune. Neptune. Neptune was discovered through mathematical prediction rather than empirical observation. Next, let's look at dwarf planets, which are very, very small planetary bodies that orbit the Sun, and they're too small to be classified as normal planets. The first you will know, it's quite famous. Pluto. Pluto. Coming into view, we have Ceres. Ceres. And this is located between Mars and Jupiter. Next up is Makemake. Repeat after me. Makemake. This is Haumea. Haumea. And finally we have Eris. Eris. Let's go back to Jupiter and have a look at some of its moons. Now, as we said earlier, it has 50 moons, but today we'll look at the 4 principal largest moons of Jupiter. Starting off with the icy world of Europa. Repeat after me. Europa. Next up is Io. Io. And we have Callisto. Callisto. And finally, we have Ganymede. Ganymede. Now let's have a look at some other astronomical phenomenon that we have in our solar system. First up, we have the icy comet. Repeat after me. Comet. Asteroid. Asteroid. And you can find lots of asteroids in the asteroid belt. Asteroid belt. This is located between Mars and Jupiter. Finally, we have the solar eclipse. Solar eclipse. Solar eclipses occur between 2 to 4 times every year. Now that's the end of our video. Guide. Today we embark on a journey through intermediate geography, unraveling the mysteries of our planet's diverse landscapes. And let's get right to it. Our first term is alluvial plain. Repeat after me. Alluvial plain. So what is an alluvial plain? This is an expansive, flat terrain adjacent to rivers or beside rivers which owes its existence to the deposition of sediment carried by that river. Alluvial plains are veritable cradles of fertility, supporting diverse ecosystems and awfully densely populated. Let's check our pronunciation one more time. Alluvial plain. Let's move on to our next term, which is prairie. Prairies are vast expanses of flat or gently rolling grasslands found in North America. These ecosystems foster a rich diversity of plant and animal life, playing a crucial role in the ecological tapestry of the region. Repeat after me. Prairie. Our next term is monsoon. This is a seasonal wind pattern that brings copious rainfall to specific regions during particular times of the year. Monsoons are important in shaping climate and influencing agriculture, notably in South Asia. Monsoon. Let's move on to cirque. These amphitheatre-like hollows carved in mountains or valleys are the handiwork of glacial erosion. Cirques often cradle serene lakes known as tarns, adding an enchanting dimension to mountainous landscapes. Let's check our pronunciation one more time. Cirque. Next up is escarpment. These steep slopes or cliffs, sculpted by erosion or faulting, influence the flow of water and formation of valleys. Escarpments are crucial elements in shaping the topography of various landscapes. Repeat after me. Escarpment. Moving to grasslands, we encounter the term steppe. These treeless plains with semi-arid climates are home to short grasses and diverse ecosystems. Steppes are significant contributors to global diversity and often utilized for agriculture. Steppe. Navigating to marine wonders, let's explore the coral atoll. These ring-shaped coral reefs or islets that encircle a lagoon are the jewel of the tropical oceans. Coral atolls provide a habitat for diverse marine life and contribute to the resilience of coral ecosystems. Repeat after me. Coral atoll. For our 8th term, we have boreal forest. Dominated by coniferous trees and characterized by cold temperatures, the boreal forest spans vast areas in North America, Europe, and Asia. It is a critical biome with unique flora and fauna, and it may also be known as taiga. Repeat after me. Boreal forest. Let's move on to our next term, which is strait. Narrow passages of water connecting larger bodies, straits are vital for maritime navigation and have historical and economic significance. Strait. Turning our attention to tropical grasslands, we explore the savanna. There are a few alternate spellings for the term savanna, but it doesn't really matter which one you choose. These vast plains with scattered trees are characteristic of tropical and subtropical regions. Savannas support a myriad of wildlife and contribute to the planet's biodiversity. Repeat after me. Savanna. Our next term intersects geography and history. The Fertile Crescent. This region, known for its fertile soil, played a pivotal role in the development of agriculture and the rise of ancient civilizations. This region extends from the Persian Gulf to the Nile River Valley. The people of Mesopotamia, now Iraq, may have settled in villages as long as 8,000 years ago in this region. Fertile Crescent. A focal point in talk of climate change is the permafrost. This permanently frozen ground in cold regions impacts landscapes, ecosystems, and climate patterns, making it a cornerstone in the understanding of Earth's dynamic processes. Permafrost. And if you'd like to learn more vocabulary relating to the permafrost, I have an entire English lesson dedicated to the subject. The link for that is on screen and in the video description below. Our next term is pronounced a little bit differently than you might imagine. Butte. Repeat after me. Butte. A butte is a unique landform and is considered an isolated hill with steep sides and a flat top. Buttes dot the landscape of arid and semi-arid regions, standing as geological sentinels. Let's try the word one more time. Butte. Let's move on to the Isthmus of Panama. This vital land bridge connects North and South America, shaping oceanic currents and facilitating the movement of species between continents. In this country of Panama, you'll also find the Panama Canal, which connects the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, helping a lot with shipping times around the world. Repeat after me. Isthmus of Panama. Our intermediate geography exploration concludes with the estuary. These partially enclosed coastal bodies of water where fresh water from rivers meets and mixes with salt water create rich and dynamic ecosystems. Estuaries are crucial habitats supporting diverse marine life. Repeat after me. Estuary. Thank you for joining me on this immersive journey through the intricacies of our planet in intermediate geography. Hello, you're very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on metals. If you've ever wondered about the different types of metals in English, this is the lesson for you. Let's take a look at our lesson plan. You'll be learning lots of key vocabulary along with perfect pronunciation, plus some interesting context along with some excellent sentence examples. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to learn lots of interesting vocabulary relating to metals. So grab a pen and paper, sit back, relax, and let's get started. Okay, I'm starting you with a very common metal, and one that's probably a little bit difficult to pronounce initially. Iron. Repeat after me. Iron. One more time. Iron. Now, as I mentioned, iron is a very common metal. In fact, there is lots of it in the Earth's core, in the center of the Earth. Iron is used in lots of different ways, but when iron is exposed to moist air, it gains rust or gets rusty. So we have two new words here, rust, the noun, and rusty, the adjective, the description word. A noun example sentence is, the iron pipes have some rust. Let's take a look at an adjective example sentence. The iron pipes are rusty. We can also use the adjective strong to describe iron. And in very tiny amounts, iron is an important nutrient. In fact, it is essential for health, and it's very important for a healthy brain. Let's move on to our next metal. Gold. Repeat after me. Gold. Gold is very popular throughout world culture, but did you know nearly all the gold on Earth came from meteorites that bombarded the planet over the 200 million years after it was formed? On the periodic table, gold is represented by the letters AU. And AU comes from the old Latin name for gold, aurum, which means shining dawn or glow of sunrise. Gold is popular in jewellery and decoration, but it is also popular in other industries like electronics, dentistry, and medicine. If this is the first time you're visiting my YouTube channel, Learning English Pro, you're very welcome. My name is Jer. Make sure to subscribe and like this video right now. Let's move on to our next metal. Silver. Repeat after me. Silver. An adjective in English that we can use to describe silver very well is reflective. In fact, silver is the best known reflector of visible light. And did you know that silver is commonly used in mirrors? Have you ever wondered where silver comes from? Well, the world's top producer of silver is Mexico. For our next metal, we have two different pronunciations. The American English pronunciation is aluminum. Aluminum. And in British English, it is called aluminium. Repeat after me. Aluminium. It is interesting to note that aluminium or aluminum does not suffer from rust or cannot get rusty. We could say, unlike iron, aluminum will not get rusty in moist air. You could use the adjective rustproof and say, aluminum is rustproof. Another adjective we could use to describe aluminum is recyclable. Aluminum is a recyclable metal. Our next metal is titanium. Repeat after me. Titanium. The building you can see on screen is the Guggenheim Museum Bilbao in the Basque region in Spain, and it is covered in titanium. Titanium is very strong, but we could also use the English adjective lightweight to describe it. It is very light, it is not heavy when compared to other metals. Did you know that titanium does not occur naturally? It needs to be extracted from certain minerals. And they are anatase, brookite, ilmenite, perovskite, rutile, and titanite. Our next metal is copper. Repeat after me. Copper. Let's take a look at some interesting facts relating to copper. It was one of the first metals used by humans. And an amazing fact about copper is that it is antibacterial. This adjective describes something that tends to prevent the growth or spread of bacteria. Copper is also used in architecture, and copper that has been exposed to the air will undergo a process called oxidization and slowly turn a green colour. And I think this fact makes it my favourite metal. It's truly a beautiful colour. Another metal that's used a lot in ornaments is bronze. Repeat after me. Bronze. Bronze is not a natural metal. It is an alloy. The definition of an alloy is a metal made by combining two or more metallic elements. Bronze is a cheap and strong metal and is used a lot in statues. An example sentence could be, a lot of statues in cities are made from bronze. And the statue on screen is probably the most famous bronze statue in the world, the Little Mermaid, which can be found in Copenhagen in Denmark. The final metal we will take a look at in today's lesson is steel. Repeat after me. Steel. This metal is used in all walks of life, and we could say that steel is the most recycled material in the world. And like the other metal, bronze, steel is an alloy made from iron and other metals. And the place where metals like alloys are made is called a foundry. Repeat after me. Foundry. Let's take a look at our final sentence example. Metals and alloys are created and processed in the foundry. And that brings us to the end of our lesson. Hey there, welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we are diving into the fascinating world of artificial intelligence, or AI. If you're ready to boost your English vocabulary while learning about cutting-edge technology, you're in the right place. In this video, we'll explore essential AI terms that will help you navigate this exciting field. Be sure to check out the word list in the video description, which includes dictionary definitions for each term, so you can follow along and enhance your vocabulary. Let's get started. An algorithm is a step-by-step instructions or rules that a computer follows to perform a specific task. In the context of AI, algorithms play a crucial role in data processing, decision-making, and problem-solving. They're like recipes for computers, guiding them through various processes to achieve desired outcomes. Moving on to our second term, machine learning. Machine learning is a subset of AI that involves the use of algorithms and statistical models to enable computers to learn from data. Instead of being explicitly programmed, machines can improve their performance over time by identifying patterns and making predictions based on the information they've gathered. Term number 3 is neural networks. These are a fundamental concept in AI and machine learning. Neural networks are computational models inspired by the structure and functioning of the human brain. They consist of interconnected nodes or neurons that process and transmit information. Neural networks are crucial for tasks like image recognition and natural language processing. Natural language processing, often abbreviated as NLP, is a branch of AI that focuses on enabling computers to understand, interpret, and generate human language. NLP technologies are used in applications like chatbots, language translation, sentiment analysis, and text summarization. Now let's explore deep learning. This is a specialized subset of machine learning that involves complex neural networks with multiple layers. These deep neural networks can automatically learn to represent data in more abstract and hierarchical ways. This can lead to incredibly accurate results in tasks like image and speech recognition, as well as language generation. Our final term for today is data mining. This involves the process of discovering patterns, trends, and useful information from large sets of data. In the context of AI, data mining plays a crucial role in extracting insights that can be used to improve algorithms, make predictions, and enhance decision-making. And there you have it, 6 essential AI terms that will give you a solid foundation for understanding the fascinating world of artificial intelligence. Remember to check out the word list in the video description, which includes dictionary definitions. This will help you reinforce your newfound vocabulary. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Learning English Pro for more engaging content. Thanks for learning with me today, and until the next time, remember, keep learning English like a pro. Hi everyone, and welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we're diving into the fascinating world of geology, where we'll explore some essential terms that will help you grasp the basics of this earth science. And let's start with the basics. Geology is the study of the Earth's structure, composition, and processes that shape our planet. Rocks are solid, naturally occurring substances made up of minerals, and they are the building blocks of the Earth's crust. A mineral is a naturally occurring inorganic substance with a specific chemical composition and crystal structure. Now let's talk about the lithosphere. The lithosphere is the rigid outermost layer of the Earth. It consists of the crust and the uppermost part of the mantle, and it encompasses the Earth's solid rocky surface and extends to an average depth of about 100 kilometers or 62 miles beneath the continents and about 50 kilometers beneath the ocean floors. The lithosphere is divided into several large and small tectonic plates, but we'll get into that later in the video. But right now I want to talk about the 3 different categories of rocks that are studied in geology. First up, we have sedimentary rocks. These are a fundamental type of rock that form at or near the Earth's surface through accumulation, compaction, and cementation of various sediments, including particles such as sand, mud, organic material, and even the remnants of plants and animals. These rocks often occur in distinct layers or strata and are rich in information about Earth's history, as they contain fossils providing insights into past environments and life forms. For different types of sedimentary rocks and other rocks we're going to cover in this video, you should check out my video on rocks, where you'll discover lots of additional useful vocabulary. Let's move on to igneous rocks. These are another fundamental type of rock that form from the cooling and solidification of molten magma or lava. They can be categorized into 2 main types: intrusive or plutonic, which forms below the Earth's surface and has coarse grained textures. The other type of igneous rock is extrusive or volcanic. These rocks form on the surface and have fine-grained textures due to rapid cooling. Igneous rocks vary in composition, from felsic to mafic, influencing their colour and mineral content. Our next category of rock is metamorphic. Metamorphic rocks are a significant category of rocks that form from pre-existing rocks, either igneous, sedimentary, or other metamorphic rocks, and this happens through intense heat, pressure, and chemical changes within the Earth's crust. These transformative processes cause the original rock to recrystallize, resulting in new textures and mineral compositions. Metamorphic rocks often exhibit foliation, which is the alignment of minerals in parallel layers, giving them a banded appearance. Examples of metamorphic rock include marble and slate. Let's move on to a really important term in geology: erosion. Erosion is the process of wearing away and transporting rocks and soil by natural forces like wind, water, or ice. Another really important term, and something you may have heard me already mention in the video, is a fossil. A fossil is the preserved remains or traces of ancient organisms. Fossils can tell us a lot and can provide valuable insights into Earth's history. Another term I referenced earlier was plate tectonics. Plate tectonics is a foundational theory in the field of geology that explains the dynamic movement of the Earth's lithosphere, which consists of large, rigid plates that float on the semi-fluid asthenosphere beneath them. These plates are in constant motion, driven by the heat generated from the Earth's interior. Plate boundaries are where significant geological activity happens, leading to phenomena such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and the creation of mountain ranges. The theory of plate tectonics helps us understand the Earth's ever-changing surface and provides insights into the formation and breakups of continents, the distribution of earthquakes and volcanoes, and the processes that shape our planet's landscape over geological time. A feature of plate tectonics is a fault. This is a fracture in the Earth's crust along which movement can happen. These often cause earthquakes. Volcanoes are geological features that result from the eruption of molten rock, ash, and gases from the Earth's interior onto its surface. They happen at specific locations known as volcanic vents or openings in the Earth's crust. Volcanoes can take various forms, from towering mountains like Mount Fuji to underwater vents on the ocean floor. The eruptions can be explosive or effusive, depending on the type of magma involved and the presence of gases. Volcanic eruptions played a crucial role in shaping the Earth's landscape and can have significant impacts on the environment and human communities. Stratigraphy is a branch of geology that focuses on the study of rock layers or strata and their arrangement in chronological order. It plays a crucial role in deciphering Earth's history and understanding the sequence of geological events that have shaped our planet. Stratigraphers examine the characteristics of these layers, including their composition, fossil content, and relative positions, to determine the relative ages of rocks and the events that have happened over millions of years. When we're talking about millions of years, we're talking about a geological timescale. This is the framework used by geologists and paleontologists to divide Earth's vast history into distinct periods, epochs, and eras, helping us understand and organize the sequence of geological events and the evolution of life on our planet. It is divided into eons, eras, periods, epochs, and ages, each representing specific intervals of time. The largest divisions, eons, encompass billions of years, while the smallest, ages, represent shorter intervals. Notable divisions include the Phanerozoic eon, which covers the last 540 million years, and includes the Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and Cenozoic eras, during which major life forms have evolved and geological events have happened. Our final term for our geology lesson is clastic sediment. This refers to a type of sedimentary material composed of fragmented pieces of pre-existing rocks and minerals, which are transported by natural agents like water, wind, or ice, and then deposited. Clastic sediments can vary in size from tiny clay particles to larger sand, silt, or gravel-sized fragments. The classification of clastic sediment is often based on the size of these particles, with categories including clay, silt, sand, and gravel. Over time, these sediments can accumulate and become compacted and cemented together, eventually forming clastic sedimentary rocks such as sandstone, shale, or conglomerate. And there you have it. We've covered lots of essential geology terms that are sure to kickstart your journey into the captivating world of geoscience. Hello and welcome back to Learning English Pro. I'm Ger, your online tutor and guide. In today's lesson, we're going to look at vocabulary relating to advanced chemistry. So if you're ready, let's get started on our advanced chemistry English vocabulary lesson. Our first term is chirality. This refers to the property of asymmetry in molecules, wherein a molecule's mirror image is not superimposable on itself. This characteristic is crucial in pharmaceuticals, as two chiral forms of a molecule might have distinct biological effects. Chirality. Let's move on to transition state. This represents the highest energy configuration in a chemical reaction, where old bonds are breaking and new ones are forming. This fleeting state influences the rate and mechanism of reactions. Transition state. Stereochemistry examines the spatial arrangement of atoms within molecules and the effects on their properties. Understanding stereochemistry is important in fields such as drug design and biochemistry. Stereochemistry. Nucleophilic substitution is a fundamental reaction in organic chemistry, involving the substitution of an atom or group within a molecule by a nucleophile. This process plays a significant role in the synthesis of various organic compounds. Nucleophilic substitution. Let's move on to catalytic converter. This is an emissions control device in vehicles that transform toxic gases into less harmful substances. This technological marvel relies on catalysts to facilitate chemical reactions, reducing environmental impact. Catalytic converter. Fermentation is a biochemical process wherein microorganisms like yeast or bacteria break down complex organic compounds, often yielding alcohol or organic acids. This process is extensively used in food production, biofuel generation, and lots more. Fermentation. Heterogeneous catalysts are in a different phase from the reactants. They play a vital role in various industrial processes, facilitating reactions without being consumed themselves. Heterogeneous catalyst. A photochemical reaction happens when a chemical reaction is triggered or influenced by light. These reactions are fundamental in fields like photography, environmental science, and organic synthesis. Photochemical reaction. Quantum mechanics is the branch of physics that describes the behavior of matter and energy on atomic and subatomic scales. Understanding quantum mechanics is important in comprehending the behavior of particles in chemical reactions. Quantum mechanics. Electrochemistry studies the relationship between electricity and chemical reactions. It plays a vital role in various applications, including batteries, corrosion prevention, and electroplating. Electrochemistry. Let's move on to our next term, hemiacetal. Hemiacetals are functional groups formed by the reaction of aldehydes or ketones with alcohols. Understanding hemiacetals is important in the study of carbohydrate chemistry and other organic reactions. Hemiacetal. On screen, you can see the Arrhenius equation. This relates to the rate of a chemical reaction to temperature, providing insights into reaction kinetics and the effect of temperature on reaction rates. Arrhenius equation. Fluorescence is the emission of light observed when a substance absorbs photons and then re-emits them. This phenomenon is crucial in various analytical techniques and molecular imaging. Fluorescence. Enthalpy is a thermodynamic property that represents the total heat content of a system. It is often used to understand and calculate heat changes in chemical reactions. Enthalpy. If you're looking for an English vocabulary challenge, head over to the Community tab on Learning English Pro's YouTube page, where you'll find a daily advanced English quiz waiting for you to test your English knowledge, and you can even write me an advanced English sentence in the comments. I'd love to hear from you. On the Community tab, you'll find lots of additional learning content too, so head over there now and test your English mettle. Our next term is magnetic susceptibility. This measures the degree to which a material can be magnetized in an applied magnetic field. This property is significant in the study of magnetic materials. Magnetic susceptibility. Let's move on to our next term, which is nuclear magnetic resonance, or NMR. NMR spectroscopy is a powerful analytical technique that exploits the magnetic properties of certain atomic nuclei. It is widely used in organic chemistry for structure determination. Nuclear magnetic resonance. Isomerization is a chemical process in which a molecule undergoes a structural rearrangement to form isomers. This phenomenon is prevalent in various chemical reactions and industrial processes. Isomerization. Our next term is adsorption. This is the adhesion of atoms, ions, or molecules to a surface. This process is fundamental in catalyst, gas purification, and other applications. Adsorption. Supramolecular chemistry explores the non-covalent interactions between molecules to form larger, more complex structures. This field is essential in the design of functional materials. Supramolecular chemistry. Electron configuration describes the distribution of electrons in an atom's electron orbitals. It is crucial in understanding the chemical behavior and property of elements. Electron configuration. And electron configuration wraps up our vocabulary lesson on advanced chemistry. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you did, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe to my channel, Learning English Pro. Welcome back everyone, it's Jer. This will be my new lesson on an in-depth journey through the fascinating world of primates. In this video, we'll explore 15 types of primates, uncovering terms relating to their origins, history, dietary habits, and intriguing behaviours. Our journey begins with lemurs, and these charming primates can only be found in the wild in Madagascar. Lemurs have been around for approximately 60 million years, making them one of the most ancient primate lineages. They primarily dine on fruits, leaves, and insects. Some lemurs are known for their peculiar habit of sunbathing in the morning to warm up. These primates are crucial to the biodiversity of Madagascar's ecosystems, playing a vital role in seed dispersal and pollination. Sadly, many lemur species are endangered due to habitat loss and other threats. Next up, we have the tarsier, hailing from Southeast Asia. These primates have been around for about 45 million years, and their diet mainly consists of insects, making them agile hunters. Tarsiers are unique for their constant owl-like gaze and the ability to rotate their heads nearly 180 degrees. Unlike many primates, tarsiers are solitary animals and have minimal social interactions. They establish their territories and communicate through high-pitched calls, which are almost ultrasonic and inaudible to human ears. Capuchin monkeys inhabit Central and South America. They've been thriving there for approximately 45 million years. These intelligent primates feed on fruits, nuts, and small animals. One of the most striking features of capuchins is their distinctive appearance, with tufts of hair on their heads that resemble the hoods worn by capuchin friars, which is how they got their name. Capuchin monkeys have earned a reputation for their remarkable problem-solving skills. They are known to use tools in the wild, a behavior rarely observed in non-human animals. These clever primates use rocks and sticks to extract tasty morsels from hard-to-reach places, showcasing their adaptability and ingenuity. Gibbons, known for their enchanting songs, reside in Southeast Asia. And they've been swinging through trees for around 20 million years. Their diet includes fruits and leaves. Gibbons are masters of brachiation, swinging effortlessly from branch to branch with their long arms. One of the most unique aspects of gibbon behavior is their monogamous family structure. Gibbons typically form lifelong pair bonds with a single mate, and they often sing duets together as a way of strengthening their bond and defending their territory. Howler monkeys are found in the rainforests of Central and South America. They've been calling these jungles home for nearly 15 million years. One of the most remarkable features of howler monkeys is their powerful vocal cords. They produce some of the loudest sounds in the animal kingdom, and their deep guttural howls can be heard for miles. These vocalizations serve to establish territory and communicate with other members of their troop. Howler monkeys are primarily folivores, which means their diet primarily consists of leaves, and they can spend a significant portion of their day eating to meet their nutritional needs. Orangutans are the largest arboreal or tree-dwelling mammals on Earth. Their lineage dates back millions of years, and they represent the only great ape species found outside of Africa. These gentle giants are primarily frugivores, with fruits making up a significant portion of their diet. They also consume leaves, bark, insects, and even small vertebrates when the opportunity arises. One of the most distinctive features of orangutans is their remarkable intelligence. They are known for their problem-solving abilities and can use tools to assist in foraging. Orangutans have been observed fashioning tools from branches to extract insects or honey from tree crevices. Orangutans have a predominantly solitary lifestyle, with males and females coming together only for brief periods during mating. This solitary behavior is unusual amongst the great apes. Female orangutans are known for building elaborate nests high in the trees each night, where they rest and sleep. Male orangutans are recognized by their striking cheek pads, known as flanges, which develop as they reach maturity. Gorillas belong to the same family as humans, and we share a common ancestor. They are the largest living primates, with adult males known as silverbacks due to the silver hairs on their back weighing up to 400 pounds or more. Despite their size and strength, gorillas are known for their peaceful and non-aggressive nature. These herbivorous primates primarily feed on plants including leaves, stems, fruits, and flowers. Their massive jaws and large, powerful teeth help them process tough vegetation. Gorillas spend a significant portion of their day foraging and eating to meet their dietary needs. Gorillas live in close-knit family groups, led by a dominant silverback male. These family units include females, their offspring, and sometimes subordinate males. The silverback is responsible for protecting the group and mediating disputes. One of the most endearing aspects of gorilla behavior is their strong social bonds. They engage in grooming rituals which serve to reinforce these bonds and maintain group cohesion. Our journey now takes us deep into the dense forest of the Democratic Republic of Congo, where we encounter the captivating bonobos. The bonobos share a common ancestor with chimpanzees, which we'll cover in a little while, and humans, and they have been evolving for approximately 2 million years. They live in close-knit communities, and conflicts are often resolved through bonding and sexual interactions rather than aggression. This makes them unique amongst the great apes. Bonobos are omnivores, with their diet consisting of a wide range of foods including fruits, leaves, stems, and the occasional insect or small animal. They are known for their remarkable foraging abilities, using tools like sticks to extract termites or ants from tree bark. Bonobos have a reputation for their frequent and diverse sexual behaviors, which play a significant role in their social dynamics. They use sexual interactions as a way to diffuse tension, establish social bonds, and reinforce cooperation within their groups. Rhesus macaques are native to a wide range of environments across Asia, from forests to urban areas, and one of the most remarkable features about them is their adaptability to various habitats. They are equally at home in dense forests, grasslands, and even urban areas. This adaptability has allowed them to thrive in a changing world. These primates are highly social and live in complex societies with strict dominance hierarchies. They form tight-knit troops led by a dominant male, and their social interactions involve grooming, vocalizations, and intricate communication. Spider monkeys are native to the lush forests of Central and South America. They have been swinging through the trees for around 25 million years, making them one of the oldest New World monkey lineages. One of the most distinctive features of spider monkeys is their remarkably long and slender limbs, which make them agile acrobats in the treetops. Their prehensile tails, which can be used like an extra hand, are capable of gripping branches with incredible strength. These primates live in social groups which can vary in size from a few individuals to over 30 members. Troop dynamics are complex, and they often have a dominant female who plays a significant role in leading and making group decisions. Colobus monkeys are native to various regions of Africa, including the forests of East and Central Africa, and they've been thriving there for millions of years, adapting to their forested habitats. One of their most distinctive features is their striking black and white fur, which sets them apart from many other primate species. Their name, colobus, is derived from the Greek word for mutilated, referring to their apparent lack of thumbs. These primates have a predominantly arboreal lifestyle, spending most of their time in treetops. They typically live in small family groups led by a dominant male. Group members engage in grooming rituals which serve to strengthen social bonds and maintain group cohesion. Our journey takes us to the lush rainforests and savannas of Africa, where we encounter our closest living relatives, the highly intelligent and social chimpanzees. They are known for their problem-solving abilities and use of tools such as sticks and leaves for various purposes. Chimpanzees have been observed crafting tools to extract termites from mounds or crack open nuts. They are omnivores with a diverse diet that includes fruit, leaves, stems, insects, and occasionally small mammals. They have a remarkable ability to form and maintain strong emotional bonds within their groups. They engage in grooming rituals, which help strengthen social bonds and reduce tensions within the community. Unfortunately, chimpanzees face significant threats from habitat loss, poaching, and diseases like Ebola. Conservation efforts are essential to protect these highly intelligent and socially complex primates. Across various habitats in Africa and parts of Arabia, we encounter the resilient and adaptable baboons. One of the most distinctive features of baboons is their dog-like snouts and robust bodies. They vary in size depending on the species, with males being larger than females. They are opportunistic feeders, and their diet can vary depending on what's available in their habitat. They are highly social, and troop sizes can range from a few individuals to over 100 members. Baboons are highly adaptable and have successfully adjusted to living in proximity to human settlements. However, this proximity has also made them susceptible to conflict with humans, leading to challenges for their conservation. Now let's shift our focus to Neanderthals. These fascinating hominins lived in Eurasia alongside early humans for hundreds of thousands of years. They had a varied diet, including meat from hunting large game, as well as plants and possibly seafood. They were skilled tool makers and adapted to challenging environments. They are part of a shared human history and have left a lasting impact on our understanding of human evolution. Our species, Homo sapiens or humans, have been evolving for hundreds of thousands of years. We originated in Africa and gradually spread across the globe. Humans are incredibly adaptable omnivores, with diets ranging from region to region and era to era. We have the unique ability to cook and process food, which has played a crucial role in our development and success as a species. Thank you for joining me on this in-depth exploration of the primate world. This biology vocabulary video is brought to you by Learning English Pro. I'm Jer and I'll be narrating your lesson today. Topics for discussion are: what is a cell, inside the cell, and cell division. So let's begin by answering the question, what is a cell? The cell is the basic structural, functional, and biological unit of all known organisms. A cell is the smallest unit of life, And cells are often referred to as the building blocks of life. And in the human body, there is approximately 37.2 trillion cells. Let's take a closer look at a cell. This is the nucleus at the center of the cell. The inside of a cell is filled with a liquid called cytoplasm. And the walls of the cell are called the cell membrane. Let's take a closer look inside the cell and see what other particles and materials are floating around in the cytoplasm. First up is mitochondria. And mitochondria is responsible for cellular respiration. They are the energy producers of the cell. I'm sure you've heard of the next part of the cell, DNA, also known as deoxyribonucleic acid. DNA is a molecule which takes the shape of a double helix. DNA carries genetic instructions and can be found in all known organisms and many viruses. DNA is essential for development, functioning, and also growth, and for reproduction. Our next item from inside the cell is endoplasmic reticulum. Let's say it one more time. Endoplasmic reticulum. This is a membrane system, and it serves multiple functions, being important particularly in the synthesis, folding, modification, and transport of proteins within the cell. Our next particle is lysosome. Let's try it one more time. Lysosome. Lysosomes are involved in digestion and waste removal within the cell, and they contain digestive enzymes. And they digest other particles within the cell which are worn out and need to be destroyed. Our next cell particle is the Golgi apparatus, which kind of looks like folded towels. The Golgi apparatus is made up of membrane-bound sacs, and in its work it processes and bundles macromolecules like proteins and lipids as they are synthesized within the cell. The next particle we'll look at is the ribosome. Repeat after me. Ribosome. And the ribosome is a protein producer. Protein is needed for many cell functions, such as repair and directing chemical processes. Did you realize there are so many different parts to a cell? It's really incredible. All these different parts which we've discussed are all organelles. Repeat after me. Organelles. And this is what we call all these different parts that reside within a cell. Let's move on and look at cell division. Cell division is the process by which a parent cell divides into two or more daughter cells. And with cell division, there are 5 different distinct stages. The first is called interphase. Next up, we have prophase. The third stage is the metaphase. Following this, we have the anaphase. And the last phase in cell division is the telophase. And with cell division, there are 2 different types that we need to discuss. Firstly, we have mitosis. This is a type of cell division that results in 2 daughter cells, each having the same number and kind of chromosomes as the parent nucleus, and this is typical of ordinary tissue growth. The next type of cell division we'll look at is meiosis. This type of cell division is one that results in 4 daughter cells, each with half the number of chromosomes of the parent cell. This is common in the production of gametes and plant spores. Can you believe we're at the end of our English lesson? Hello dear viewers, welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we're embarking on an expedition into the captivating realm of advanced geography terms. So if you're ready, let's jump right into our lesson. And our first term is continental drift. This term encapsulates the theory that Earth's continents were once a supercontinent and have gradually drifted apart over millions of years due to the movement of tectonic plates. Alfred Wegener's pioneering work laid the foundation for our understanding of this transformative process. Plate tectonics take us deeper into Earth's geological mechanisms. This theory explains the movement of Earth's lithospheric plates, which float on the semi-fluid asthenosphere beneath. The collision, separation and sliding of these plates shape the planet's topography, causing earthquakes, volcanoes and mountain ranges. Next, we navigate the complex terrain of geopolitics. This term unveils the interplay between geographical space, political power, and international relations. Geopolitics examines how geographical factors influence diplomacy, conflicts, and global strategies. Term number 4 leads us to the frozen landscapes of the permafrost. This term refers to permanently frozen ground found in cold regions like Siberia. Permafrost not only shapes the terrain, but also preserves ancient organisms and influences climate change feedback loops. Transitioning to oceanic vistas, we encounter archipelago. An archipelago is a group of islands clustered closely together in a body of water. These formations often result from tectonic or volcanic activity and have significant cultural, ecological, and geological importance. The term isthmus beckons us to narrow land bridges connecting two larger land masses. These geographical features can profoundly impact trade routes, transportation, and cultural exchange. Our journey takes a scenic turn with fjord. These steep-sided narrow inlets are formed by glacial erosion and subsequent sea level rise. Fjords, often surrounded by dramatic landscapes, are found in countries like Norway and New Zealand. Venturing into ecosystems, we encounter the term biome. A biome is a distinct ecological region characterized by specific plant and animal communities, shaped by climate, geography, and evolutionary history. Rainforests, deserts, and tundras are examples of different biomes. Our exploration of ecosystems continues with delta. A delta forms at the mouth of a river where sediment carried by the river is deposited as it enters a standing body of water, creating intricate wetland systems that provide crucial habitats to animals. Let's shift our focus to urban geography, and we delve into gentrification. This term describes the transformation of urban neighborhoods as wealthier residents move in, leading to changes in demographics, housing, and local culture. Our next term is continental shelf. This underwater extension of a continent is relatively shallow and rich in marine resources. It's a prime location for activities such as fishing, oil drilling, and mineral extraction. Our journey takes us underground with karst landscape. This unique terrain is shaped by the dissolution of soluble rocks like limestone and features sinkholes, caves, and underground rivers, creating stunning geological formations. In my homeland of Ireland, we have one of Europe's finest examples of a karst landscape, the Burren, which is located in Connemara. In the arid embrace of deserts, an oasis emerges as a haven of life. Fed by springs or wells, an oasis supports vegetation and human settlement, providing a critical respite in harsh conditions. Concluding our expedition, we ponder latitude. These horizontal imaginary lines circle the Earth and measure the distance north or south of the equator. Latitude greatly influences climate patterns, determining temperature and sunlight intensity.
The exploration of space will go ahead, whether we join in it or not. And it is one of the great adventures of all time.
You are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on the space race. This is Learning English Pro, and I'm Jer. I'll be narrating your lesson today. Our topics for discussion are the space race, to the moon, and of course you will learn lots of important essential English vocabulary. Now, if you're ready, it's time to sit back, relax, and let's learn some English together. Our first topic is the space race, where we will be looking at the beginning of space exploration. In the summer of 1955, the USA and USSR announced they would be launching small satellites into orbit around the Earth. And these announcements were made just 4 days apart. Let's take a look at some of the words we just used in closer detail. The word launch means to start or set something in motion. And you can launch lots of things, like a spaceship, or a boat, or even an event. Our next word is orbit, and this noun describes the curved path of a celestial object or spacecraft round a star, planet, or a moon. We can also use this as a verb to describe the action of orbiting something. The moon orbits the Earth. Our next word is the noun satellite, and as you can see on screen, this describes an artificial body placed in orbit around the Earth or moon or another planet in order to collect information or for communication. But satellite can also describe a celestial body orbiting the Earth or another planet, so something that's natural, like the moon, or something like an asteroid that orbits Jupiter. One very famous artificial satellite is Sputnik. In 1957, the Soviet Union successfully launched Sputnik into orbit of the Earth and shocked the world. Their success leads to a competitive scientific relationship with the USA for supremacy in space exploration. The relationship was already strained due to a continuing state of political conflict, military tension, proxy wars, and economic competition. The USA suffered a major international humiliation when Project Vanguard exploded at its launch in December 1957. However, they did eventually have success when they launched the 4-stage rocket Juno 1 in January 1958. And on this rocket was the satellite Explorer 1, which they successfully put into orbit. However, the Americans were not happy about being behind Russia in space exploration, so in July 1958, President Eisenhower formed NASA. NASA is an acronym of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. However, they were still falling behind Russia because in September 1959, after several failed attempts, the Soviet Union launched Luna 2, a space probe which successfully impacted the moon. A space probe is an unmanned exploratory spacecraft designed to transmit information about its environment. The Soviet Union had success again when they launched Yuri Gagarin into Earth orbit in April 1962. He became a national hero and an international celebrity. It is interesting to note that American spacegoers are called astronauts, while Russian spacegoers are called cosmonauts. So we have astronauts and cosmonauts. After some political upheaval and a pause in missions to develop the Soyuz spacecraft, the USSR fell behind in the race for the moon. While NASA created 3 spaceflight programs to develop their capabilities in space with the aim of going to the moon. These projects were Project Mercury, 1958 to 1963, Project Gemini, 1961 to 1966, and Project Apollo, 1969 to 1972. NASA wanted to improve their capabilities and to ensure their technology and astronauts could survive in space for extended periods of time. Let's have a look at the ways they did this. They practiced spacewalking. Spacewalk as a noun describes a period of physical activity engaged in by an astronaut in space outside a spacecraft. An example in a sentence would be, the spacewalk will happen tomorrow. As a verb, spacewalk means to undertake a spacewalk. An example in a sentence is, I will spacewalk tomorrow for the first time. NASA also developed the Saturn V rocket. This is the most powerful, tallest and heaviest rocket ever built by man. NASA also wanted to test their ability to dock two spacecraft together in space. The verb to dock of a spacecraft means to join with a space station or another spacecraft in space. I hope you are enjoying learning lots of new vocabulary. Don't forget to check out our YouTube channel where we have lots of vocabulary videos on a wide range of topics. Let's move on to our next topic, to the moon. This is the Apollo 11 crew. Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Buzz Aldrin. This would be the crew who would go to the moon. But what does crew mean? The word crew describes a group of people who work together and operate a ship, an aircraft, or a spaceship. And on July 16, 1969, NASA launched the Saturn V rocket with the crew of 3 men and directed it to the moon. It took just over 3 days for the Apollo 11 crew to reach the moon. Around the world, people gathered to watch the landing on the television. 600 million people watched live. When the spacecraft reached the orbit of the moon, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin climbed inside the small lunar module. Michael Collins remained in the control vessel, which would stay in orbit, while the 2 crew members left in their lunar module and descended to the moon. Let's take a look at the highlighted words. A lunar module is a detachable compartment of a spacecraft used to land on the moon's surface. And descend is a verb which means to move or fall downwards. As the crew descended in the lunar module, they encountered problems with their speed and computer. However, they overcame these problems and successfully landed on the moon's surface. The world waited for Neil Armstrong to become the first man to step onto the moon and make history.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, that looks beautiful, Neil.
Armstrong and Aldrin explored the moon's surface, collecting samples and taking measurements. And after 21 hours, Armstrong and Aldrin departed the moon's surface and returned to meet Collins in the control ship. The Apollo 11 crew returned to Earth safely on July 24, 1969. They were heroes, and the success of the Apollo missions gave the USA dominance in space for decades. And that's the end of our lesson. Thank you so much for watching. Today we're delving into the captivating world of psychology, exploring essential psychological terms. Whether you're a psychology student or just curious about the human mind, this video is for you. So let's get started with our first term, which is the topic of our lesson, psychology. Psychology is the scientific study of the human mind and behavior. It seeks to understand and explain our thoughts, feelings, and actions. Psychology. Next up, we have the word behavior, which has different spellings in American and British English. Behavior encompasses all actions and reactions of an individual or organism, from simple reflexes to complex interactions. Behavior. Now let's explore cognition. Cognition refers to mental processes such as perception, thinking, reasoning, and problem solving. Repeat after me. Cognition. Emotion is our next term. Emotions are complex psychological and physiological responses to events or situations involving feelings like joy, fear, anger, and more. Emotion. Moving on to memory. Memory is the ability to store, retain, and recall information and experiences. Memory. Consciousness is the awareness of one's thoughts, feelings, and surroundings at any given moment. Consciousness. Next, we have perception. Perception is the process of interpreting sensory information to understand and make sense of the world. Perception. Stress is a psychological and physiological response to challenging situations, often leading to feelings of tension or anxiety. Stress. Now, motivation. Motivation is the internal or external drive that initiates, directs, and sustains behavior towards a goal. Motivation. Personality is a unique set of enduring characteristics, behaviors, and traits that define an individual. Personality. Moving on to intelligence. Intelligence is the capacity to learn, reason, and solve problems effectively. Intelligence. Our next term is abnormal psychology. This is the study of atypical behaviors and psychological disorders, aiming to understand and treat them. Abnormal psychology. Therapy refers to the various treatments and interventions used by psychologists and mental health professionals to help individuals improve their psychological well-being. Therapy. Our next term is social psychology. This focuses on how individuals are influenced by social interactions and the impacts of groups on behavior and attitudes. Social psychology. We also have developmental psychology. This type of psychology examines the psychological growth and changes that happen from infancy to old age. Developmental psychology. The word I've already mentioned is anxiety. Anxiety is a state of uneasiness or worry, often accompanied by physical symptoms such as increased heart rate and restlessness. Repeat after me. Anxiety. Depression is a mood disorder characterized by persistent sadness and a loss of interest or pleasure in activities. Depression. The term self-esteem means an individual's overall evaluation of their self-worth and self-perception. Self-esteem. Schizophrenia is a severe mental disorder characterized by disorganized thinking, hallucinations, and a loss of contact with reality. Repeat after me. Schizophrenia. Psychotherapy is a form of treatment involving psychological techniques and talking to a trained therapist to address emotional and mental health issues. Psychotherapy. Understanding these psychological terms is a window into the fascinating world of psychology. today's lesson, we're going to run through 10 different terms related to the permafrost, the frozen layer of soil beneath the Earth's surface. These terms will help you better comprehend this fascinating natural phenomenon. So if you're ready, let's jump right in. Let's start with permafrost. This is a layer of permanently frozen ground found in polar and subpolar regions. This frozen soil generally maintains temperatures below freezing for at least 2 consecutive years. The tundra is a vast treeless biome where permafrost is prevalent, characterized by cold climates, low vegetation, and short growing seasons. When we talk about the active layer, we're talking about the uppermost portion of the permafrost that thaws and refreezes seasonally. This process supports plant and microbial life. Our next term is thermokarst. This refers to the uneven terrain formed when the permafrost thaws, causing the ground to sink and create depressions. The permafrost is part of the Earth's cryosphere. The cryosphere encompasses all the Earth's frozen water, including glaciers, ice caps, and of course the permafrost. Periglacial environments are areas near the edges of glaciers and permafrost regions, and these environments feature unique landforms shaped by freeze-thaw processes. One of these processes is frost heave. Frost heave is the upward movement of soil or rocks created by the expansion of freezing water in the ground. Let's move on to our next term, albedo. Albedo is the reflexivity of a surface. High albedo surfaces, like snow and ice, reflect more sunlight, contributing to cooler temperatures. Methane hydrates are ice-like compounds containing methane molecules. These are found in the permafrost and deep ocean sediments, which can release methane when they thaw. Our final term for this lesson is geothermal energy. This type of energy harnesses heat from within the Earth, including heat from permafrost, to generate electricity and provide heating. And geothermal energy wraps up our lesson on the permafrost. Hi everyone, in today's lesson we will be covering dinosaurs and related English vocabulary. This video is a special request from a subscriber, UmuBot Storytime, and her son, so if you have a request for a video topic, make sure to leave a comment. Let's jump straight into our lesson with our first word, reptile. All dinosaurs are reptiles. And dinosaurs share common ancestors with all the reptiles that we have on the planet today. They are all part of a natural group of animals called Dinosauria. Dinosaurs first emerged in the Triassic period. This was about 243 to 233 million years ago. One of the earliest known dinosaurs is the Eoraptor. This dinosaur was quite small and a little bit bigger than a chicken. Dinosaurs soon became the dominant terrestrial vertebrates on the planet. This means that they were at the top of the food chain. These dinosaurs that walked on the Earth are best known as non-avian dinosaurs, and they survived until a time period known as the Cretaceous period. This was about 66 million years ago. At this time, an asteroid impact occurred on Earth. This was really bad news for the planet and even worse for the animals who lived during this time. This event is thought to be the main reason for the extinction of the dinosaurs. We would say in English that this is how the dinosaurs went extinct. However, not all dinosaurs went extinct. Did you know that birds are an ancestor of dinosaurs? In fact, in English, scientifically, they can be referred to as avian dinosaurs or flying dinosaurs. So dinosaurs are still very much alive today. Modern birds are descended from dinosaurs such as the raptor. In the time of the dinosaurs, flying beasts were known as pterosaurs. These huge flying beasts were the masters of the skies during the time of the dinosaurs. However, they aren't related to modern birds. And it's now commonly accepted that lots of dinosaurs had feathers. Living at the same time as the dinosaurs were huge sea creatures. Although they share many similarities with dinosaurs, they are actually classed as nothosaurs. And one of the earliest types of nothosaurs was the plesiosaur, which first appeared around 203 million years ago. All this fascinating data and information on dinosaurs is collected by a person called a paleontologist. They study ancient life, from dinosaurs to plants to fungi and even ancient microbes. And with dinosaurs, they have discovered almost 1,000 different species. When they work outside, the location of their work is called a dig site. This is where they perform an excavation. This is where they find the remains of dinosaurs, which are known as fossils. Fossils are the preserved remains of ancient organisms. And paleontologists have found thousands of fossilized remains of dinosaurs. One of the earliest paleontologists was Sir Richard Owen, who coined the phrase of dinosaur in 1841. The word dinosaur means terrible lizard in Greek. Sir Richard Owen was involved in one of the first classifications of dinosaur, the iguanodon. They lived about 126 to 122 million years ago. They were large, bulky creatures which weighed over 3 tons. Because of the work of paleontologists, dinosaur remains are on display in museums around the world. And they are a big part of popular culture. There doesn't seem to be a year that goes by without some type of dinosaur appearing in a Hollywood movie. Most famous of all is the Jurassic Park movie franchise. And it's possible to go to a theme park and ride the Jurassic Park roller coaster. Probably the most famous dinosaur that everyone knows is Tyrannosaurus rex, or T-Rex for short. Tyrannosaurus rex lived throughout what is now known as Western North America. Fossils found of the T-Rex are dated from between 68 to 66 million years ago. Another well-known dinosaur is the Velociraptor, and on screen I'm going to show you how scientists think it might have looked with feathers. The difference in how they are presented to us is quite interesting. The Velociraptor is also shown in lots of movies, but again, it's more likely that you're going to see it without its feathers. Like many dinosaurs, the Velociraptor was a carnivore, an animal which only eats meat. But there were dinosaurs who only ate plant life. They are called herbivores. And what about those animals who eat both meat and plant life? We know them as an omnivore. Deinocheirus was a dinosaur which lived about 70 million years ago, and it was an omnivore. It hunted prey and ate plant life. If you're new to my channel, Learning English Pro, you're very welcome. I hope you're enjoying the lesson. My name is Jer and I'm narrating your lesson today. Make sure to subscribe to get all my videos. Our next group of dinosaurs is called the sauropods, and they are the largest living creatures ever to have walked the earth. In popular culture, there are 3 well-known species, including Brontosaurus, which means a thunder lizard in Greek. There is also Brachiosaurus, which was estimated to be about 21 meters high. Another sauropod is Diplodocus, which lived about 154 million years ago. And these are the longest known of the dinosaurs, with a length of up to 27 meters. Our next dinosaur is the largest of all known terrestrial carnivores, Spinosaurus. They lived in the Cretaceous period, and they were longer and heavier than the famous Tyrannosaurus rex. Another well-known dinosaur in popular culture is Stegosaurus, which means roof lizard. They were categorized by their distinctive kite-like upright plates along their backs and spikes on their tails. These large herbivore creatures lived about 155 to 145 million years ago. We also have Triceratops. Triceratops were one of the last living known dinosaurs, and their name in Greek means three-horned face. And Triceratops brings us to the end of this English lesson on dinosaurs. Hey there fellow learners, welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we're diving into the world of biochemistry. Whether you're a student just starting out or someone looking to brush up on your biochem knowledge, this vocabulary list is your handy guide. If you're ready, let's get started. And our first term is molecule. A molecule is a group of atoms bonded together. It's the smallest unit of a chemical compound that retains its unique properties. Let's move on to enzymes. These are proteins that act as catalysts, speeding up chemical reactions in living organisms without being consumed in the process. A substrate is the specific molecule that an enzyme acts upon during a chemical reaction. DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, is a complex molecule that contains genetic information and serves as the blueprint for building and maintaining living organisms. Let's move on to our fifth term, RNA. This stands for ribonucleic acid. RNA plays a crucial role in protein synthesis by carrying genetic information from DNA to ribosomes. Amino acids are the building blocks of proteins. There are 20 different types of amino acids that can be combined in various sequences to create a wide range of proteins. Let's move on to our next term, which is metabolism. This refers to all the chemical processes that happen within an organism to maintain life. It includes processes like digestion, energy production, and waste elimination. A catalyst is a substance that speeds up a chemical reaction without undergoing any permanent changes itself. Let's move on to pH. This term stands for potential for hydrogen, and it is a measure of the acidity or alkalinity of a solution. It's important in biochemistry because it affects the shape and function of molecules. Number 10 in our biochemistry word list is lipid. Lipids are molecules that include fats, oils, and phospholipids. They play a key role in energy storage, insulation, and forming cell membranes. Our next term is really important, protein. Proteins are complex molecules made up of amino acids. They have diverse functions, including structural support, enzymatic reactions, and immune response. A nucleotide is the basic building blocks of nucleic acids like DNA and RNA. It consists of a nitrogenous base, a sugar, and a phosphate group. Carbohydrates are molecules made up of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. They serve as a primary energy source for living organisms. ATP, or adenosine triphosphate, is a molecule that stores and transfers energy within cells. It's often referred to as the energy currency of cells. Our final term is metabolic pathway. This is a series of interconnected chemical reactions that happen within a cell. These pathways are essential for various cellular processes. And there you have it, a snapshot of key biochemistry terms that'll have you speaking the language of life itself. Hello everyone, welcome to Learning English Pro. This is Jer. Today we're diving deep into the fascinating world of sea creatures, from the smallest clams to the mighty octopus. Let's get started on our underwater adventure. Our first animal is clams. Clams are small mollusks with two hinged shells. They come in various sizes and are found in both freshwater and marine environments. There are over 15,000 species of clam, and some clam can live for decades, and their age can be determined by counting the rings on their shells. Clams are part of a diverse family of creatures known as mollusks. These invertebrate animals are characterized by soft, unsegmented bodies, often protected by shells. Oysters are another type of mollusk. These shellfish have rough, irregular shaped shells. They are commonly found along coastlines worldwide. Each oyster can filter up to 50 gallons of water a day, helping improve water quality in their habitat. Oysters live in salty or brackish coastal waters, clustering on any hard submerged surface. They fuse together as they grow, forming rock-like reefs that provide habitat for other marine animals and plants. Another species of mollusk is mussels. Mussels are found in clusters with dark, elongated shells. They are known for their ability to attach themselves to rocks or other surfaces using strong threads called byssal threads. These threads also serve as anchors during rough tides. Shrimp are a small crustacean shellfish with curved bodies and large antennae. Many shrimp species are known for their impressive migratory journeys, traveling long distances between freshwater and saltwater habitats. Lobsters are large crustaceans known for their spiny shells. They are found in the cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean, and they're known for their solitary behavior, with each lobster defending its own territory. Contrary to popular belief, lobsters are not immortal. Lobsters have an extraordinary lifespan due to an enzyme called telomerase in many of their cells. Lobsters grow by molting, which requires considerable energy, and the larger the shell, the more energy is required. Eventually, the lobster will die from exhaustion during a molt. Both shrimp and lobsters are types of crustaceans. Crustaceans are a diverse group of arthropods primarily found in aquatic environments. They are recognized by their hard exoskeletons and jointed appendages. Crabs are the tenacious crustaceans of the sea. They are renowned for their powerful claws and impressive adaptations. These creatures wield their claws not only for defense but also for hunting and manipulating objects. Crabs possess a remarkable ability to crush the shells of their prey with their robust pincers, making them formidable predators in the underwater world. Beyond their claws, crabs have evolved an array of unique features, including intricate exoskeletons and diverse body shapes, reflecting their incredible diversity and resilience in marine ecosystems. A creature who needs to be on guard for hungry crabs is the scallop. Scallops are shellfish with fan-shaped shells and tender white meat. They have a unique way of swimming by rapidly clapping their shells, which creates a jet of water that propels them forward. Squid are cephalopods with soft bodies and long tentacle-like appendages. These intelligent creatures are masters of camouflage, capable of changing their skin color and texture to blend in with their surroundings. Cephalopods are characterized by their soft, elongated bodies and prominent head. They also have a set of tentacles or arms that typically surround the mouth. Cephalopods are renowned for their high level of intelligence among invertebrates. Another well-known cephalopod is the octopus. These are very intelligent creatures with 8 long, flexible arms. They are known for their problem-solving abilities and their exceptional skill in escaping predators by squirting ink and using jet propulsion to swim away. Octopi possess a highly developed nervous system, allowing them to exhibit complex behaviors. Despite their intelligence and agility, octopi are relatively short-lived creatures, with most species having a lifespan of just a few years. Our next sea creature is the crawfish, which can also go by the name of crayfish. These are freshwater crustaceans resembling small lobsters. They often create intricate burrows in the muddy bottoms of ponds and streams, which provide them with shelter from predators. A conch is a marine snail with a spiral-shaped shell often used in Caribbean cuisine. The conch's impressive shell is not only for protection, but also acts as a buoyancy aid, allowing it to float when needed. Our next sea creature is truly fascinating, the sea urchin. Sea urchins are spiny marine animals with round, hard shells. They belong to the Echinoidea family, and they play a vital role in marine ecosystems by grazing on algae and controlling its growth. Sea urchins have a unique method of locomotion, using hundreds of tiny tube feet to move. As I mentioned, sea urchins belong to the Echinoidea family, which is a diverse group of marine animals characterized by spiny skin or exoskeleton. Echinoderms include several other fascinating species, and one of their defining features is their unique water vascular system, which helps them with locomotion, feeding, and respiration. An intriguing member of this family is the starfish, also known as a sea star. These captivating marine animals are known for their distinctive 5-arm radial symmetry. These creatures are found in oceans around the world, from shallow coastal waters to the deep sea. Despite their name, starfish can have a varying number of arms, and they use tube feet on their underside to move and feed. They are remarkable for their ability to regenerate lost limbs, and they come in a dazzling array of colors and patterns. While they may look like a mollusk, barnacles are actually small crustaceans related to crabs and lobsters. They attach themselves to rocks and other surfaces, and they have a complex life cycle, with their larval stage free swimming before settling down and attaching themselves to a substrate as adults. For our final sea creature, I think I've left the best to last. We've already discussed shrimp, but I'm going to discuss a particular type of shrimp called the mantis shrimp. This is a marine marvel, and it is found in the warm waters of the Indian and Pacific Oceans. It possesses one of the most remarkable and powerful punches in technique is so potent that it creates a cavitation bubble, which generates temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun, and it creates shockwaves that can stun or kill their prey instantly. In this fascinating clip, you can see it using the technique to rip the arm off a crab. Truly fascinating. And the mantis shrimp concludes our exciting journey through the world of sea creatures. I hope you enjoyed learning all about them. If you found this video informative and entertaining, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and subscribe to Learning English Pro for more engaging content. What is the latest mission to Mars? What will it do when it gets there? And what can we hope to learn from its exploration of an ancient lake? We are taking a deep dive into NASA's latest mission to Mars, and for all my English learners, all highlighted words will be included in a detailed glossary at the end of the video. Today we are discussing Mars 2020, which is the Mars rover mission by NASA that includes the Perseverance rover and Ingenuity drone. The mission began when the spacecraft launched from Earth on the 30th of July 2020. It follows many other missions to the Red Planet, but it is the first mission in decades, with its main mission being to search for life. The spacecraft took just 6.5 months to reach Martian atmosphere, and it did that on February the 18th, 2021. Here, with animation footage exclusively from NASA, you can see the landing sequence, which uses equipment called an EDLS, which stands for Entry, Descent and Landing System. And this part of the system is called the Sky Crane. Let's watch the final moments as the rover touches down on the surface of the planet. Perseverance will land in the Jezero crater to explore life. Before we talk about its mission, let me introduce you to the other part of its mission, the Ingenuity helicopter drone. This is very exciting. If the mission is successful, we will see the first powered flight on any planet beyond Earth. It will be an amazing achievement. Because the atmosphere on Mars is not very dense, Ingenuity needs to be very light in weight and very powerful. It can travel at an altitude of 10 meters and travel about 300 meters from the Perseverance rover. As I mentioned, this mission will land in the Jezero crater. Many millions of years ago, scientists believed that there was an ancient lake here. There is strong evidence that Mars was once covered in water like Earth, and if that is true, it is likely that Mars once supported life. Perseverance mission is to find evidence of that life, and it will do this by drilling into the surface of the crater and take samples from the rock. These samples will be collected by a later mission, and scientists will examine them for signs of life. Let's talk a little bit about Mars, or the Red Planet as it is commonly referred to. I am a bit of an astronomy nerd, so I thought I would bring you some of my favorite facts about the planet. Did you know that Mars is home to the biggest volcano in the solar system? Olympus Mons is a huge shield volcano that rises to a height of an incredible 25 kilometers and is about the same size as the American state of Arizona. And our last stop on Mars today is the Valles Marineris, or Mariner Valley. This is a vast canyon system that runs along the Martian equator. It is 4,000 kilometers long and reaches depths of up to 7 kilometers. It is about the same width as the United States. That is very big. Mars is definitely full of some impressive geography. Now it's time to go to our English glossary, where we will take a look at the highlighted words I mentioned throughout the video. So grab a pen and paper because we'll be going through definitions and sentence examples so you can use some of this vocabulary straight away. The first word in our glossary is rover, and this noun means in this context a vehicle for driving over rough terrain, especially one driven by remote control over extraterrestrial terrain. Let's take a look at our sentence example. The lunar rover helped the astronauts explore the moon. Let's move on to the next word in our glossary, and that word is Martian. This word is an adjective, and it means anything relating to the planet Mars or its supposed inhabitants. Our sentence example is, the aliens in the movie were Martian. Coming up next, we have a phrasal verb, touchdown. And this means the act of an aircraft or spacecraft landing at its destination. Our example sentence is, my plane touches down at 6 p.m. Our next word in our glossary is crater, and this noun means a large bowl-shaped cavity in the ground or on a celestial object, typically one caused by an explosion or the impact of a meteorite. Our example sentence is, the meteorite left a huge crater. Next up in our glossary we have an adjective, dense, and this word means a substance which is closely compacted. The material is too dense to work with. The next word we will have a look at is altitude, and this noun means the height of an object or point in relation to sea level or ground level. And our example sentence is, high altitudes make me feel ill. Let's move on to our next word, which is a noun. It is evidence. This means the available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true or valid. Our example sentence is, I hope they find evidence of life on Mars. The next word we will cover in our glossary is sample. This noun means a small part or quantity intended to show what the whole is like. Let's check out our example sentence. I will try a sample of the cake. Our next word in our glossary is shield. This noun means a broad piece of metal or another suitable material, held by straps or handle attached on one side, used as a protection against blows or missiles. Our next example sentence is, the volcano is shaped like a shield. And our final word for our lesson is canyon. And this noun means a deep gorge, typically one with a river flowing through it, as found in North America. And our final example sentence is, I have been to the Grand Canyon many times. And that brings us to the end of our lesson. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And I hope you enjoyed our little trip to Mars and all the new words in our glossary that you learned today. Hello and welcome to Learning English Pro. In this video, we will take a look at English vocabulary relating to heat waves. And our first word is heat wave. A heat wave is a prolonged period of excessively hot weather, typically with high temperatures and little or no rainfall. And now let's take a look at our example sentence. The prolonged heat wave brought soaring temperatures, making it challenging to stay cool even indoors. Next up we have scorching. Scorching means extremely hot or burning. During a heat wave, you might feel the scorching rays of the sun on your skin. Let's take a look at our second example sentence. The scorching heat wave turned the park into an oven, with the playground equipment too hot to touch. Moving on, our next word is sweltering. Sweltering describes the oppressive heat that makes you feel uncomfortable and sweaty. people sought refuge in air-conditioned malls to escape the sweltering heat wave that enveloped the city. Now let's talk about our next word, which is melting. Melting is the action or process of liquefying due to heat. For our example sentence we have, the glaciers were melting more than usual because of the increase in temperature. Our next word is dehydration. Dehydration is the condition of losing too much water from your body due to extreme heat and not drinking enough fluids. With the scorching temperatures during the heat wave, it was essential to drink plenty of water to avoid dehydration. And our next word is the opposite of dehydration, hydration. This is the act of keeping the body well supplied with water, especially crucial during hot weather. And let's take a look at this in a sentence. Staying on top of hydration was crucial during the heat wave to prevent heat-related illnesses. Next, we have heat exhaustion, an important term. This is a heat-related illness characterized by heavy sweating, weakness, dizziness, and nausea, often caused by prolonged exposure to high temperatures. After hours of outdoor activities in the heat wave, Sarah began experiencing symptoms of heat exhaustion. Next, we have heat stroke. Heat stroke is a severe heat-related condition that can be life-threatening. It occurs when the body's temperature regulation system fails and the body overheats. Without proper precautions, heat stroke became a significant concern during the intense heat wave. Now let's learn about air conditioning. Air conditioning is a system that cools and dehumidifies indoor air, providing relief during heat waves. The office became an oasis of comfort with its air conditioning system during the oppressive heat wave. Moving on, we have sunscreen. Sunscreen is a lotion, cream, or spray applied to the skin to protect it from the harmful effects of the sun's ultraviolet rays during heat waves. Before heading to the beach during the heat wave, it was vital to apply sunscreen to protect the skin from harmful UV rays. Lastly, we'll talk about heat resistant. The term heat resistant refers to materials or substances that can withstand high temperatures without melting or deteriorating. Let's take a look at our final sentence example. The heat-resistant materials of the water bottles ensured that they remained safe to use even in the scorching heat wave. And there you have it, a collection of English vocabulary related to heat waves. I hope you found these definitions helpful and informative. Don't forget. Welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we'll be diving into the world of droughts and expanding our English vocabulary with a comprehensive word list. First up, let's take a look at the definition of the word drought. It is a prolonged period of abnormally low rainfall or an extended shortage of water, leading to dry conditions in a specific region. Our example sentence is, "The drought lasted for several months and made life difficult for the local people." Let's move on to our next word, which is arid. This means having little or no rain, to be extremely dry or barren. Let's use it in a sentence. The arid desert landscape made it challenging for any vegetation to thrive. Let's move on to dehydration. This is the process of losing water or moisture, leading to a state of extreme dryness. We could say, staying hydrated is crucial in hot climates to avoid dehydration during prolonged periods of drought. Let's talk about parched. Parched means extremely dry, often to the point of cracking or splitting. After hours under the scorching sun, the hiker's lips were parched and he yearned for a sip of water. Our next term is water scarcity. This is a condition where the demand for water exceeds the available supply, leading to a shortage of water resources. Our example sentence is, the prolonged drought in the region resulted in water scarcity, affecting agriculture and daily life. Let's move on to reservoir. This is a man-made or natural storage area for water, often used to ensure a steady supply during dry spells. The city relied on its reservoirs to provide water during the drought, sustaining the population's needs. Evaporation. This is the process of liquid turning into vapor due to exposure to heat or sunlight. We could say, the intense heat caused rapid evaporation of the small puddles left from yesterday's rainfall. Next up, we have the term of rainwater harvesting. This is the practice of collecting and storing rainwater for future use, especially in times of drought. Let's use it in an example sentence. To conserve water during the drought, the community implemented rainwater harvesting techniques. Desertification is the process by which fertile land becomes desert, typically due to human activities or climate change. Unsustainable farming practices accelerated desertification in the region, leading to more frequent droughts. Up next, we have dust storm. This is a severe weather phenomenon in arid regions, characterized by strong winds carrying dust and sand particles. The dust storm during the drought reduced visibility and made breathing difficult for the residents. Our final term is xeriscaping. This is landscaping and gardening techniques designed to conserve water by using drought-resistant plants and efficient irrigation methods. To save water during the drought, the homeowner opted for xeriscaping, creating a beautiful, water-efficient garden. And there you have it, my English word list related to droughts. Understanding these terms will not only improve your language skills, but also help you comprehend the challenges faced in regions affected by droughts. In today's lesson, we're going to take a look at some medicine English vocabulary. This will involve looking at the different types and forms of medicine, along with the associated symptoms. Let's take a look at our lesson plan. You'll learn lots of important vocabulary, along with perfect pronunciation and lots of context and information, so you'll really get to know the vocabulary very well. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to start this lesson, so grab a pen and paper, sit back, relax, and let's learn some English on medicine together. First up, we're going to explore symptoms in a question format and have a look at the associated medication that is used as treatment for these symptoms. Our first question is, do you have an infection? Do you have an infection? If you have a bacterial infection, you will need an antibiotic. Repeat after me. Antibiotic. Another type of infection that is common is a viral infection, an infection by a virus. And we use antiviral medication to treat a viral infection. Antiviral. Our next question is, do you have pain or fever? Do you have pain, or fever. For these symptoms, you would take a painkiller. Repeat after me. Painkiller. Our next question is, do you have a cough? The word cough has an unusual pronunciation. Instead of a G sound, we have an F sound here. Do you have a cough? And the medicine for a cough has a few different names. It can be called cough syrup, cough medicine, or a cough suppressant. My next question to you is, do you have allergies? Do you have allergies? And for an allergy, we take an antihistamine. Repeat after me. Antihistamine. Let's do that one more time. Antihistamine. Our next question is, do you have asthma? Do you have asthma? The type of medicine used for asthma is a steroid. Repeat after me. Steroid. Let's move on to our next question. Do you have a blocked nose? Or we could say, do you have a stuffy nose? If you have this condition, you will need a decongestant. Repeat after me. Decongestant. And a medicine which is in the news a lot lately is related to the coronavirus. And the medicine that is being discussed is a vaccine. Repeat after me. Vaccine. Let's hope that the new vaccine is successful in the battle against coronavirus. Okay, let's get back to our lesson and let's move on to the next segment, which is different forms of medicine. We will discuss the different ways in which medicine is delivered to the human body. Medicine is often given in liquid form, and sometimes it is given in a syrup. This is a thick liquid medicine that you drink, and it can be sweet. This type of thick liquid medicine is common for symptoms in children, coughs and colds, or for adults with stomach problems. Sometimes liquid medicine needs to be given directly into the body, like into the bloodstream or into muscle. This medicine is usually given through an injection with a syringe. Liquids can also be given directly into the body by intravenous therapy. This is regularly used in hospitals to deliver medicine to patients, and the device used is simply called an IV. Medicine can also be given in tablet or pill form. Lots of different types of medication can be given in this form. And this medicine is usually round or oval shaped. Another type of tablet you may see is a soluble tablet. These tablets can be dissolved in water. The resulting mixture is then drank to cure symptoms. These types of tablets are typically used for painkillers and antacids. The next form of medication we will look at is a capsule. A capsule is a shell which contains medicine. Some people will also call these tablets or pills, and the capsule dissolves and is digested when swallowed. The next type of medicine we will look at is a lozenge. A lozenge is a small candy-like medicine that dissolves in your mouth. Lozenges are usually used to help symptoms in the mouth or throat. Our next type of medicine can be called a cream, lotion, or ointment. And this is a thick liquid medicine that is applied to the skin. Our next type of medicine is drops. This type of liquid medicine is usually used for symptoms for the eyes or the ears. The next form of medicine we will have a look at is spray. This type of liquid medicine is usually applied up the nose or onto the skin, depending on the symptoms. The final form of medicine we will have a look at is inhaler. An inhaler is used to deliver vapor medicine to the lungs. It is commonly used by people who suffer from asthma. Up next, we are going to take a look at the difference between these two terms, over-the-counter and prescription drugs. First up, let's take a look at over-the-counter and what that means. Medicine which is over-the-counter can be purchased without consent from a doctor. Depending on the country, this type of medicine can be purchased in drugstores, pharmacies, or even supermarkets. Whereas with prescription drugs, this type of medicine can be purchased only with consent from the doctor and purchased at a registered pharmacy or chemist. The consent is usually given as a paper document simply called a prescription. And that brings us to the end of our lesson. If you're worried about any of the symptoms that we discussed in today's lesson, make sure to talk to your local doctor. Hello and welcome to Learning English Pro. In today's lesson, we will explore essential medical examination terminology. Understanding these words is crucial for effective communication in healthcare settings. If you're ready, let's get started. Our first term is physical examination. This is a thorough assessment of a patient's body to evaluate their overall health. Physical examinations involve checking vital signs, palpating for abnormalities, and visually inspecting the body. Blood pressure measurement is the measurement of the force of blood against the walls of the arteries. Blood pressure is typically recorded as systolic or diastolic pressure in millimeters of mercury. An X-ray is a diagnostic imaging technique that uses electromagnetic radiation to create images of the internal structures of the body. X-rays are commonly used to visualize bones and detect abnormalities in the lungs and other organs. Ultrasound is a non-invasive imaging technique that uses high-frequency sound waves to create real-time images of internal organs. Ultrasounds are often used during pregnancy to monitor fetal development and for abdominal and pelvic examinations. MRI, or magnetic resonance imaging, is a medical imaging technique that uses strong magnetic fields and radio waves to generate detailed images of the body's internal structures. MRIs provide high-resolution images of soft tissues like the brain, spinal cord, and joints. An ECG, or electrocardiogram, is a test that records the electrical activity of the heart over time. These are crucial tests in diagnosing heart conditions by displaying the heart's rhythm and identifying irregularities. The next few terms involve blood and internal examinations, so if you're a little bit squeamish, skip ahead to the time indicated on screen. A blood test is a laboratory analysis of a blood sample to assess for various health markers. Blood tests can reveal information about blood cell counts, cholesterol levels, and the presence of infections or diseases. Endoscopy is a procedure that uses a flexible tube with a camera to examine the interior of organs or body cavities. Endoscopies are commonly performed to inspect the gastrointestinal tract, throat, or bladder. A biopsy is a medical procedure involving the removal of a small sample of tissues or cells from a patient's body for examination under a microscope. Biopsies are performed to diagnose the presence of diseases or conditions such as cancer or infections. Great job, you've just expanded your medical examination vocabulary. These terms are essential for healthcare professionals and anyone interested in understanding the world of medicine. Keep exploring and keep learning, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more educational content from Learning English Pro. And in this lesson, we'll be delving into the world of the pharmaceutical industry. If you're new to this field, you're in the right place. We'll be exploring 15 essential terms with more detailed definitions to get you started. And as usual, all these terms are in the video description waiting for you to revise after the lesson. So if you're ready, let's jump right in. The pharmaceutical industry is a vast sector responsible for researching, developing, manufacturing, and distributing medications that improve human health and well-being. We also have the term pharma, which is a commonly used abbreviation of the word pharmaceutical. This term is often used informally to describe the entire pharmaceutical field and is frequently used in discussions and news related to the industry. Let's take a closer look at this word medication. A medication is a substance used for medical treatment, such as pills, capsules, or syrups. Medications can treat a wide range of conditions, from pain relief to chronic diseases. With this industry, you'll hear a lot about drug discovery. This is the intricate process of identifying and designing new medications through research and experimentation. This includes the initial identification of potential compounds to extensive laboratory testing. Clinical trials are carefully designed experiments to test the safety and efficacy of new drugs before they are approved for use. These trials involve multiple phases and help determine whether a drug is safe and effective. Let's move on to our next bit of terminology, which is prescription drug. A prescription drug is a medication that can only be obtained with a doctor's written order. They are typically used for serious medical conditions and require professional guidance. There is also over-the-counter medication, which is available without a prescription and can be purchased directly from a pharmacy or store. These are generally for common self-treatable ailments. Another type of medication you'll hear about is a vaccine. A vaccine is a substance that stimulates the immune system to protect against specific diseases. Vaccines have been instrumental in preventing and controlling infectious diseases like polio and measles. Drug regulatory authorities are responsible for ensuring the safety and effectiveness of drugs. They review and approve medications before they reach the market. And on screen for you, you can see a selection of these authorities from different English-speaking countries. Probably the most widely known of these would be the FDA in the United States. A pharmaceutical company is an organization that researches, develops, and manufactures medications. These companies range from small research-focused firms to large global corporations. A generic drug is a medication that is equivalent to a brand name drug, but is usually more affordable. They contain the same active ingredients and meet the same quality standards. The term biotechnology involves using living organisms and biological systems to develop new drugs and treatments. This field has led to the creation of therapies like biologic drugs. Clinical data refers to information gathered during clinical trials, helping to assess a drug's effectiveness. It includes data on patient demographics, safety, efficacy, and adverse reactions. Adverse reactions are more commonly known as side effects. These are unintended and often unwanted effects of a medication, which may happen in addition to its intended effects. Understanding potential side effects is crucial for safe medication use. A placebo is a substance with no therapeutic effect. It is used in clinical trials as a control to compare with the effects of the drug being tested. Placebos help researchers assess the true impact of a medication. Pharmacovigilance is the science and activities related to the detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of adverse effects or any other drug-related issues. It plays a key role in ensuring medication safety even after a drug is on the market. And there you have it, our pharmaceutical industry word list for beginners with expanded definitions. I hope these terms and their detailed explanations help you start your journey in this fascinating field. Welcome back to Learning English Pro. In this English lesson, I will be covering the topic of medical equipment and tools. This episode is especially useful for those working in the medical industry, but also for those who may need to use some of these useful objects in day-to-day life. The first piece of medical equipment we'll take a look at is the crutch. Repeat after me. Crutch. When they're given as a pair, they're simply called crutches, the plural form. Our next piece of equipment is called a walker. Repeat after me. Walker. This is typically given to older people who may have mobility issues. And we also have the wheelchair. Repeat after me. Wheelchair. Next up, we have plaster cast. Plaster cast. This can also be referred to as plaster of Paris. Plaster of Paris. More advanced versions of a plaster cast would be called a synthetic cast. Synthetic cast. We also have the splint. Repeat after me. Splint. A splint involves a rigid material supporting and immobilizing a broken bone when it has been set. Common types of splint are the leg splint and finger splint. Similar to a splint, we have a support. Something like a wrist support can help with a fracture or a broken bone when it is healing. For a broken or injured foot, a support boot is often used. This can also be referred to as a brace boot. And next up, we have a brace itself, which is like a bigger version of a splint. Brace. A common version of the brace is the leg brace, but there's also lots more, such as the neck brace as shown on screen, but you can also see sometimes a back brace or even a body brace. A similar device which is used for a broken arm is called a sling. Repeat after me. Sling. Let's move on to our next piece of equipment, which is bandage. Repeat after me. Bandage. There are lots of different types of bandage. This one is called a compression bandage, or sometimes it's called an elastic bandage. Next up, we have dressing. Repeat after me. Dressing. This is a sterile bandage which is applied directly onto a wound. Another type of bandage is called medical gauze. Medical gauze. This is the thin, transparent fabric which is often used along with bandages. We also have adhesive tape and cotton wool. These can be found in lots of other settings than a medical practice. Adhesive tape and cotton wool. A common type of bandage found in the home is referred to as a Band-Aid in American English, that's a trademark by the way, and as a plaster in UK English. A more general term for it would be an adhesive bandage. Lots of these types of bandages and gauzes can be found in a first aid kit. This can be a piece of medical equipment that can be found in lots of different workplaces and is useful in case of an emergency or an accident. This small medical tool is known as a swab. Repeat after me. Swab. And this is a stethoscope. Let's try it one more time. Stethoscope. For measuring a patient's temperature, we use a thermometer. Thermometer. Another test we can do for a patient is a blood test. Blood test. This is done with a syringe. Repeat after me. Syringe. It is tempting to say syringe, but it's syringe. And this part of the syringe is known as the needle. Needle. Something which is commonly found in lots of different medical settings is a vial. Repeat after me. Vial. And similar to a vial, we have a test tube. Test tube. Moving along, our next piece of equipment is called a blood pressure cuff. Blood pressure cuff. Our next piece of equipment can be known as telemetry pads or ECG electrodes. These are used to monitor important functions in a patient's body. If you've ever broken a bone, you will have had an X-ray. X-ray. This device is placed on the finger and used to measure the amount of oxygen in the blood. It's called a pulse oximeter. Pulse oximeter. To find out how heavy someone is, you would need a weighing scales. Weighing scales. Our next device is used to look at the ear and eardrum. The otoscope. Repeat after me. Otoscope. Let's move along to some more smaller tools, like the tweezers. Repeat after me. Tweezers. We also have the scalpel. Repeat after me. Scalpel. Next up, we have some scissors. Now, there's lots of different types of scissors in the medical world, but generally we can refer to them as medical scissors or surgical scissors. To provide oxygen to a patient, we use an oxygen mask. Oxygen mask. To help a patient breathe, we use a piece of equipment called a ventilator. ventilator. And when a patient is not breathing on their own, a resuscitator can be used to help them breathe once more. Resuscitator. The type of hospital bed which moves on wheels is called a gurney. Repeat after me. Gurney. The type of bed which is used by an ambulance is sometimes referred to as a stretcher. Stretcher. Next up, we have the magnifier. Magnifier. And to help see even closer, we have a microscope. Microscope. And with some examinations, a doctor may use something like a telescope to look inside your body. Telescope. Our next device helps get medication into the lungs. Inhaler. Repeat after me. Inhaler. And the IV drip helps get medication into your bloodstream. IV, of course, stands for intravenous. Something which is commonly connected to an IV drip is a saline bag. Repeat after me. Saline bag. A blood bag is another container which is sometimes connected to an IV drip. Blood bag. The blue, green, and sometimes pink outfits worn by medical personnel are known as scrubs. Scrubs. Medical personnel can also be seen wearing a surgical mask over their face at some occasions, and also a scrub cap to cover their hair. A scrub cap can also be called a skull cap. This piece of equipment is known as the examination table. Repeat after me. Examination table. And our final piece of equipment is known as a medical chair. Repeat after me. Medical chair. Today we're delving into crucial English vocabulary relating to medical surgery. This video is really useful for healthcare professionals and for those going for surgery. As this video covers medical surgery, there will be some images and videos of actual surgery, so bear that in mind as you're watching the lesson. So with all of that business out of the way, let's get to it. Our first word is surgeon. A surgeon is a highly skilled medical professional specializing in performing surgical procedures. Surgeons undergo extensive training to acquire the expertise needed to operate on patients addressing various medical conditions. They play a pivotal role in healthcare, working with precision and care to ensure the best possible outcomes for their patients. Anesthesia is a medical practice involving the administration of medications to induce a reversible loss of sensation or consciousness. It is a crucial aspect of surgery, ensuring that patients remain pain-free and unaware during the procedure. An anesthesiologist is a specialized medical doctor responsible for providing anesthesia and monitoring the patient's vital signs during surgery. They play a critical role in ensuring the patient's safety and comfort throughout the entire surgical process. It's important to note that there are two different types of anesthesia: general anesthesia, which involves inducing a state of controlled unconsciousness in a patient, or local anesthesia. This is a technique used to numb a specific part of the body, allowing the patient to remain conscious during surgery while preventing pain in the targeted area. This is the type of anesthesia you'll get at your dentist. Next up, we have the scalpel. This is a precision surgical instrument with a small, sharp blade used by surgeons to make precise incisions during medical procedures. The design of the scalpel allows for controlled and accurate cutting, minimizing tissue damage and facilitating the surgeon's ability to navigate delicate anatomical structures. And the word incision refers to the deliberate cut made with the scalpel to access a specific area of the body during a medical procedure. The size and location of the incision depend on the nature of the surgery, and skilled surgeons take great care to make incisions that promote optimal healing and minimize scarring. The incision site is the specific area on the patient's body where the surgical incision is made. Proper preparation and care are taken to ensure the cleanliness and sterilization of the incision site before surgery, and this helps to prevent infections and promote a smooth healing process. Sutures are stitches or materials used by surgeons to sew the edges of an incision together after a surgical procedure. Suture is also a verb. You can suture a wound. The materials used for a suture vary in composition, and the choice of suture depends on factors such as type of surgery, the location of the incision, and the desired outcome of the wound healing process. Preoperative is a term that refers to the period before surgery, when medical professionals conduct assessments, prepare the patient, and provide necessary information about the upcoming procedure. This phase includes obtaining informed consent, which we'll discuss in a moment, conducting medical tests, and ensuring the patient is physically and mentally ready for surgery. Post-operative encompasses the period after surgery, focusing on the patient's recovery and the monitoring of any potential complications. Medical professionals closely observe patients in the post-operative phase, providing necessary care, pain management, and guidance on post-surgical activities to promote a smooth and successful recovery. The operating room, often referred to as the OR, is a specially designed and sterile environment where surgical procedures take place. Equipped with advanced medical technology, the operating room provides surgeons with the necessary tools and resources to perform surgeries safely and efficiently. On the other hand, we have the recovery room. This is the designated space where patients awaken from the effects of anesthesia after surgery. In this area, medical professionals closely monitor patients as they regain consciousness, ensuring a smooth transition from the surgical environment and addressing any immediate post-operative needs. Informed consent is a formal agreement given by the patient after understanding the details, risks, and benefits of a proposed surgical procedure. It is a crucial ethical and legal aspect of medical practice, ensuring that patients are well informed and actively participate in decisions regarding their healthcare. Our next term is hemostasis. This is the physiological process of stopping bleeding or controlling bleeding flow during surgery. Surgeons employ various techniques such as sutures, cauterization, and the use of hemostatic agents to achieve hemostasis and prevent excessive bleeding, promoting a safe and successful surgical outcome. Now it's time to take the vocabulary we've just learned and make some really great English phrases for them. I'll say each sentence twice and give you a chance to say it after me. Don't worry if you fall behind, just press pause. Let's start with our first phrase. I understand the risks and give my informed consent for the surgery. Listen to the sentence again and then repeat after me. I understand the risks and give my informed consent for the surgery. Okay, let's move on to our next sentence. The anesthesiologist will discuss the type of anesthesia you'll receive. The anesthesiologist will discuss the type of anesthesia you'll receive. The surgeon will make an incision in this area. Repeat after me. The surgeon will make an incision in this area. Our next sentence is, the operation will take place in the operating room. The operation will take place in the operating room. You'll be under general anesthesia during the surgery. You'll be under general anesthesia during the surgery. Please prepare the patient for surgery in the preoperative area. Please prepare the patient for surgery in the preoperative area. The incision site will be cleaned and sterilized before the procedure. Repeat after me. The incision site will be cleaned and sterilized before the procedure. The nurse will assist in suturing the wound post-surgery. The nurse will assist in suturing the wound post-surgery. The recovery room is where you'll wake up after the operation. Repeat after me. The recovery room is where you'll wake up after the operation. The surgeon will ensure proper hemostasis to control bleeding during the procedure. The surgeon will ensure proper hemostasis to control bleeding during the procedure. And that wraps up our English vocabulary lesson on surgery. In today's video, we're delving into the world of prescription medication. Prescription drugs are a critical part of healthcare, and understanding them is essential for informed decision-making. Let's start our video with our main topic, prescription medication. These are medications that require a doctor's prescription for purchase or a doctor's permission. They are often used for treating specific medical conditions, and these types of medications are regulated to ensure safe and effective use. The prescription itself is actually the piece of paper where the doctor's orders are written on. And you're going to take this piece of paper, the prescription, to a pharmacist. This is the healthcare professional who dispenses prescription medications and provides guidance on their use. They play a vital role in patient care and can offer you lots of advice. When you get a prescription, you will also get information and instructions relating to dosage. Dosage refers to the amount and frequency of a medication prescribed by a healthcare provider, so how much you can take and when you can take it. It's crucial to follow the recommended dosage for safe and effective treatment. Side effects are unintended effects of medication, which may happen in addition to its intended effects. So this means that you might feel a bit sick from taking medication. Understanding potential side effects is important for patient safety, and as a patient, if you suffer from any side effects while taking medication, it's important to contact your doctor or your pharmacist. When it comes to picking the type of medication, there are two types. The first we'll look at is generic medication. This is an affordable equivalent to a brand name drug containing the same ingredients. It provides cost-effective options for patients. Now, this term which I've just mentioned, brand name medication, means the original version of a drug developed by a pharmaceutical company. It's often more expensive than generic alternatives. If you are unable for some reason to get prescription medication, you might be able to use over-the-counter medication. This is available without a prescription and can be purchased directly from a pharmacy or a store like a supermarket sometimes. These are typically used for common self-treatable illnesses and ailments. If you're enjoying learning about some medical English, you're in luck because on my channel I have lots and lots of medical English vocabularies waiting for you on a huge range of topics, so make sure to click the link on screen now to bring you to that playlist, or check out the list of videos in the video description below. Our next term is drug interactions. These happen when one medication affects the action of another, so these can happen to people who have to take lots of different types of medications. Understanding potential interactions is really crucial to avoid adverse effects. Adverse reactions or adverse effects are unexpected and harmful effects caused by medication. They're like really extreme side effects. They can range from mild to severe and require immediate medical attention. A prescription refill allows patients to obtain additional doses of their prescribed medication. It's essential to follow refill instructions and schedules. Depending on the country, you can sometimes ring your pharmacist for a prescription refill, or you may need to contact your doctor. Next up, we're going to have a look at two different organizations, the FDA in the United States and the MHRA in the United Kingdom. These are drug regulatory authorities responsible for ensuring the safety and effectiveness of prescription drugs. The medication label provides important information about a prescription drug. This can include dosing instructions, side effects, and usage precautions. When you receive your prescription medication, it generally comes with a patient information leaflet. This document offers comprehensive information about the drug, its effects, and safety guidelines. It's a good idea to give it a read over before you take your prescription medication for the first time. Something which will be clearly marked on your medication is its prescription expiration date. This indicates when a prescription medication should no longer be used. It's important to adhere to this date for safety. An important thing to remember for anyone taking prescription medication is medication adherence. This is the practice of taking prescription drugs as directed by a healthcare provider, like a doctor, nurse, or pharmacist, and this helps you to achieve the intended therapeutic effect. Understanding these terms is essential for making informed healthcare decisions when it comes to prescription medication. If you found this video informative, please hit the like button and subscribe for more educational content. To watch my video on the pharmaceutical industry, click here. And to learn about essential vocabulary related to medical tools and equipment, click here. That's all for this lesson. Thanks for watching, and remember, keep learning English like a pro. Today, we're delving into the diverse world of medical procedures, exploring various types of surgeries. Now, a word of warning. In this lesson, you will see scenes of surgeries and human anatomy. Some scenes are not for the squeamish, so please bear that in mind as we embark on our lesson. So let's get started, and this promises to be quite a difficult lesson for English pronunciation, so we're going to take some of the words quite slowly. Laparoscopy is our first type of surgery. This is a minimally invasive surgical procedure that involves making small incisions in the abdomen to insert a camera and specialized tools. This technique allows surgeons to view and operate on internal organs with less trauma and a faster recovery time compared to traditional open surgery. So let's try this word one more time. Laparoscopy. A cholecystectomy is the surgical removal of the gallbladder, commonly performed to treat gallstones or other gallbladder-related conditions. The procedure can be done through traditional open surgery or with laparoscopy. Let's check our pronunciation one more time. Cholecystectomy. Our next surgery type is a bit easier to pronounce. Vascular surgery. This focuses on treating conditions affecting the blood vessels, such as arteries and veins. Surgeons in this field address issues like aneurysms, blockages, and vascular malformations, employing both open and minimally invasive techniques. Vascular surgery. Our next term is appendectomy. This is the surgical removal of the appendix, often necessary when it becomes inflamed or infected, a condition known as appendicitis. This procedure is typically performed urgently to prevent complications. Repeat after me. Appendectomy. A hysterectomy involves the surgical removal of the uterus and sometimes the cervix. This procedure is performed for various reasons, including treating conditions such as uterine cancer, fibroids, or severe endometriosis. Hysterectomy. If you are a healthcare professional learning English or have an interest in the topic, you should check out my Medical English playlist. The link for that is on screen and in the video description. In this playlist, you'll find all my most popular medical English lessons. Check it out after this lesson and really start learning English like a pro. Let's get back to our lesson, and our next surgery type is endoscopy. Endoscopy is a diagnostic or therapeutic procedure that uses a flexible tube with a light and camera to visualize the interior of organs or cavities. It is valuable for detecting abnormalities and performing minimally invasive interventions. Endoscopy. A hysteroscopy is a procedure that involves the insertion of a thin, lighted tube into the uterus to examine and treat conditions affecting the uterine lining, such as abnormal bleeding or polyps. Repeat after me. Hysteroscopy. Our next surgery type is gastric bypass surgery. This is a weight loss procedure that involves rerouting the digestive system to create a smaller stomach pouch. This restricts the amount of food intake and promotes weight loss, often recommended for individuals with severe obesity. Gastric bypass surgery. Cataract surgery is a common procedure to remove a cloudy lens from the eye and replace it with an artificial lens. This surgery improves vision and is often performed as an outpatient procedure. Cataract surgery. Let's move on to coronary artery bypass surgery. This is a cardiac procedure that addresses blocked or narrowed coronary arteries. Surgeons use grafts to create new pathways for blood flow, restoring blood supply to the heart muscle. coronary artery bypass surgery. A hip replacement involves replacing a damaged or diseased hip joint with an artificial implant. This surgical intervention is common for individuals experiencing hip arthritis or severe joint damage. Hip replacement. A tonsillectomy is the surgical removal of the tonsils, often performed to address recurrent tonsillitis or other throat-related issues. The procedure is more common in children, but can be performed at any age. Repeat after me. Tonsillectomy. Our next surgical term is a bit tricky. Carotid endarterectomy. This is a surgical procedure to remove plaque or blockages from the carotid arteries, which supply blood to the brain. This helps prevent strokes to improve blood flow. Carotid endarterectomy. A caesarean section or C-section is a surgical delivery method in which a baby is delivered through an incision made in the mother's abdominal and uterine walls. It is performed when a vaginal delivery poses a risk to the mother or baby. Caesarean section or C-section. A breast biopsy is a diagnostic procedure involving the removal of a sample of breast tissue for examination. It helps in determining the presence of cancer or other breast abnormalities. Breast biopsy. Cystoscopy is a procedure that involves using a thin tube with a camera to examine the interior of the bladder and urethra. It aids in diagnosing and treating various urinary tract conditions. Repeat after me. Cystoscopy. Bronchoscopy is a diagnostic procedure that allows the visualization of the airways and lungs using a thin, flexible tube with a light and camera. It is used to detect and treat respiratory conditions. Bronchoscopy. Our next surgical term is probably the longest word I've ever encountered doing Learning English Pro videos. But if you break it down bit by bit, it's actually quite easy to say. Let's try it slowly first. Esophago-gastro-duodenoscopy. Let's do it one more time. Esophago-gastro-duodenoscopy. It can also be shortened to EGD, which is probably a better way to go about it. EGD is a procedure that involves the insertion of a flexible tube into the esophagus, stomach, and duodenum. It is commonly used to diagnose and treat conditions affecting the upper gastrointestinal tract. So let's try that big long word one more time. Esophago-gastro-duodenoscopy. A radical mastectomy is an extensive surgical procedure for breast cancer involving the removal of the entire breast, underlying chest muscles, and lymph nodes. Modern approaches often favor less invasive techniques when appropriate. Radical mastectomy. A vasectomy is a surgical procedure for male sterilization, involving the cutting or sealing of the tubes that carry sperm from the testicles. This results in the prevention of sperm from reaching semen, making a man unable to father children. Vasectomies are a safe and effective method of permanent contraception and are done as an outpatient procedure. Vasectomy. And that wraps up our lesson on different surgery types in English. Understanding these terms and concepts are invaluable for healthcare professionals learning English and for those who have an interest in the topic. Today we're delving into the dynamic field of emergency medicine. Whether you're a healthcare professional, a student, or simply interested in expanding your English vocabulary, you're in for an informative ride. So if you're ready, let's begin our English lesson, and we're going to start with the topic of today's lesson, emergency medicine. This is a medical speciality focused on the prompt assessment, diagnosis, and treatment of acute illnesses and injuries. Emergency physicians work in emergency departments to provide immediate care and stabilize patients in critical conditions. Our next term is triage. Repeat after me. Triage. Triage is the process of quickly assessing and prioritizing patients based on the severity of their condition. It ensures that those with the most urgent needs receive immediate attention. Triage. Trauma refers to physical injuries resulting from accidents, falls, or violence. Emergency medicine often deals with trauma cases that require rapid intervention. Repeat after me. Trauma. Resuscitation involves efforts to revive or restore normal bodily functions in a patient experiencing cardiac arrest, respiratory failure, or other life-threatening emergencies. Resuscitation. Related to the term resuscitation, we have defibrillation. This is the delivery of an electric shock to the heart to restore its normal rhythm. Automated external defibrillators, or AEDs, are commonly used in emergency situations. Defibrillation. We also have cardiopulmonary resuscitation, often called CPR. This is a life-saving technique that combines chest compressions and rescue breaths to maintain blood circulation and oxygenation in a person whose heart has stopped. Intubation involves inserting a tube into the airway to assist or secure the passage of air into the lungs. It is often performed in cases of respiratory distress. Repeat after me. Intubation. Our next term is epinephrine. Repeat after me. Epinephrine. This can also be known as adrenaline. It is a hormone and medication used in emergency situations to treat severe allergic reactions, also known as anaphylaxis, and cardiac arrest. Let's try it one more time. Epinephrine. Intravenous therapy, or IV therapy for short, involves giving fluids, medications, or blood products directly into a patient's veins, ensuring rapid absorption in emergency situations. So we have intravenous therapy, or the abbreviation is IV therapy. In the context of emergency medicine, shock is a life-threatening condition where insufficient blood flow to vital organs leads to cellular and organ dysfunction. Prompt intervention is crucial to prevent further complications. Shock. Our next term is hemorrhage. A hemorrhage is excessive bleeding, and controlling it is a critical aspect of emergency medical care. Techniques like direct pressure and tourniquets may be used. Repeat after me. Hemorrhage. A fracture is a break or crack in a bone. Emergency medicine addresses fractures with assessments, immobilization, and referral to specialized care. Fracture. Our next term is naloxone. This is a medication used to rapidly reverse opioid overdose by binding to opioid receptors, restoring normal respiration. Naloxone. Let's move on to seizure. A seizure is a sudden uncontrolled electrical disturbance in the brain. A seizure can sometimes be referred to as a fit. This condition is supported with emergency medicine with medications and supportive care. Seizure. Decontamination involves the removal or neutralization of harmful substances from a person. This is often necessary in cases of chemical exposure or contamination. Decontamination. Thank you. Hello, you're very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on doctors. Let's dive right in and have a look at the lesson plan for today's video. So first up, what you need to know is that you'll be learning all about the different types of doctors and their names in English. And of course, this is Learning English Pro, so you'll be learning lots of essential vocabulary relating to each type of doctor. And with this key vocabulary comes essential context. Learn lots of history and important information about the different types of doctors you will learn in this lesson. So it promises to be a really exciting and interesting lesson for you today. So if you're ready, sit back, relax, and let's learn some English on doctors together. Our first type of doctor is a general practitioner. Now this is the British English, general practitioner. It can also be shortened to just GP. GP. Now, this might be more commonly known as a family doctor or your local doctor. In American English, it is commonly referred to as a medical doctor. And this role can also be referred to in American English as a physician. So let's move on and have a look at some additional information and context for a physician or a GP. The area of medicine they work in is known as general medicine. And did you know the earliest documentation for a formal hospital with physicians that treated patients comes from the 5th century BC in Sri Lanka? Hippocrates, who lived from 460 to 377 BC, is commonly called the father of medicine. He is thought to be one of the first physicians to treat disease as being a result of natural rather than supernatural causes. And because of him, we have the Hippocratic Oath, which is an oath of ethics historically taken by physicians. In its original form, it requires a new physician to swear to uphold specific ethical standards. Okay, it's time to move on to our next type of doctor, which is a pediatrician. Repeat after me. Pediatrician. So what does a pediatrician do? A pediatrician is a medical doctor who manages overall health for children from birth until age 18. And the area of medicine is called pediatric medicine. And the very first pediatric hospital was opened in Paris, France in 1802. Let's move on to our next type of doctor, a neurologist. Repeat after me. Neurologist. Neurologists are specialists who treat diseases of the brain and spinal cord, peripheral nerves, and muscles. And the field that a neurologist works in is called neurology. Neurologist treats serious conditions like stroke, Alzheimer's disease, and multiple sclerosis. Our next doctor type is a dermatologist. Repeat after me. Dermatologist. And of course, a dermatologist works in the area of dermatology. A dermatologist is a doctor who specializes in conditions involving the skin, hair, and nails. A dermatologist can identify and treat more than 3,000 conditions. These conditions include eczema, psoriasis, and skin cancer, among many others. Next up, we have anesthesiologist. This one's quite tricky. Anesthesiologist. Let's try it one more time. Anesthesiologist. An anesthesiologist works in the area of anesthetics. This provides treatments such as anesthesia, intensive care medicine, critical emergency medicine, and pain medicine. Anesthesia is a state of controlled temporary loss of sensation or awareness that is induced for medical purposes. Our next medical doctor is a dentist. Repeat after me. Dentist. A dentist works in the area of dentistry. A dentist, also known as a dental surgeon, is a surgeon who specializes in dentistry, the diagnosis, prevention, and treatment of diseases and conditions of the mouth. Have you ever thought about who the first dentist was? Heze-Ra is the earliest dentist whose name is known to us. Around 2600 BC in ancient Egypt, he was known as the chief of dentists. Our next doctor type is an oncologist. Repeat after me. Oncologist. An oncologist works in the area of oncology, but this is more commonly known as cancer treatment. These are doctors who treat cancer and provide medical care for a person diagnosed with cancer. In the area of oncology, there are three major areas: medical, surgical, and radiation. An oncologist treats cancer using chemotherapy or other medications, such as immunotherapy. Let's move on to our next doctor type, a surgeon. Repeat after me. Surgeon. A surgeon works in the area of surgery. And surgery is used to investigate or treat conditions such as disease or injury, to help improve bodily function, appearance, or to repair unwanted ruptured areas. If we look back in history, surgery in different forms has been performed by humans for thousands of years. The earliest evidence comes from over 8,500 years ago. Let's move on to our next doctor, which is a cardiologist. Repeat after me. Cardiologist. A cardiologist works in the area of cardiology, and they are doctors who diagnose, assess, and treat patients with diseases and defects of the heart and blood vessels. Let's take a moment to talk about the human heart. The average heart is the size of a fist in an adult. Your heart will beat about 115,000 times each day. It also pumps about 2,000 gallons of blood every day as well. Our next type of doctor is a radiologist. Repeat after me. Radiologist. A radiologist works in the area of radiology, and they are medical doctors that specialize in diagnosing and treating injuries and diseases using medical imaging procedures. Let's take a look at the types of imaging procedures. There are X-rays, computed tomography, which is also called a CT scan, magnetic resonance imaging, also called an MRI, positron emission tomography, PET, or an ultrasound. Let's move on to our final doctor of this lesson, a psychiatrist. Repeat after me. Psychiatrist. These doctors work in the area called psychiatry. A psychiatrist can diagnose and prescribe medication to treat a variety of complex mental illnesses, such as depression and bipolar disorder. In the area of psychiatry, a founding father of this medical field is Sigmund Freud. He was an Austrian neurologist and the founder of psychoanalysis, a clinical method for treating psychopathology through dialogue between a patient and a psychoanalyst. And with Hey everyone, welcome back to Learning English Pro. My name is Jer, I'm your online tutor and guide. You're very welcome to my History Vocabulary English Masterclass. I have brought together 40 of my English lessons relating to history. Get ready to delve into the past and learn a tremendous amount of useful English vocabulary. I have broken down the lessons into a few different parts, all of which are timestamped on the video scroll. And in the video description, you will find the full list of lessons along with their respective timestamps if you wish to skip ahead. In part 1, we are visiting ancient worlds, from ancient Rome, ancient Egypt, and even a quick trip to the dinosaurs. In part 2, we will uncover some important academic historical subjects like political movements, colonization, and learn about the foundations of society with a beginner's guide to sociology. In part 3, you'll learn about the transformative ages of the medieval period, the Reformation, and the fascinating Renaissance. And after the Renaissance, we'll jump forward to the Victorian era. Here you'll learn all about Queen Victoria and the British Empire. And we'll explore some literary English with Bram Stoker's Dracula and Alice in Wonderland. In the next part, we are visiting our American cousins and learning all about the first colonists and key historical moments, along with political lessons on elections and profiles on famous American political figures. Moving on to modern history, and you'll soak up new language about warfare, invasions, and modern issues like climate change and heat waves. After all of that, you might be in the mood for something lighter. Don't worry, because in the final section of my History Vocabulary Masterclass, we'll explore fun topics like weddings, primates, and maybe some alien English, plus much more. So if you're ready, let's jump to our first part, which is ancient worlds, and our first lesson, which is on the Bronze Age and related English vocabulary. Enjoy! Today we're embarking on a journey through time to explore one of the most captivating periods in history, the Bronze Age. It was a time of innovation, civilization, and monumental change. So if you're ready, let's begin. What exactly is the Bronze Age? The Bronze Age, which spanned from around 3300 BCE to 1200 BCE, is characterized by the widespread use of an alloy called bronze. Bronze is primarily composed of copper and tin, and it played a pivotal role in shaping the course of human history during this era. Let's delve deeper into our first key term, bronze. Bronze wasn't just a shiny metal, it was a game changer. Its durability and versatility made it the ideal material for crafting tools, weapons, and artistic masterpieces. This innovation truly revolutionized every aspect of life. This era witnessed the rise of magnificent societies, including the Mesopotamians, Egyptians, Indus Valley people, and Mycenaeans, to name but just a few. These civilizations thrived thanks to their mastery of bronze technology. The Bronze Age was a hotbed of innovation. During this time, the wheel and axle were invented, paving the way for the creation of chariots, transforming transportation. Farmers benefited from the invention of plows, which boosted agriculture. Writing systems such as cuneiform and hieroglyphs allowed for better record keeping and communication. Trade was vital during the Bronze Age. with trade routes playing a really important part. These routes connected distant regions, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures. It was along these ancient highways that the seeds of globalization were sown. But as with many chapters in history, the Bronze Age also faced its twilight. The Bronze Age collapse refers to a period around 1200 BCE when numerous Bronze Age societies experienced societal upheaval. The reasons for this collapse remain a historical mystery, with theories ranging from natural disasters to invasions. While this era may have ended, its impact endures. The art of bronze casting continues to this day, with modern sculptures paying homage to the craftsmanship of our Bronze Age ancestors. The Bronze Age was a crucible of progress, marked by the invention of bronze, the rise of incredible civilizations, technological leaps, and the dawn of extensive trade networks. Hello and welcome back to Learning English Pro. In today's video, we're going to embark on an exciting journey through the fascinating era of the ancient Roman Empire. To fully grasp this pivotal period in history, it's crucial to familiarize ourselves with some key vocabulary terms. And all the terms covered in today's video are included in a word list in the description below, so make sure to check that out after the video. So without further ado, let's dive right into our lesson. Our first term is the Roman Republic. This was a form of government established in 509 BC, where citizens elected representatives to make decisions on their behalf. It marked the early phase of Rome's political evolution. Our second term is Pax Romana. This means Roman peace and refers to the long period of relative stability and minimal military conflict across the Roman Empire, lasting from 27 BC to 180 AD. Our next term is a famous monument, the Colosseum, also known as the Flavian Amphitheatre. This is a grand arena in Rome which was used for gladiatorial contests and public spectacles. It symbolized the grandeur and entertainment of the empire. Let's move right along to Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar was a prominent Roman general, statesman, and dictator who played a pivotal role in the demise of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire. A fascinating addition to our list is the aqueduct. An aqueduct was a sophisticated system of water channels and tunnels used to transport water from distant sources to cities and settlements, showcasing Roman engineering prowess. Our next term combines two different classes in the Roman society, patrician and plebeian. Patricians were the aristocratic class of ancient Rome, while plebeians were the common citizens. Struggles between these two groups led to significant social and political changes. Let's move on to our seventh term, which is Augustus. Augustus, formerly known as Octavian, was the first Roman emperor and a key figure in the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire. The Roman legion was a large military unit composed of Roman citizens and auxiliaries. It played a crucial role in expanding and maintaining Roman control across vast territories. Let's move on to the Forum. The Roman Forum was the heart of political, commercial, and social activity in ancient Rome. It served as a bustling marketplace and a center of civic life. Gladiators were trained combatants who fought in the Colosseum and other arenas for entertainment. Their battles were a blend of skill, strategy, and spectacle. Let's move on to Roman law. This was a comprehensive legal system that laid the foundation for modern legal principles. It emphasized concepts such as equality before the law and the protection of individual rights. Our final term is Hadrian's Wall. This was a defensive fortification in northern England, built by the Emperor Hadrian to mark the northern boundary of the Roman Empire in Britain. And there you have it, our whirlwind tour of the ancient Roman Empire's essential vocabulary terms. By understanding these concepts, you're well on your way to unraveling the complexities of this incredible civilization.
Hello, you are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson where we will take a look at ancient Egypt. You're watching Learning English Pro and my name is Jer. I'll be narrating your lesson today. In this lesson, we will be taking a look at the top 10 English words relating to ancient Egypt. I'll also include their definitions and some additional information. If you're ready to learn some basic vocabulary, now it's time to sit back, relax and repeat after me. Our first word is pyramid. Repeat after me. Pyramid. The most famous pyramids are the pyramids of Giza. These can be found at the Giza necropolis. They were completed around 2560 BC and are comprised of 2.5 million stone blocks. Located right beside the pyramids of Giza is our next word and monument, the Sphinx. This word can be tricky to pronounce. You have an S sound, then an F sound. Sphinx. The Sphinx is a mythical creature with the body of a lion and the head of a human, the pharaoh Khafre. And pharaoh is our next word in our top 10 list. Again, we have the PH, which gives us the F sound. And at the end, we have a silent H. Pharaoh. Definition of pharaoh is a ruler or monarch in Egypt. 3 notable pharaohs you may come across in your studies are Hatshepsut, Tutankhamun, and Cleopatra. Tutankhamun is very important and we'll come back to him in a moment, but let's move on to our fourth word. Tomb. Repeat after me. Tomb. The B here is silent. Let's take a look at the definition of a tomb. A tomb is a cave, an excavation, or a chamber used for the burial of the dead. Okay, let's go back to our pharaoh Tutankhamun. His tomb was discovered in 1922. The discovery of his tomb was really famous because of the many treasures which were found inside it. One of the most impressive treasures found in Tutankhamun's tomb was his sarcophagus. Let's try that word one more time. Sarcophagus. Sarcophagus. And the definition is a stone coffin typically adorned with a sculpture or inscription and associated with the ancient civilizations of Egypt, Rome and Greece. So we found our sarcophagus inside our tomb. What is inside the sarcophagus? Well, of course, it's a mummy. Repeat after me. Mummy. A mummy is a dead human or an animal whose body has been preserved after death. And that brings us to our seventh word, which is embalming. Now, what is embalming? Embalming is the art and science of preserving human remains by treating them to slow down decomposition. So how do you embalm a body? The ancient Egyptians embalmed bodies by removing organs, ridding the body of moisture, and covering the body with natron, a type of natural salt. Ancient Egyptian culture developed embalming to the greatest extent, along with extensive rituals involved with death. Also found in many tombs are hieroglyphics. Repeat after me. Hieroglyphics. Let's take a look at the definition. It is a writing system based on stylized pictures of objects, representing words, syllables, or sound. Let's move on to our ninth word, which has a connection to hieroglyphics. Papyrus. Repeat after me. Papyrus. Let's take a look at the definition. Papyrus is a material similar to thick paper that was used in ancient times as a writing surface. Papyrus is first known to have been used by the ancient Egyptians, as the papyrus plant was once abundant across the Nile Delta. Okay, let's move on to our final word, which is obelisk. Repeat after me. Obelisk. For Egyptians, the obelisk was a monument that commemorated the dead, represented their kings, and honoured their gods. And can you believe it, that brings us to the end of this video lesson. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate your support. Hi everyone, in today's lesson we will be covering dinosaurs and related English vocabulary. This video is a special request from a subscriber, UmuBot Storytime, and her son, so if you have a request for a video topic, make sure to leave a comment. Let's jump straight into our lesson with our first word, reptile. All dinosaurs are reptiles. And dinosaurs share common ancestors with all the reptiles that we have on the planet today. They are all part of a natural group of animals called Dinosauria. Dinosaurs first emerged in the Triassic period. This was about 243 to 233 million years ago. One of the earliest known dinosaurs is the Eoraptor. This dinosaur was quite small and a little bit bigger than a chicken. Dinosaurs soon became the dominant terrestrial vertebrates on the planet. This means that they were at the top of the food chain. These dinosaurs that walked on the earth are best known as non-avian dinosaurs, and they survived until a time period known as the Cretaceous period. This was about 66 million years ago. At this time, an asteroid impact occurred on Earth. This was really bad news for the planet and even worse for the animals who lived during this time. This event is thought to be the main reason for the extinction of the dinosaurs. We would say in English that this is how the dinosaurs went extinct. However, not all dinosaurs went extinct. Did you know that birds are an ancestor of dinosaurs? In fact, in English, scientifically, they can be referred to as avian dinosaurs or flying dinosaurs. So dinosaurs are still very much alive today. Modern birds are descended from dinosaurs such as the raptor. In the time of the dinosaurs, flying beasts were known as pterosaurs. These huge flying beasts were the masters of the skies during the time of the dinosaurs. However, they aren't related to modern birds. And it's now commonly accepted that lots of dinosaurs had feathers. Living at the same time as the dinosaurs were huge sea creatures. Although they share many similarities with dinosaurs, they are actually classed as nothosaurs. And one of the earliest types of nothosaurs was the plesiosaur, which first appeared around 203 million years ago. All this fascinating data and information on dinosaurs is collected by a person called a paleontologist. They study ancient life, from dinosaurs to plants to fungi and even ancient microbes. And with dinosaurs, they have discovered almost 1,000 different species. When they work outside, the location of their work is called a dig site. This is where they perform an excavation. This is where they find the remains of dinosaurs, which are known as fossils. Fossils are the preserved remains of ancient organisms, and paleontologists have found thousands of fossilized remains of dinosaurs. One of the earliest paleontologists was Sir Richard Owen, who coined the phrase of dinosaur in 1841. The word dinosaur means terrible lizard in Greek. Sir Richard Owen was involved in one of the first classifications of dinosaur, the Iguanodon. They lived about 126 to 122 million years ago. They were large, bulky creatures which weighed over 3 tons. Because of the work of paleontologists, dinosaur remains are on display in museums around the world. And they are a big part of popular culture. There doesn't seem to be a year that goes by without some type of dinosaur appearing in a Hollywood movie. Most famous of all is the Jurassic Park movie franchise. And it's possible to go to a theme park and ride the Jurassic Park roller coaster. Probably the most famous dinosaur that everyone knows is Tyrannosaurus rex, or T-Rex for short. Tyrannosaurus rex lived throughout what is now known as Western North America. Fossils found of the T-Rex are dated from between 68 to 66 million years ago. Another well-known dinosaur is the Velociraptor, and on screen I'm going to show you how scientists think it might have looked with feathers. The difference in how they are presented to us is quite interesting. The Velociraptor is also shown in lots of movies, but again, it's more likely that you're going to see it without its feathers. Like many dinosaurs, the Velociraptor was a carnivore, an animal which only eats meat. But there were dinosaurs who only ate plant life. They are called herbivores. And what about those animals who eat both meat and plant life? We know them as an omnivore. Deinocheirus was a dinosaur which lived about 70 million years ago, and it was an omnivore. It hunted prey and ate plant life. If you're new to my channel, Learning English Pro, you're very welcome. I hope you're enjoying the lesson. My name is Jer and I'm narrating your lesson today. Make sure to subscribe to get all my videos. Our next group of dinosaurs is called the sauropods, and they are the largest living creatures ever to have walked the earth. In popular culture, there are three well-known species, including Brontosaurus, which means a thunder lizard in Greek. There is also Brachiosaurus, which was estimated to be about 21 meters high. Another sauropod is Diplodocus, which lived about 154 million years ago. And these are the longest known of the dinosaurs, with a length of up to 27 meters. Our next dinosaur is the largest of all known terrestrial carnivores, Spinosaurus. They lived in the Cretaceous period, and they were longer and heavier than the famous Tyrannosaurus rex. Another well-known dinosaur in popular culture is Stegosaurus, which means roof lizard. They were categorized by their distinctive kite-like upright plates along their backs and spikes on their tails. These large herbivore creatures lived about 155 to 145 million years ago. We also have Triceratops. Triceratops were one of the last living known dinosaurs, and their name in Greek means three-horned face. And Triceratops brings us to the end of this English lesson on dinosaurs. Hey everyone, you are very welcome to my latest English vocabulary lesson. This is going to be a really interesting lesson on castles, where you will learn tons of unusual English words and terminology relating to the structure, buildings and rooms associated with medieval castles. You're very welcome to my channel, Learning English Pro. If you're ready, sit back, relax and let's learn some English together. Let's start off with a definition of the word castle. A castle is a large building, typically of the medieval period, fortified against attack and usually inhabited by the nobility, royalty or military orders. Castles were mainly built in the medieval period, and this period lasted from about 400 AD to 1400 AD. And castles served a range of purposes, the most important of which were military, administrative and domestic. Castles became less popular for defense when heavy artillery and bombs were developed for warfare. Synonyms for castle include fortress, fort, stronghold, fortification and citadel. These words and all the words in today's video are covered in the word list in the description below. Make sure to check it out. The first word we will look at is moat. This is a deep, wide trench surrounding a castle, fort, or town, typically filled with water and intended as a defense against attack. Up next, we have drawbridge. A drawbridge is a type of movable bridge, typically at the entrance to a castle surrounded by a moat. And drawbridges are still in use today, the most famous of which is the Tower Bridge in London. Our next word is portcullis, and this is a heavy vertically closing gate typically found in medieval fortifications. Okay, are you ready to move on to the next word? Our next word is barbican. This word describes the outer defense of a castle, especially a double tower above a gate or drawbridge. And this would be attached to the curtain wall. This is the outer defensive wall of a castle. At the top of the curtain wall, we have the battlement. A battlement is a parapet at the top of a castle wall, which has regularly spaced square openings for shooting through. A parapet is a low protective wall along the edge of a roof, bridge, or balcony. And we even have a word to describe these square openings at the top of the wall. These are crenelles, and these are described as the regularly spaced square openings on a battlement for shooting through. In the castle wall, you can also find an arrow slit. This is a narrow vertical opening in a castle wall through which an archer can launch arrows or a crossbowman can launch bolts. Along the castle wall, you will also see many towers. Towers that continue along the wall are called flanking towers. Some towers have special functions. A watchtower is a tower built to create an elevated observation point. A feature you may see on a tower or a castle wall is a turret. A turret is a small tower that projects vertically from the wall of a building, such as a medieval castle. Okay, let's move on and take a look at the areas you can find inside the castle. The area indicated by the arrow on screen is called the lower bailey or outer bailey, or it can be called the outer ward. The description is the defended outer enclosure of a castle. Let's take a look at a floor plan of this castle, and here you can see the outer bailey. And moving inwards, we have the main bailey, or inner bailey, or central bailey. These terms are interchangeable, but if you're writing an essay or a short story, I would pick one and stick with it. And the definition, by the way, is the inner defensive area of a castle where the most important buildings are located. So what are these important buildings? The first one we'll look at is the keep. This can also be called the donjon. This is defined as the strongest and most secure part of a medieval castle. It's like the main building of the castle. Located in or near the keep is the Great Hall. The Great Hall was the architectural centerpiece of a medieval castle's interior and functioned as the social and administrative hub of the castle. Another important room is the throne room. This is an elaborate room or hall which is the location of the throne of a senior figure, like a monarch, which is usually raised, often with steps, and under a canopy. Also found in castles are stables. These are a building set apart and adapted for keeping horses. And of course, like any other house, we find kitchens for food preparation. Religion was really important in medieval times, and in most castles you will find a chapel. A chapel is defined as a small building or room used for Christian worship in a school, prison, hospital, or a large private house like a castle. Our last word in our castle vocabulary is a place you don't want to go, the dungeon. A dungeon is a room or cell in which prisoners are held, and in castles they are usually underground. It's time to move on and take a look at some real castles. I'm from Ireland and I'm going to show you some of my favourite Irish castles.
The first castle we will look at is really beautiful. It's called the Rock of Cashel and it's found in the county of Tipperary. It was the seat of power for the King of Munster, a province in Ireland, and it was once visited by St. Patrick. Next up, we're going to my home city of Dublin, to Drimna Castle. Now this castle is very special for a few different reasons. The main one being that it still has a moat that is operational. It is a very impressive sight to see, and I should know because I went to school there. My secondary school was built on the same grounds as the castle, and I could visit it every day and feed the ducks in the moat. Our next Irish castle is very famous for any tourist ever visiting Cork. It's called Blarney Castle. And at the Blarney Castle, you can kiss the Blarney Stone, which is located at the very top of the castle and involves suspending yourself many feet above the ground. So if you're brave, give it a go. Next up, we have Trim Castle, which is located in Meath. And this is probably one of the most beautiful castles I've ever seen. It was built during the reign of King Henry II in the 12th century. And if you're ever passing by, I would really advise a visit. The town and the castle are really, really beautiful. Our next castle has quite a difficult name to pronounce. Clunaconine Castle, and this is found in Galway in Ireland. This castle has great memories for me because it's where my sister got married to her husband Gearóid a few years ago. We had a fantastic day here. And because Ireland has so many castles, big and small, they are commonly used as wedding venues. And our final Irish castle is Dublin Castle, located in the capital city. This is one of the most important buildings in Irish history. For 700 years, it was the seat of British power in Ireland. It contains many different fascinating buildings built over the centuries. And if you're ever in Dublin, it's really easy to visit and I'd highly recommend it. And can you believe that brings us to the end of this lesson? Hello there, history enthusiasts. Welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we're diving into the captivating world of history and equipping you with a power-packed vocabulary word list that will enhance your understanding of this fascinating subject. Remember, you can find the complete word list and their definitions in the video description below. So let's embark on this exciting linguistic journey through time. Our first term is civilization. There is a slight difference in spelling between American and British English, and you can see that on screen. Civilization means a complex and advanced society characterized by organized social, economic, and cultural development. Civilization. Our second term is archaeology. This is the study of past human societies through the analysis of artifacts, structures, and other physical remains. Archaeology. A revolution is a sudden, significant change in a country's political, social, or economic structure, often involving widespread public participation. Revolution. The Renaissance was a period of artistic, cultural, and intellectual revival that emerged in Europe during the 14th to the 17th centuries. Renaissance. Let's move on to imperialism. Imperialism is the policy of extending a country's power and influence through colonization, diplomacy, or military force. Imperialism. The Enlightenment was an intellectual movement emphasizing reason, science, and individual rights that swept across Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries. Enlightenment.
The term industrialization means the shift from agrarian-based economies to ones driven by mechanized production, leading to urbanization and technological advancements. Industrialization. A dynasty is a sequence of rulers from the same family, typically passing down power through generations. Dynasty. And the term monarchy means a form of government where a single individual, often a king or queen, holds supreme authority over a country. Monarchy. Let's move on to colonization. This is the process of establishing settlements in new territories to exert political and economic control. Colonization. Our next term is nationalism. This is a strong loyalty and devotion to one's nation, often leading to aspirations of self-governance and independence. Nationalism. Let's move on to fascism. This is a far-right authoritarian ideology emphasizing dictatorial power, extreme nationalism, and suppression of individual freedoms. Fascism. The Cold War was an ideological, political, and military rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union, without direct armed conflict. Cold War. And there you have it, folks, my history vocabulary word list that's sure to elevate your understanding of the past and enrich your historical discussions. In this lesson, we'll be taking a look at vocabulary relating to colonization. Understanding these essential words is crucial for anyone studying the history of colonization and its impact on the world. If this is the first time you're visiting my channel Learning English Pro, make sure to hit the subscribe button and drop a like on this video. And let's begin with the basic definition of colonization and related terms. Colonization is the process in which a country or group of people establish control over a territory outside their borders, often exploiting its resources and influencing its culture. Our next two words are colonizer and colony. A colonizer is a country or group that undertakes the act of colonization. And a colony is the territory or region that has been colonized and is under the control of the colonizer. Now let's discuss the broader concepts related to colonization. Colonialism is the practice of maintaining colonies and exerting economic, political, and cultural control over them. Imperialism is a policy of extending a nation's authority through colonization or military force to establish dominance over other countries or regions. Colonization has had significant effects on both the colonizers and the colonized. Here are some essential terms to understand its impact. Exploitation. The act of using resources or people for the benefit of the colonizer without fair compensation. Slavery is a condition in which one human being is owned by another. A slave was considered by law as property and was deprived of most of the rights ordinarily held by free persons. Our next term is decolonization. This is the process of undoing colonization, often through the regaining of independence by the colonized territory. Colonization has left a lasting legacy. Let's explore some terms related to this aspect. Cultural assimilation. The process in which the culture of the colonized territory becomes more like that of the colonizer, often leading to the loss of indigenous traditions. Indigenous people are the native inhabitants of a region who have lived there for generations before the arrival of colonizers.
Throughout history, there have been instances of resistance against colonization. Here are two key terms. Rebellion. This is an organized and often armed resistance against the colonizers and their rule. Next, we have independence, the state of being free from the control and influence of the colonizer, with the ability to govern oneself. And there you have it, essential words to understand the topic of colonization. Learning about colonization is crucial for comprehending the historical context and its far-reaching consequences. If you found this lesson helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Learning English Pro for more enlightening content. Hello everyone, welcome back to Learning English Pro. I'm Ger, your online tutor and guide. Today we're delving into the world of politics, exploring 15 key political movements, including some that are less mainstream. By the end of this video, you'll have a solid understanding of these movements. Our first term is communism. Communism is a political and economic ideology that advocates for a classless society where the means of production are collectively owned. It envisions a stateless and egalitarian system where wealth and resources are shared equally among all members of society. Next up, we have fascism. Fascism is an authoritarian political ideology. It is characterized by dictatorial power, extreme nationalism, and suppression of individual freedoms. It often promotes a single-party state and places a strong emphasis on the supremacy of the nation and its leader. Moving on to populism. Populism is a political approach that claims to represent the interests of the common people against a perceived elite or establishment. Populist leaders often use rhetoric that appeals to the general public and can be found in various political ideologies. Now let's discuss socialism. Socialism advocates for the collective ownership of key industries and a more equitable distribution of wealth. While not as radical as communism, it aims to create a fairer society through government intervention and social programs. Anarchism is our next term, and it is a political philosophy that opposes all forms of hierarchical authority, including government. Anarchists advocate for a stateless society where individuals are free to govern themselves without external control. Now, nationalism. Nationalism is a belief in the importance and unity of one's own nation. It can manifest as a strong sense of patriotism or as a political movement seeking to assert and protect the interests of a specific nation. Moving on to environmentalism. This is a political and social movement that advocates for the protection and preservation of the natural environment. It addresses issues like climate change, pollution, and conservation. Next, libertarianism. Libertarianism is a political philosophy that prioritizes individual freedom and minimal government intervention. It advocates for limited government and maximum personal liberty. Authoritarianism is a political system characterized by a concentration of power in a single authority or a small group. It often restricts individual freedoms and suppresses political opposition. Our next term is liberalism. Liberalism is a political ideology that emphasizes individual rights, democracy, and free market capitalism. It seeks to balance individual freedom with government intervention to promote social equality. Moving on to conservatism. Conservatism is a political philosophy that values tradition, order, and the preservation of established institutions. It often emphasizes limited government and moral values. Religion is usually a key factor in conservative movements. Next up, feminism. Feminism is a social and political movement advocating for gender equality and women's rights. It addresses issues such as equal pay, reproductive rights, and the elimination of gender-based discrimination. Next, secularism. Secularism is a political and philosophical stance that advocates for the separation of religion from government. It promotes a state that is neutral in religious matters and respects the freedoms of individuals to practice their own beliefs. Our next term is Indigenous rights movements. These movements aim to address historical injustice and advocate for the rights and self-determination of Indigenous peoples. They often focus on land rights, cultural preservation, and social equality. Let's finish up on something more unusual, a technocracy. Technocracy is a political ideology that suggests that decision-making in society should be based on the expertise and knowledge of technical and scientific professionals. It proposes a more rational and efficient approach to governance. And there you have it, our word list on key political movements. Understanding these terms is essential for navigating the complex world of politics. So in this video, you will learn lots of words related to sociology, and we'll bring you some profiles on some famous sociologists. For our first word, we have sociology. Repeat after me. Sociology. Sociology is the study of the development, structure, and functioning of human society. Our first sociologist we will look at is Auguste Comte, who is said to have defined the science of sociology. He was interested in positivism and was influenced by the French Revolution, industrialization, and the secularization of society. Our next sociologist is Karl Marx. It is said that Marx rejected Comtean positivism, and he is recognized as a founder of sociology. He wrote the Communist Manifesto in 1848 with Friedrich Engels, and this focused on class struggle, conflicts of capitalism, and the capitalist mode of production. The third sociologist we will look at is Emile Durkheim. Durkheim wrote The Division of Labour in Society, and he is said to have refined positivism. He published his famous study on suicide in 1897 and is said to have pioneered modern social research. He also established the sociological journal L'Année Sociologique. Our last sociologist is Max Weber. Weber was interested in the sociology of religion and published The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, as well as publications such as The Religion of China and The Religion of India. Now it's time to have a more in-depth look at some of these words we've just heard. The first is one I find difficult to pronounce: positivism. Repeat after me. Positivism. One more time. Positivism. This is defined as a philosophical system recognizing only that which can be scientifically verified or which is capable of logical or mathematical proof, and therefore rejecting metaphysics and theism. Next up we have the French Revolution. Repeat after me. The French Revolution. The French Revolution was an important moment in human history and was a period of far-reaching social and political upheaval in France and its colonies beginning in 1789. Another word which is important to human development is industrialization. Repeat after me. Industrialization. This is defined as: industrialization is the period of social and economic change that transforms a human group from a gregarian society into an industrial society, involving the extensive reorganization of an economy
for the purpose of manufacturing. Our next word is secularization. Repeat after me. Secularization. Secularization is the transformation of a society from close identification with religious values and institutions towards non-religious values and secular institutions. Functionalism. Repeat after me. Functionalism. Functionalism is a framework for building theory that sees society as a complex system whose parts work together to promote solidarity and stability. Up next, we have communism. Repeat after me. Communism. Communism is a theory or system of social organization in which all property is owned by the community and each person contributes and receives according to their ability and needs. A supporter of communism is called a communist. Repeat after me. Communist. The next word we will look at is capitalism. Repeat after me. Capitalism. Capitalism is defined as an economic and political system in which a country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit, rather than by the state. Someone who supports or engages in capitalism is called a capitalist. Repeat after me. Capitalist. Next up we have a word which is usually associated with Karl Marx and his Communist Manifesto. Bourgeoisie. Bourgeoisie. This word originates from the French language and is defined as the middle class, typically with reference to its perceived materialistic values or conventional attitudes. Our next word is labour. Labour. The definition is simply work, especially physical work. And this word is part of a phrase related to Durkheim. Division of labour. Division of labour. And this is defined as the assignment of different parts of a manufacturing process or tasks to different people in order to improve efficiency. Another word associated with Durkheim is suicide. Repeat after me. Suicide. The definition of suicide is the act of intentionally causing one's own death. And now we have arrived at our final word for this English lesson. Religion. Repeat after me. Religion. Religion is defined as the belief in and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or gods. That brings us to the end of our video. Thank you so much for watching. We really appreciate your support.
The medieval era, often called the Middle Ages or the Dark Ages, began around 476 AD, following a great loss of power throughout Europe by the Roman Emperor. The Middle Ages span roughly 1,000 years, ending between 1400 and 1450. Our quest for knowledge begins in the early Middle Ages. To understand this era, we need to grasp some vital terms. The feudal system was a social, economic, and political structure that dominated the medieval period from around the 9th century to the 15th century. At its core, feudalism was based on a hierarchical arrangement of relationships, where land and resources were exchanged for loyalty and protection. Lords who held large estates or manors granted land or fiefs to vassals in exchange for military service and other forms of support. Vassals, in turn, pledged allegiance to their lords, forming a web of obligations and dependencies. The lowest rung on this system consisted of serfs. These were people who worked the land and provided labour in exchange for the lord's protection and a place to live. This intricate nature of relationships formed the backbone of medieval society, shaping not only the distribution of power and resources, but also influencing cultural, economic, and political dynamics throughout the era. And now, let's dive into the world of kings and their kingdoms, where their struggles for power dominated the history of the medieval period. At the heart of many medieval societies was the monarchy. Kings wielded significant authority, serving as rulers, protectors, and often religious figures. The medieval court was the epicenter of power, intrigue, and culture in the Middle Ages, and it served as the residence and administrative center of the ruler, whether king, queen, or noble. And it was a place where important decisions were made, where alliances were forged, and a place where entertainment was enjoyed. The court was not only a political hub, but also a cultural one, where art, music and literature, and etiquette thrived. Nobles and dignitaries gathered at court to gain favour, seek patronage, and participate in lavish ceremonies and festivals. The courtiers, these were individuals who surrounded the ruler, competed for influence and recognition, often engaging in complex social games to secure their positions. It sounds a bit like Game of Thrones. Courts were known for their intricate protocols and hierarchies, with each position and role carefully defined. As a reflection of the society's ideals and aspirations, the medieval court provided a window into the dynamics of power and refinement that characterized the era. And now let's take a look at the Crusades. These were a series of military campaigns to reclaim the Holy Land, which produced what we now know as Crusader kings. They took place over several centuries, primarily during the High and Late Middle Ages. These campaigns were initiated by European Christians with the goal of reclaiming the Holy Land, especially Jerusalem, from Muslim control. The Crusades were motivated by religious fervour, the desire for adventure, and political ambitions. The First Crusade launched in 1096, and it resulted in the capture of Jerusalem by Christian forces, establishing several Crusader states in the Levant. However, subsequent crusades faced varying degrees of success and challenges, including clashes with local powers and internal conflicts among the Crusaders themselves. The Crusaders had a profound impact on the societies involved, fostering cultural exchange between East and West, introducing new ideas and technologies, and shaping the dynamics of trade and diplomacy. Continuing our journey, we arrive at the High Middle Ages, an era of burgeoning culture and growth. Let's explore some more essential terms. Chivalry was a code of conduct followed by knights. It emphasized virtues like courage, loyalty, and honor, shaping their behavior both on and off the battlefield. The High Middle Ages saw the rise of grand feasting and elaborate festivals, often hosted by nobles. These feasts and festivals were not just important for celebration, they were really important for social bonding and for displays of power. One really interesting one is the Feast of Fools. This festival is really interesting and offers us a unique glimpse into the vibrant cultural tapestry of the era. And it used to happen on around January the 1st. And this festival was marked by a temporary reversal of social norms. Lower clergy and subordinates playfully assumed the roles of higher-ranking officials, engaging in a delightful charade that blended religious observance with irreverent revelry. Church services took a weird twist, with comic readings, humorous interpretations of scripture, and lively chants that elicited both laughter and reflection. As the barriers between the sacred and the profane momentarily dissolved, participants revelled in feasting, dancing, and merrymaking. While this whimsical festival was criticised by the Church, it left an indelible mark on the culture and history of the medieval period. It showcased the interplay between tradition, authority, and the human spirit's yearning for expression. A few more terms that we need to know about this period of the medieval include the word guilds. These were organizations that brought together skilled artisans and merchants in medieval towns. They regulated trade, maintained quality standards, and provided a sense of community. In 1215, King John of England was forced to sign the Magna Carta, a historic document that limited the monarch's powers and established certain rights for the nobility. It laid the groundwork for constitutional principles. A really interesting feature of this period is Gothic architecture. The High Middle Ages witnessed the rise of this style. It's characterized by soaring cathedrals with pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses. These structures showcase both religious devotion and advancements in engineering. As our journey nears its end, we explore the late Middle Ages, a time of trouble and transformation, with one very troublesome event being the Black Death. The Black Death, also known as bubonic plague, was a devastating pandemic that swept through Europe and other parts of the world in the 14th century. Caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis, the plague spread rapidly through fleas that infested rats, which were common in urban areas. The disease had catastrophic consequences, wiping out a significant portion of the population, with estimates running between 75 to 200 million people. All of this causing unprecedented social, economic, and cultural upheaval. Another important event was the 100 Years' War. This was a series of conflicts waged between the Kingdom of England and the Kingdom of France from the 14th to the 15th century. This is a pivotal chapter in medieval history, and despite its name, the war spanned approximately 116 years and was marked by a series of battles, sieges, and diplomatic maneuvers. Rooted in territorial disputes and dynastic claims, the war witnessed significant developments in military tactics and technology, including the use of longbows by English archers. The war's most iconic figure is Joan of Arc, a young peasant girl who played a crucial role in rallying French forces and turning the tide in favour of France. The 100 Years' War had far-reaching consequences, including changes in the nature of warfare and the strengthening of national identities of both Britain and France, and the eventual decline of feudal knights as the primary military force. The Renaissance was a cultural and intellectual movement that followed the Middle Ages. It celebrated humanism, art, and learning, leading to a revival of classical ideas and the birth of the modern world. And there you have it, a captivating look at the history of the medieval period. By understanding all the crucial terms covered in today's lesson, you'll have a really good grasp of understanding the entire history. And welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we're delving into a transformative period in history, the Reformation. This era, which unfolded from the early 16th to 17th century, reshaped the religious, political and cultural landscape of Europe. So grab your parchment and quill because we're about to embark on a journey through time. Our story begins in the late Middle Ages, a time when the Catholic Church wielded immense power. This institution was the centre of spiritual life in Europe, with the Pope as its figurehead. Enter Martin Luther, a German monk. In 1517, he famously nailed his 95 Theses to the door of the Wittenberg Castle Church. This was a call for reform within the church, highlighting issues like indulgences. Indulgences were a controversial practice within the Catholic Church during the Middle Ages. Essentially, they were certificates issued by the Church that claimed to reduce a person's life in purgatory, a place Catholics believed souls went for purification before entering heaven. The problem that figures like Martin Luther had with indulgences stemmed from several key issues. First, many saw them as a form of spiritual bribery, where individuals could essentially buy their way into heaven or absolve their sins with monetary donations. Secondly, the sale of indulgences was often used to fund extravagant projects, including the construction of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, which raised questions about the Church's priorities. Lastly, Martin Luther and other reformers argued that salvation should be based on faith and divine grace, not on financial transactions, leading to one of the central tenets of the Protestant Reformation: justice by faith alone. Luther's actions ignited the Protestant Reformation. It led to the creation of various Protestant denominations, like Lutheranism and Calvinism, challenging the Catholic Church's authority. As religious tensions flared, Europe plunged into a series of conflicts. The 30 Years' War, for instance, devastated parts of Europe and reshaped political alliances. This war was a devastating conflict that raged across Europe from 1618 to 1648. It began as a religious conflict between Catholic and Protestant states within the Holy Roman Empire, but eventually evolved into a complex power struggle involving many European nations. The war brought widespread destruction, famine, and suffering to the continent, with its impacts felt for generations. It ended the Treaty of Westphalia, which not only marked the conclusion of the war, but also established the principles of state sovereignty and religious tolerance, laying the foundation for modern international relations. In response to the Reformation, the Catholic Church initiated the Counter-Reformation. This movement aimed to reaffirm Catholic doctrine and address internal issues. The Counter-Reformation, also known as the Catholic Reformation, was a vital response by the Catholic Church to the Protestant Reformation of the 16th century. It aimed to address the challenges posed by Protestantism and to revitalize Catholicism. The Council of Trent, a significant event in the Counter-Reformation, clarified Catholic doctrine and practices while addressing some of the criticisms raised by reformers like Martin Luther. The Counter-Reformation also witnessed the founding of new religious orders, such as the Jesuits, dedicated to spreading Catholicism globally. The Counter-Reformation also saw the continuation and intensification of the Inquisition, a system of courts aimed at identifying and suppressing heresy within the Catholic Church. The Spanish Inquisition in particular became infamous for aggressive methods, including torture and public executions, to root out perceived threats to Catholic orthodoxy. While the Inquisition was originally created in the late Middle Ages, its activities gained momentum during the Counter-Reformation as a means to combat the spread of the Protestant religion and maintain religious conformity. While it was controversial and often brutal, the Inquisition was viewed by the Catholic Church as a necessary tool for preserving its authority and the purity of its doctrine during a time of religious and social upheaval. Overall, the Counter-Reformation played a crucial role in reshaping the Catholic Church and preserving its influence during a time of religious upheaval. The Reformation also had a huge impact on culture and society. The Renaissance was marked by artistic and intellectual flourishing, driven by new ideas and perspectives. The legacy of the Reformation lives on to this day. It laid the groundwork for religious diversity, freedom of thought, and the modern concept of individualism. And there you have it, a whirlwind journey through the age of Reformation. This era of religious upheaval and social change left an indelible mark on history, shaping the world as we know it. Hello everyone and welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we're embarking on a fascinating journey through history as we delve into the Renaissance, a period of profound transformation and rebirth. Join me as we summarize and uncover the essence of this remarkable era, exploring key concepts and terminology as well as figures that have left an indelible mark on the course of human history. The Renaissance, deriving from the French word rebirth, was a seismic shift from the medieval world to the modern one. It marked the awakening of human curiosity and creativity after centuries of stagnation. The Renaissance was characterized by a fervent desire to rediscover classical art, literature, and ideas, and to reimagine them in the context of the evolving world. The Renaissance is commonly believed to have originated in Italy, particularly in the city-states of Florence, Milan, and Venice. These Italian city-states were centers of trade, commerce, and cultural exchange, which facilitated the flourishing of art, learning, and new ideas. The Renaissance is often associated with the 14th to the 17th centuries, and its beginnings can be traced back to the late Middle Ages. The city of Florence in particular is considered a birthplace of the Renaissance. Its wealthy patrons, like the Medici family, supported artists, scholars, and thinkers, fostering an environment of innovation and creativity. The revival of classical art and literature, as well as the exploration of humanism, gained traction in these Italian city-states during this period. In this era of artistic and intellectual flourishing, the Renaissance brought forth some of history's most iconic figures. Visionaries like Leonardo da Vinci, whose Mona Lisa and Vitruvian Man still captivate us today. Michelangelo's awe-inspiring sculptures and masterpieces, such as the Sistine Chapel ceiling, stand as testaments to human potential. Petrarch, the father of humanism, ignited a passion for learning and literature that fueled the Renaissance fire. Humanism is a philosophical and intellectual movement that emphasizes the intrinsic value and dignity of human beings, as well as their capacity for reason, creativity, and the potential for personal growth. It places a strong emphasis on individualism, critical thinking, and the pursuit of knowledge and education. The rise of education, fueled by humanist ideals, led to an explosion of knowledge. The revolutionary invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg allowed the dissemination of ideas on an unprecedented scale, democratizing information and empowering the masses. Books and written materials became more affordable and accessible to a wider range of people, not just the elite or clergy. This led to a greater dissemination of ideas, fostering intellectual growth and a more educated society. The printing press was instrumental in the spread of religious ideas during the Reformation. Martin Luther's 95 Theses, which critiqued certain practices of the Catholic Church, were printed out and distributed widely, sparking a movement that led to the establishment of the Protestant religion. The Renaissance was not confined to artistic and religious endeavors alone. It extended into the realm of science. Astronomers like Nicholas Copernicus dared to challenge the Earth-centered or geocentric model of the universe, while Galileo Galilei's telescopic observations shattered prevailing notions. Johannes Kepler's laws of planetary motion provided a new framework for understanding the cosmos, ushering in a scientific revolution that would shape our understanding of reality. The term empirical is quite important when we think about scientists in the Renaissance. During this time, thinkers and scientists alike began to prioritize empirical observation and experimentation over reliance solely on established authorities or philosophical speculation. Empirical methods involve gathering data, making observations, and conducting experiments to develop theories and explanations that are grounded in concrete evidence. This shift was a direct response to the renewed interest in exploring the natural world and seeking knowledge through direct interaction with it.
The Renaissance spirit also propelled explorers beyond known horizons. Christopher Columbus, driven by curiosity and desire for discovery, embarked on his iconic voyages that reshaped our understanding of the world's geography. Vasco da Gama's navigation prowess opened maritime routes to new lands, connecting civilizations and cultures across oceans. The Renaissance also saw the rise of colonization. The transatlantic slave route, driven by European powers like Portugal, Spain, England, France, and the Netherlands, began in the Renaissance in the 16th century and persisted until the 19th century. It involved forcibly capturing Africans from various regions, subjecting them to brutal conditions during the oceanic journey, and then selling them as property in the Americas to provide labour for newly established colonies. The Renaissance played a role in shaping the cultural context leading to ideas that justified this exploitation. While the transatlantic slave trades organization evolved during the Renaissance, the practice of slavery itself existed for centuries worldwide. This trade's devastating impact on African societies, the Americas' economies, and global history continues to influence discussions on race, identity, and social justice today. As we reflect on this transformative epoch, its legacy remains palpable in the fabric of our modern society. The Renaissance laid the foundation for the modern world, shaping art, architecture, philosophy, and scientific inquiry. Its influence reverberates through centuries, inspiring subsequent generations to dare, to innovate, and to imagine a brighter future.
Hello, you are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson where we will take a look at the Victorian era and focus on Queen Victoria herself and the British Empire. The vocabulary topics we will look at today are the monarchy, then we'll look at colonization and empire. This lesson will take a little over 10 minutes, so when you're ready, sit back, relax, and let's learn some English together. Our lesson begins with the young Queen Victoria. She was born on the 24th of May, 1819, and her given name was Alexandrina Victoria. She was born in Kensington Palace in London, and her parents were Prince Edward and Princess Victoria. Victoria became queen when she was just 18 years of age. Her coronation was on the 28th of June, 1838. A coronation is the ceremony of crowning a king or a queen. Victoria became the Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. We have lots of words in English for people in this kind of position, like king or queen, empress or emperor, or ruler, sovereign, or monarch. And it is from the word monarch that we get the word monarchy. This noun describes the monarch and royal family of a country. An example in a sentence is, the monarchy was very popular with the people. The word can also describe a form of government with the monarch at the head. Let's use this definition of the word in an example sentence. Britain has been a monarchy for centuries. When we discuss the Victorian era, it is important to note that the Victorian era was the period of Queen Victoria's reign from June 1837 until her death in January 1901. Let's take a closer look at the highlighted word reign. This word is pronounced the same as rain, as in water falling from the sky. As a verb, it means to hold royal office, to rule as a monarch. An example sentence is, Queen Victoria reigns over the people of her empire. As a noun, reign means the period of rule of a monarch. So let's take a look at that in an example sentence. The reign of Queen Victoria was difficult for the people of Ireland. Okay, let's move on. Queen Victoria married Prince Albert on the 10th of February in 1840. They were known to be very much in love and she was very devoted to him. Together they had 9 children.
and 34 grandchildren who survived to adulthood. Queen Victoria is known as the grandmother of Europe. Her children were married into other European royal houses and increased the influence of the British Empire. On screen you can see an old map of the British Empire. As you can see, it had territory all around the world. When Queen Victoria came to the throne in 1837, Britain already governed Canada, large areas of India, Australia and New Zealand, and small parts of South America and Africa. The verb to govern means to conduct the business of a state, organisation, or people with authority. An example in a sentence is, "The Empress governs the land." Around the world, Britain was governing many places, but new industries at home demanded huge amounts of raw material, much of which was taken from Britain's colonies around the world, and this happened without the local people seeing much of the riches that accumulated at the centre of the empire. Let's take a closer look at the highlighted word colonies. A colony is a noun which describes a country or area under the full or partial political control of another country and occupied by settlers from that country. A sentence example is, "The British colony grew very quickly." Another word associated with colony is colonizer. This noun describes a country or person that sends settlers to a place and establishes political control over it. Our example is, "The British were successful colonizers by means of subjugation." Let's take a look at this word subjugation. It is a noun that describes the action of bringing someone or something under domination or control. An example sentence is, "The indigenous people were under the subjugation of the British Empire." It can also be used as a verb, to subjugate, and as a verb it means to bring someone or something under domination or control. The sentence example is, "The British subjugated many native people to benefit their empire." So we call this process of creating colonies colonization. Repeat after me. Colonization. And it wasn't just the British Empire. Many countries have a history of colonization. The British are notable because their empire was so large. Let's take a look at some of the tactics of colonization. British culture was forced onto native people, while their original culture was banned, ignored and forgotten. Native economies were also crippled because valuable raw materials and profits went back to Britain. And colonies had to provide soldiers who fought and died for Britain, causing needless death and suffering to men and their families. British missionaries sent with the empire forced Christianity onto native tribes, stopping the practice of other religions. And English language became dominant in many countries, further erasing native cultures and heritage. They also brought new diseases to their distant colonies, killing lots of native people who had no immunity. And the empire seized land and resources from the colonies, leading to the near extinction of many indigenous tribes. And although slavery was abolished in the British Empire in 1833, the empire had already gained vast wealth and power through its engagement with the trade for 300 years. The damage, pain and misery to African cultures, human lives and families are immeasurable. The consequences of this horrific brutality remain with all of us to this day. There are many examples of brutality against native peoples. Ones you may have heard of are the genocide of the indigenous Australian people between the years of 1788 to 1920. This led to approximately 200,000 people dead. And in my own country of Ireland, there was the famous Irish potato famine. Even though the British were exporting food from Ireland, approximately 1 million people died between the years of 1845 to 1849. The British were able to maintain their grip on power through several means. Their control of trade routes and association with trading companies. They had a world-leading navy which gave them great political power. They were hugely successful in their colonization, and they controlled many commodities. Let's take a closer look at the word commodity. The word commodity is a noun which describes a raw material or primary agricultural product that can be bought and sold. An example sentence is, "The British Empire's wealth was built on the trade of commodities." Let's take a look at the different types of commodities the British Empire was interested in. Cotton, wool, wheat, sugar, butter, wood, tea, and silk. The empire continued to expand, and on the 1st of May 1876, Victoria was proclaimed the Empress of India. She famously called India the jewel in the crown. The empire continued to grow, and between 1881 and 1914, the British Empire participated in the invasion, occupation, division and colonization of African territory by a group of European states during a short period known as the Partition of Africa. If you are studying the Victorian era and the British Empire, you may come across the term Pax Britannica. This describes a period of relative peace between the great powers of the world, during which the British Empire became the global power and adopted the role of global policeman. And as I mentioned earlier, the British Empire was the largest empire the world has ever seen. It covered 13.01 million square miles of land. That's more than 22% of the Earth's landmass. And at its high point, it ruled 458 million people, which was about 20% of the global population. Let's take a look at Victoria in her later years. The love of her life, Prince Albert, died in 1861, and famously she wore black for the rest of her life in mourning for her dead husband, and she stayed away from public sight. She died on Tuesday the 22nd of January 1901, at the age of 81. She had reigned for over 63 years and was the last monarch of the House of Hanover. Her successor was her son, King Edward VII. After building such a big empire, the British realised that maintaining defence of this empire and their homeland would be difficult, especially with the rising military power of neighbouring Germany. They created alliances with other nations and by 1914 became involved in World War I, after which nations such as the USA and Japan became very powerful. Also happening at the same time was the rise of independence movements in India and Ireland, which caused a major reassessment of British imperial policy and ultimately began its disintegration over the following century. And would you believe that's the end of our video? Thank you so much for watching. Please slap a like on this video and why not subscribe while you're here. The Victorian age was full of inventive and creative people who brought us many of the gadgets and things we use in our daily lives. And our first Victorian invention is the photographic camera. We all have cameras in today's modern world, but the very first photograph taken was done so by a man named Joseph Nicephore Nips. Nips took this photograph called View from the Window at La Grasse. It is the earliest surviving photograph of a real-world scene. Before Niep's invention, photographs were taken using a camera obscura. This is a darkened room with a small hole or lens at one side through which an image is projected onto a wall or table opposite the hole. Niepce died in 1833 and his partner Louis Daguerre continued his work. And in 1838 he created the daguerreotype. Along with a new practical photographic process, he revolutionized modern photography. It's time to move on to our next Victorian invention. The sewing machine. Throughout human history, all sewing and stitching was done by hand with a needle and thread. But that all changed when Bartholomew Thimier invented the sewing machine in 1830 and had his patent issued to him. The word patent means an exclusive right granted for an invention, which is a product or a process that provides in general a new way of doing something or offers a new technical solution to a problem. Thimonier's patent and design was improved upon by Isaac Maris Singer. He founded I.M. Singer and Company in 1851. This company is still in existence today and it's known as the Singer Corporation. Our next Victorian invention is one we can all be very grateful for, the flushing toilet. In Victorian London, there were huge outbreaks of cholera in the 1830s and 40s, which led to tens of thousands of people dying. With Britain building new waste management systems, George Jennings designed a flushing toilet to flush waste into the newly constructed sewers. However, the flushing toilet was not popular until Sir Thomas Crapper improved the method of flushing. It's worth noting that from Thomas Crapper's name, we get the word crap, which is a synonym of the word poo and generally means something of poor quality or something that's not very good. There are also lots of interesting synonyms of the word toilet. First up we have water closet. This is actually a Victorian term. And their toilets looked quite like furniture, which explains why it was called a closet. And this is why sometimes it's referred to as a WC. Lavatory is another synonym of toilet. In British English it is often referred to as the loo or as the privy. The slang for the toilet in my homeland of Ireland is bog, and in American English it is often referred to as the john. In general, it can be referred to as the throne. Okay, let's move on to something a bit more proper with our next invention, which is the electric light bulb. For the history of the electric light bulb, we need to go back to 1802, where Humphrey Davy was the first person to make an electric current flow through a wire, making the wire first hot and then giving out light. But it wasn't until the 1870s when American inventor Thomas Edison created an incandescent light bulb. The word incandescent means emitting light as a result of being heated. Thomas Edison was granted his patent in 1880, and he went on to establish the company Edison Electric Light Company. Our next Victorian invention is one we are all attached to most of the day, the telephone. The first successful transmission of a clear voice via a telephone was achieved by Alexander Graham Bell in 1876. Another really important Victorian invention was the bicycle. The very first bicycle invented was the penny farthing in the 1880s. And the man credited with making important contributions towards the development of the bicycle is Eugène Meyer. He received a French patent for wire wheels in 1968, and he is now believed to be the person primarily responsible for making the penny farthing feasible and widely known. If this is the first time you're visiting my channel Learning English Pro, you're very welcome. My name is Jer and I'm narrating your lesson today. Make sure to subscribe to stay updated on all my latest lessons. Getting back to our lesson, and we're on Victorian invention number 7, the car. The very first true motor car was brought about by a man called Carl Benz, who owned a company called Benz & C. In 1886, they received the patent for their Benz patent motor wagon. The Benz company went on to become part of Mercedes-Benz, of course. Let's take a look at some car synonyms. We have automobile, motor. We could also say motor car. You could simply say auto, and some people call their car their wheels. Another slang word is wagon. A car might also be referred to as a truck or as a ride. An older car may be called a clunker, and a car which is not very efficient may be called a gas guzzler. Next up, we have a music lover's delight. Our 8th Victorian invention is the gramophone. It was Emil Berliner who patented this new type of sound recorder. He received the patent in 1887. This new device recorded sound to flat glass records, etching grooves into the record as it recorded. An arm with a needle could then run across the grooves and transmit sound vibrations to a speaker. The record player was born. Let's move on to our next Victorian invention, which is cinematography. In 1889, Wordsworth Donisthorpe developed and patented a moving picture camera which used moving film. Two other men are credited with the birth of cinematography: Louis Le Prince and William Kennedy Dixon. Le Prince invented the single-lens camera in 1888, and Kennedy Dixon invented the kintograph camera in 1891. Our final Victorian invention is one that has had a massive impact on human health and medicine: the X-ray. The person who discovered X-ray was Wilhelm Röntgen. In 1895, he found a form of electromagnetic radiation with just the right wavelength to travel through soft material but be blocked by denser materials. The first X-ray image was of his wife's hand. It showed the bones, the flesh of her fingers, and her wedding ring. Within 3 months of his discovery, DIY X-ray kits were available, and Victorians were X-raying just about everything to see what it looked like on the inside. And that brings us to the end of our English lesson on Victorian inventions.
Prepare to be entranced as we journey into the mesmerizing world of vampires. From their ancient origins in mythology to their transformation in literature through Bram Stoker's Dracula, and their enduring presence in modern film and culture, we'll explore it all. Our journey begins with the enigmatic Lamia. In ancient Greece, the Lamia was a fearsome female figure known for luring children to their doom. She possessed an otherworldly beauty that masked her true intentions, drawing eerie parallels to the modern vampire's seductive charm. In Eastern Europe, particularly in regions like Romania and Greece, the Strigoi emerged as a prominent vampire-like figure. Strigoi were believed to be restless souls or undead beings that preyed on the living, often returning from the grave to haunt their loved ones. In the rich tapestry of vampire lore, the Vitala stands as a captivating and enigmatic figure. Originating from ancient India, the Vitala is a supernatural being known for its shape-shifting abilities and its habit for haunting burial grounds. These mysterious creatures, often depicted as reanimated corpses, would rise from the dead to possess and control human corpses, using them as vessels for their malevolent deeds. Vampires, immortal beings of the night, possess distinctive features, such as their aversion to sunlight and their need for blood to sustain themselves. These characteristics are deeply ingrained in vampire mythology. To kill a vampire, you need to drive a wooden stake into their heart. You can also kill them with silver or by decapitating them by removing their head. Despite their vulnerabilities, vampires have remarkable talents, including superhuman speed, strength, and agility. Their immortality grants them enduring presence, but they are also repelled by religious symbols like crosses and holy water, and they can be deterred by something as simple as garlic. Their supernatural powers include hypnotic mesmerization and shape-shifting into animals like bats or wolves, adding layers and layers to their mystique. As we transition to the 19th century, we encounter Bram Stoker, a celebrated author from Ireland. It was Stoker who would immortalize the vampire in literature. But what inspired him other than the mythologies that we've already encountered? Stoker drew inspiration from the mysterious region of Transylvania, known for its eerie landscapes and folklore. Transylvania, situated in present-day Romania, has long been associated with vampire legends. Its eerie, mist-covered mountains and historic castles provided the perfect backdrop for tales of the undead. One historical figure linked to these legends is Vlad the Impaler, a 15th century ruler known for his brutal tactics. Vlad's ruthless reputation and cruelty have led some to speculate that he may have influenced the character of Count Dracula. Dracula by Bram Stoker was published in 1897, and it introduced the world to Count Dracula, a charismatic yet menacing vampire. The novel's setting in Transylvania added an air of mystique, and Stoker's portrayal of Dracula as a foreign nobleman from this region tapped into Victorian-era fears of foreign influences. Notably, the novel has been adapted into various films, but one stands out: Bram Stoker's Dracula, directed by Francis Ford Coppola and starring Gary Oldman. This film reinvigorated the vampire genre, with Oldman delivering a mesmerizing performance as the titular character. As we move into the 20th and 21st centuries, vampires continue to thrive in popular culture. Classics like Nosferatu and Bela Lugosi's Dracula set the stage for the vampire genre, while Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire ushered in a new era of vampire storytelling. And more recently, franchises like Twilight and The Vampire Diaries have redefined vampire romance. These stories explore the complexities of love and immortality, attracting a wide range of fans. And vampires have further infiltrated the realm of television with series like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and True Blood. From ancient myths and legends to the pages of Bram Stoker's Dracula and the silver screen, vampires have proven to be enduring and versatile symbols. They reflect society's changing fears and desires, offering a timeless canvas for exploration. Whether they're creatures of horror, romance, or even tragic figures, vampires remain a timeless symbol in our cultural tapestry, reflecting our collective fascination with the unknown and the eternal. Thanks for joining me today for this video taking a look at vampire history. If you've enjoyed it, make sure to drop me a like, comment and share it with a friend, and don't forget to subscribe. Chapter 1: Down the Rabbit Hole. Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank and having nothing to do. Once or twice she had peeped into the book her sister was reading, but it had no pictures or conversations in it. And what is the use of a book, thought Alice, without pictures or conversations? So she was considering in her own mind, as well as she could, for the hot day made her feel very sleepy and stupid, whether the pleasure of making a daisy chain would be worth the trouble of getting up and picking the daisies. when suddenly a white rabbit with pink eyes ran close by her. There was nothing so very remarkable in that, nor did Alice think it was so very much out of the way to hear the rabbit say to itself, oh dear, I shall be late." When she thought about it afterwards, it occurred to her that she ought to have wondered at this, but at the time it all seemed quite natural. But when the rabbit actually took a watch out of its waistcoat pocket and looked at it, and then hurried on, Alice started to her feet, for it flashed across her mind that she had never before seen a rabbit with either a waistcoat pocket or a watch to take out of it, and with burning curiosity she ran across the field after it, and fortunately was just in time to see it pop down a large rabbit hole under the hedge. In another moment down went Alice after it, never once considering how in the world she was going to get out again. The rabbit hole went straight on like a tunnel for some way, and then dipped suddenly down, so suddenly that Alice had not a moment to think about stopping herself before she found herself falling down a very deep well. Either the well was very deep, or she fell very slowly, for she had plenty of time as she went down to look about her and to wonder what was going to happen next. First, she tried to look down and make out what she was coming to, but it was too dark to see anything. Then she looked at the sides of the well and noticed that they were filled with cupboards and bookshelves. Here and there she saw maps and pictures hung upon pegs. She took down a jar from one of the shelves as she passed. It was labelled orange marmalade, but to her great disappointment it was empty. She did not like to drop the jar for fear of killing somebody underneath, so managed to put it into one of the cupboards as she fell past it. Well, thought Alice to herself, after such a fall as this, I shall think nothing of tumbling downstairs. How brave they'll all think me at home. Why, I wouldn't say anything about it, even if I fell off the top of the house, which was very likely true. Down, down, down. Would the fall never come to an end? I wonder how many miles I've fallen by this time, she said aloud. I must be getting somewhere near the centre of the earth. Let me see, that would be 4,000 miles down, I think. For you see, Alice had learned several things of the sort in her lessons in the schoolroom, and though this was not a very good opportunity for her showing off her knowledge, as there was no one to listen to her, still it was good practice to say it over. Yes, that's about the right distance, but then I wonder what latitude or longitude I've got to. Alice had no idea what latitude was or longitude either, but thought they were nice grand words to say. Presently she began again. I wonder if I shall fall right through the earth. How funny it'll seem to come out among the people that walk with their heads downward. The antitheses, I think. She was rather glad there was no one listening, this time, as it didn't sound at all the right word. But I shall never have to ask them what the name of the country is, you know. Please, ma'am, is this New Zealand or Australia? And she tried to curtsy as she spoke. Fancy curtsying as you're falling through the air. Do you think she could manage it? And what an ignorant little girl she'll think me for asking. No, it'll never do to ask. Perhaps I shall see it written up somewhere. Down, down, down. There was nothing else to do, so Alice began talking again. Dino will miss me much tonight, I think. Dino was the cat. I hope they'll remember her saucer of milk at tea time. Dina, my dear, I wish you were down here with me. There are no mice in the air, I'm afraid, but you might catch a bat, and that's very likely a mouse, you know. But do cats eat bats, I wonder? And here Alice began to get rather sleepy, and went on to say to herself in a dreamy sort of way, do cats eat bats? Do cats eat bats? And sometimes, do bats eat cats? For you see, as she couldn't answer either question, it didn't much matter which way she put it. She felt that she was dozing off, and had just begun to dream that she was walking hand in hand with Dina, and saying to her very earnestly, Now, Dina, tell me the truth. Did you ever eat a bat? When suddenly, thump, thump, down she came upon a heap of sticks and dry leaves, and the fall was over. Alice was not a bit hurt and jumped up to her feet in a moment. She looked up, but it was all dark overhead. Before her was another long passage, and the White Rabbit was still in sight, hurrying down it. There was not a moment to be lost. Away went Alice like the wind, and was just in time to hear it say as it turned a corner, "Oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it's getting." She was close behind it when she turned the corner, but the rabbit was no longer to be seen. She found herself in a long, low hall, which was lit up by a row of lamps hanging from the roof. There were doors all around the hall, but they were all locked, and when Alice had been all the way down one side and up the other, trying every door, she walked sadly down the middle, wondering how she was ever going to get out again. Suddenly, she came upon a little three-legged table, all made of solid glass. There was nothing on it except a tiny golden key, and Alice's first thought was that it might belong to one of the doors of the hall. But alas, either the locks were too large or the key was too small, but at any rate it would not open any of them. However, on the second time around, she came upon a low curtain she had not noticed before, and behind it was a little door about 15 inches high. She tried the little golden key in the lock, and to her great delight it fitted. Alice opened the door and found that it led into a small passage, not much larger than a rat hole. She knelt down and looked along the passage into the loveliest garden you ever saw. How she longed to get out of that dark hall and wander about among the beds of bright flowers and those cool fountains. But she could not even get her head through the door. "And even if my head would go through," thought poor Alice, "it would be of very little use without my shoulders. Oh, how I wish I could shut up like a telescope. I think I could, if only I knew how to begin." For you see, so many out-of-the-way things had happened already that Alice had begun to think that very few things indeed were really impossible. There seemed to be no use in waiting by the little door, so she went back to the table, half hoping she might find another key on it, or at any rate a book of rules for shutting people up like telescopes. This time she found a little bottle on it, "which certainly was not here before," said Alice. And round the neck of the bottle was a paper label with the words "Drink Me" beautifully printed on it in large letters. It was all very well to say "Drink me," but the wise little Alice was not going to do that in a hurry. "Now I'll look first," she said, "and see whether it's marked poison or not." For she had read several nice little histories about children who had gotten burnt and eaten up by wild beasts and other unpleasant things, all because they would not remember the simple rules their friends had taught them, such as that a red-hot poker will burn you if you hold it long enough, and that if you cut your finger very deeply with a knife, it usually bleeds. And she had never forgotten that if you drink much from a bottle marked poison, it was almost certainly to disagree with you, sooner or later. However, this bottle was not marked poison, so Alice ventured to taste it, and finding it very nice. It had in fact a sort of mixed flavour of cherry tart, custard, pineapple, roast turkey, toffee, and hot buttered toast. She very soon finished it off. "What a curious feeling," said Alice. "I must be shutting up like a telescope." And so it was indeed. She was now only 10 inches high, and her face brightened up at the thought that she was now the right size for going through the little door into that lovely garden. First, however, she waited for a few minutes to see if she was going to shrink any further. She felt a little nervous about this. "For it might end, you know," said Alice to herself, "in me going out altogether like a candle. I wonder what I should like to be then." And she tried to fancy what the flame of a candle is like after the candle is blown out, for she could never remember having seen such a thing.
After a while, finding that nothing more happened, she decided on going into the garden at once. But alas for poor Alice, when she got to the door, she found she had forgotten the little golden key. And when she went back to the table for it, she found she could not possibly reach it, but she could see it quite plainly through the glass. And she tried her best to climb up one of the legs of the table, but it was too slippery, and when she had tired herself out with trying, the poor little thing sat down and cried. "Come, there's no use in crying like that," said Alice to herself rather sharply. She generally gave herself very good advice, though she seldom followed it. And sometimes she scolded herself so severely as to bring tears into her eyes. And once she remembered trying to box her own ears for having cheated herself in a game of croquet she was playing against herself. For this curious child was very fond of pretending to be two people. But it's no use now, thought Alice, to pretend to be two people. Why, there's hardly enough of me left to make one respectable person. Soon her eye fell on a little glass box that was lying under the table. She opened it and found in it a very small cake, on which the words "Eat me" were beautifully marked in currants. "Well, I'll eat it," said Alice, "and if it makes me grow larger, I can reach the key, and if it makes me grow smaller, I can creep under the door, so either way I'll get into the garden, and I don't care what happens." She ate a little bit and said anxiously to herself, "Which way? Which way?" holding her hand on the top of her head to feel which way it was growing, and she was quite surprised to find that she remained the same size. To be sure, this generally happens when one eats cake, but Alice had got so much in the way of expecting nothing but out of the way things to happen that it seemed quite dull and stupid for life to go on in the common way. So she set to work and very soon finished off the cake. That's the end of chapter 1. Today we're diving into the captivating history of Thanksgiving, and along the way we'll explore some important English vocabulary related to this cherished American holiday. All the terms covered in today's lesson are available for you in the video description, so check those out if you want to revise after the lesson or even follow along. Our journey begins with the Pilgrims, a group of English settlers who sailed on the Mayflower to the New World in 1620. They play a pivotal role in the Thanksgiving story. And the Mayflower was the ship that carried them to America. It symbolizes their courageous journey to find religious freedom. The Pilgrims established the Plymouth colony in what is now Massachusetts. It was one of the first English colonies in North America. The Native Americans, including the Wampanoag tribe, played a significant role in helping the Pilgrims survive in the New World. Other terms for Native American include Indigenous people, Native people, or Aboriginal people. There are many words that we can use to describe these ethnic populations. Some tribes or individuals may prefer to be called one of these terms, or perhaps something completely different. It's important to be sensitive to how different groups identify. The arrival of European colonists such as the Pilgrims on the Mayflower had a significant and largely negative impact on local Native American populations. Contact led to disease outbreaks, conflicts over resources, and the disruption of traditional ways of life. Native Americans suffered population declines and were displaced from their lands, resulting in the loss of culture and sovereignty. The first Thanksgiving meal was a feast celebrated by the Pilgrims and Native Americans in 1621. It marked a moment of gratitude and friendship.
Let's move on to the term Harvest Festival. Thanksgiving has its roots in harvest festivals celebrated by various cultures. The word harvest means the process or period of gathering crops. Harvest festivals are a time to give thanks for a bountiful harvest. Thanksgiving has evolved over the centuries, incorporating various traditions and customs, such as parades, American football, and the presidential turkey pardon. An important American icon related to Thanksgiving is Abraham Lincoln. He proclaimed Thanksgiving as a national holiday in 1863 during the American Civil War to promote unity and gratitude. Roasted turkey and stuffing have become the iconic dishes of Thanksgiving, symbolizing the first feast shared by the Pilgrims and Native Americans. Another iconic Thanksgiving dish is pumpkin pie. With its spiced sweet filling, this has become a beloved Thanksgiving dessert. That concludes our enlightening journey through the history of Thanksgiving and the related vocabulary. I hope you've gained a deeper understanding of this cherished American holiday.
Of space will go ahead, whether we join in it or not. And it is one of the great adventures of all time.
You are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on the space race. This is Learning English Pro, and I'm Jer. I'll be narrating your lesson today. Our topics for discussion are the space race, to the moon, and of course you will learn lots of important essential English vocabulary. Now, if you're ready, it's time to sit back, relax, and let's learn some English together. Our first topic is the space race, where we will be looking at the beginning of space exploration. In the summer of 1955, the USA and USSR announced they would be launching small satellites into orbit around the Earth. And these announcements were made just 4 days apart. Let's take a look at some of the words we just used in closer detail. The word launch means to start or set something in motion. And you can launch lots of things, like a spaceship, or a boat, or even an event. Our next word is orbit, and this noun describes the curved path of a celestial object or spacecraft round a star, planet, or a moon. We can also use this as a verb to describe the action of orbiting something. The moon orbits the Earth. Our next word is the noun satellite, and as you can see on screen, this describes an artificial body placed in orbit around the Earth or moon or another planet in order to collect information or for communication. But satellite can also describe a celestial body orbiting the Earth or another planet, so something that's natural, like the moon, or something like an asteroid that orbits Jupiter. One very famous artificial satellite is Sputnik. In 1957, the Soviet Union successfully launched Sputnik into orbit of the Earth and shocked the world. Their success leads to a competitive scientific relationship with the USA for supremacy in space exploration. The relationship was already strained due to a continuing state of political conflict, military tension, proxy wars, and economic competition. The USA suffered a major international humiliation when Project Vanguard exploded at its launch in December 1957. However, they did eventually have success when they launched the 4-stage rocket Juno 1 in January 1958. And on this rocket was the satellite Explorer 1, which they successfully put into orbit. However, the Americans were not happy about being behind Russia in space exploration, so in July 1958, President Eisenhower formed NASA. NASA is an acronym of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. However, they were still falling behind Russia because in September 1959, after several failed attempts, the Soviet Union launched Luna 2, a space probe which successfully impacted the moon. A space probe is an unmanned exploratory spacecraft designed to transmit information about its environment. The Soviet Union had success again when they launched Yuri Gagarin into Earth orbit in April 1962. He became a national hero and an international celebrity. It is interesting to note that American spacegoers are called astronauts, while Russian spacegoers are called cosmonauts. So we have astronauts and cosmonauts. After some political upheaval and a pause in missions to develop the Soyuz spacecraft, the USSR fell behind in the race for the moon. While NASA created 3 spaceflight programs to develop their capabilities in space with the aim of going to the moon. These projects were Project Mercury, 1958 to 1963, Project Gemini, 1961 to 1966, and Project Apollo, 1969 to 1972. NASA wanted to improve their capabilities and to ensure their technology and astronauts could survive in space for extended periods of time. Let's have a look at the ways they did this. They practiced spacewalking. Spacewalk as a noun describes a period of physical activity engaged in by an astronaut in space outside a spacecraft. An example in a sentence would be, "The spacewalk will happen tomorrow." As a verb, spacewalk means to undertake a spacewalk. An example in a sentence is, "I will spacewalk tomorrow for the first time." NASA also developed the Saturn V rocket. This is the most powerful, tallest and heaviest rocket ever built by man. NASA also wanted to test their ability to dock 2 spacecraft together in space. The verb to dock of a spacecraft means to join with a space station or another spacecraft in space. I hope you are enjoying learning lots of new vocabulary. Don't forget to check out our YouTube channel where we have lots of vocabulary videos on a wide range of topics. Let's move on to our next topic, to the moon. This is the Apollo 11 crew. Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Buzz Aldrin. This would be the crew who would go to the moon. But what does crew mean? The word crew describes a group of people who work together and operate a ship, an aircraft, or a spaceship. And on July 16, 1969, NASA launched the Saturn V rocket with the crew of 3 men and directed it to the moon. It took just over 3 days for the Apollo 11 crew to reach the moon. Around the world, people gathered to watch the landing on the television. 600 million people watched live. When the spacecraft reached the orbit of the moon, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin climbed inside the small lunar module. Michael Collins remained in the control vessel, which would stay in orbit, while the 2 crew members left in their lunar module and descended to the moon. Let's take a look at the highlighted words. A lunar module is a detachable compartment of a spacecraft used to land on the moon's surface. And descend is a verb which means to move or fall downwards. As the crew descended in the lunar module, they encountered problems with their speed and computer. However, they overcame these problems and successfully landed on the moon's surface.
The world waited for Neil Armstrong to become the first man to step onto the moon and make history.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, that looks beautiful, Samuel.
Armstrong and Aldrin explored the moon's surface, collecting samples and taking measurements. And after 21 hours, Armstrong and Aldrin departed the moon's surface and returned to meet Collins in the control ship. The Apollo 11 crew returned to Earth safely on July 24, 1969. They were heroes, and the success of the Apollo missions gave the USA dominance in space for decades. And that's the end of our lesson. Thank you so much for watching.
Hello, I hope you're having a great day. You're very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on the American election. Let's take a look at some of the topics we'll be covering in today's lesson. Important vocabulary, the candidates, election day, the electoral college, and the campaign. So let's get started with our first word, vote. This word is both a noun and a verb, but let's take a look at the noun definition first. As a noun, it describes an indication of a choice between candidates or courses of action, expressed typically through a ballot or a show of hands. And the verb means an act of giving or registering a vote. Another important word is ballot, and this describes a system of voting secretly and in writing on a particular issue. So when you vote, you put your piece of paper in the ballot box. I'm sure you might be familiar with the verb to run, but in the context of an election, it means to stand as a candidate in an election. Let's have a look at two example sentences. She will run for president, and they will run against each other. So a common verb when talking about an election. Our next word is candidate. And this word is a noun which describes a person who applies for a job or is nominated for election. Okay, let's move on and have a look at the candidates for the American election in 2020. The candidates in this election are Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Let's begin by having a look at President Donald Trump's profile. As president, Donald Trump represents the Republican political party. A political party is an organised group of people who have similar ideas and ideals and who put forward candidates for elections in an attempt to get them elected and thereby implement the party's agenda. The Republican Party is known for being conservative, mostly white, Christian, and they seem to be becoming more involved in nationalism. Their policies are focused on anti-abortion, pro-gun, low taxes, and they are anti-immigration. We would describe Donald Trump as the incumbent president in this election. The incumbent is the current holder of an office or position, and we use this word usually in relation to an election. Trump is noted for being a successful businessman. He is involved in properties and casinos and building apartments. Let's move on and talk about the other candidate in the election, Joe Biden. He is a member of the Democratic Party. They are known for being liberal, progressive, and diverse. Their policies are focused on voting rights, racial equality, and they are pro-choice and pro-immigration. Joe Biden has been nominated by the Democratic Party as the candidate for president. The verb to nominate means to propose or formally enter as a candidate for an election or for an honour or award. Joe Biden is well known to the American public as he is the former vice president to Barack Obama. Now that we've met our candidates, let's move on and discuss Election Day. In America, the presidential election takes place every 4 years on the first Tuesday after the 1st of November, and every citizen over 18 has the right to vote, with some exceptions of course. Voting takes place at a polling station, and a polling station is usually in a school or a community centre. Our next topic is the Electoral College, which is a system the Americans use to vote for their president, and it can be a little bit tricky, so bear with me and let's talk it through together. The Electoral College has 538 members. That's the same as the House of Congress. The Republican and Democratic parties choose the members of the Electoral College for each state. Members are called electors, and they are supposed to vote for whoever has won the popular public vote in their state. The candidate who gets the majority of the electoral votes in the state get all the electoral votes for that state. So if you win 60% of the Californian vote, you will get 100% of the electoral votes from that state. This can cause problems because some smaller states can have a greater proportion of electoral votes when compared to bigger states, but this ensures that candidates give equal attention to all voters in all states. And it means that a candidate can lose the popular vote but still become president. And that's what happened to Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump in 2016. Hillary Clinton won the national vote by nearly 3 million votes, but Donald Trump secured 304 electoral votes and became president. So let's recap a little bit on the Electoral College. The information from the public vote goes to the Electoral College, who then vote for the winner. Let's move on from this subject and discuss our next word, campaign. A political campaign is an organised effort which seeks to influence the decision-making process within a specific group. A rally is a mass meeting of people making a political protest or showing support for a cause. These are common during a campaign. Something else which also happens in a campaign is a debate. As a noun, it describes a formal discussion on a particular matter in a public meeting or an assembly in which opposing arguments are put forward. As a verb, it means to argue about a particular subject matter. Also part of a campaign are the vice presidents. We describe a vice president as an official or executive ranking below and deputizing for a president. Mike Pence is the current vice president and Kamala Harris is the running mate of Joe Biden. Running mate refers to a candidate for vice president. So when the election is finished, we will either have a loser who will need to concede the election, and the verb to concede means to admit defeat. And of course, there will be a winner. If Donald Trump wins, he remains as president. However, if Joe Biden wins, he becomes the president-elect. And the most exciting day for any new president has to be Inauguration Day. The verb to inaugurate means to admit someone formally into office. And can you believe that brings us to the end of our English lesson? I hope you enjoyed and learned lots of new English words. Hey everyone, welcome back to Learning English Pro. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at the term of sanctions and what that means. You may have heard a lot about this term in the news recently. Let's jump straight into our lesson, and the word sanction actually has two meanings, which can make it a bit confusing. So let's check them out and see how we can use them in some example sentences. Sanction can be a noun or a verb, so let's take a look at our first meaning. It can mean an official permission or approval for an action. Synonyms for this meaning of sanction could be approval or authorization. So with this in mind, let's take a look at our first example sentence. She gave the sanction to purchase the building. She gave the sanction to purchase the building. Let's try another example sentence. The sanction was given to the army to attack the airport. The sanction was given to the army to attack the airport.
We also have the verb form of this word, which means to give official permission or approval for something like an action or agreement. Synonyms for this verb could be approve or authorize. Let's take a look at an example with the verb form of sanction. The leader sanctioned the building of the new motorway. The leader sanctioned the building of the new motorway. Next up, we have our second meaning of the word sanction. As a noun, the second meaning means a threatened penalty for disobeying a law or rule. Synonyms for this noun meaning could be punishment or penalty. Our example sentence is, the committee are considering sanctions against the cyclist. One more time. The committee are considering sanctions against the cyclist. Our next example is, the United States will punish their neighbour with sanctions. The United States will punish their neighbour with sanctions. And this meaning also has a verb form. It means to impose a punishment or penalty on someone or something, like a company or country. Synonyms include the verbs punish and penalise. For this example, we're going to use the past tense. The European Union sanctioned the country for an act of war. The European Union sanctioned the country for an act of war. Let's try an example in the future simple tense. The swimming committee will sanction the contestant for doping. The swimming committee will sanction the contestant for doping. As you may have noticed from my example sentences, the usage of the word sanction is generally kept to formal English. You will commonly hear it used in the fields of diplomacy, finance, and sports. And when using this word, it's important to know the phrasal verb impose on, as this is commonly used with the word sanction. If you impose something on someone, you force them to accept it, even if they don't want it. So for our next example sentences, we're going to use the phrasal verb and the word sanction together. In the future tense, we could say, my country will impose sanctions on several politicians in another state. In the past tense, we could say, the sanctions were imposed on my country last week. Another example in the future tense is, the United States will impose sanctions on European countries soon. If this is the first time you're visiting my channel Learning English Pro, you're very welcome. My name is Jer and I'm narrating your lesson today. Make sure to subscribe to stay updated on all my latest English lessons. So in terms of our second meaning, sanction as a punishment, why would a country or a company use a sanction? That's what we're going to take a look at in our next part of our video. Sanctions are used as a tool of foreign policy by many governments. When military action is not an option, a government may punish a country for several reasons. A big reason why countries may impose sanctions on another country is if a country breaks international law. It may also be due to the mistreatment of some civilians in a particular country. This could include racism or transphobia or homophobia. Another reason could be if a country is purposefully damaging the environment. Another big reason could be an act of war against another country. And what type of sanctions do countries use against each other? A common type of sanction is an economic sanction. These include restrictions or blocking financial transactions, and an increase in trade tariffs or taxes, along with blocking exports or imports of goods. Economic sanctions are all about restricting commercial operations within a country and making the flow of money to a government difficult. Another common type of sanction used between countries is a diplomatic sanction. These are political measures taken to express disapproval or displeasure at a certain action through diplomatic and political means, rather than affecting economy or military relations. This type of sanction is usually done by expelling embassies and cancelling diplomatic meetings. Let's move on to our next type of sanction, and this type of sanction is related to sports. Sports sanctions aim at preventing one country's people and teams from competing in international events. This could mean a country is removed from competing in events like the Olympics or the FIFA World Cup. Our final type of sanction is sanctions on individuals. This is where a government will target another leader from another country and punish them for their actions. This can be done by freezing assets in foreign bank accounts, and also imposing travel restrictions or bans on them and their family members. The United States of America has a brand new leader, President Joe Biden, and in this video we will take a look at his life and career. And because I love teaching English vocabulary, you'll be learning a few new words along the way. Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. was born on the 20th of November 1942 at St. Mary's Hospital in Scranton, Pennsylvania. His parents were Jean and Joseph Biden, and he has 3 siblings, a younger sister Valerie and 2 younger brothers, Francis and James. As a young person, Joe suffered from a stutter. He worked very hard to improve his speech by reciting poetry. Now you may be wondering what the word stutter means. Let's take a look at the definition. And it is a type of speech difficulty or impediment where a person may involuntarily repeat certain sounds while talking. Joe attended Archmere Academy for high school and he graduated in 1961. Although he was not very good academically, he excelled at sports and was class president in his junior and senior years. After high school, Joe attended the University of Delaware in Newark. He earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in a double major in History and Political Science, with a minor in English. He graduated in 1965. A year later, on the 27th of August 1966, Joe married Nelia Hunter, and they went on to have 3 children, Bo, Hunter, and Amy. And in 1968, he earned a Juris Doctor from Syracuse University College of Law. And in 1969, Joe practiced law first as a public defender, and then at a firm headed by a locally active Democrat politician. It is then that Joe registered as a Democrat. After becoming more involved in politics, in 1970 Joe ran for the 4th district seat on the Newcastle County Council, on a Liberal platform that included support for public housing in the suburbs. He won the general election and took office on January 5th, 1971. The adjective liberal describes a person willing to respect or accept behaviour or opinions different from one's own. It means being open to new ideas. It can also relate to a political and social philosophy that promotes individual rights, civil liberties, democracy, and free enterprise. The opposite of a liberal is a conservative, and this adjective describes a person who does not like change or innovation and holds on to traditional values, and in a political context favouring free enterprise, private ownership, and socially traditional ideas. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe right now, and if you're enjoying this lesson on Joe Biden's career and profile, why not share this video with a friend? Okay, let's get back to Joe Biden and his career. In 1972,
Joe ran for the office of Junior Senator for the state of Delaware. He was popular with voters and won the election on the 7th of November. However, on the 18th of December 1972, his wife and daughter both died in a tragic car accident. Joe's sons survived the crash with minor injuries and made full recoveries. Joe considered resigning to take care of his family, but was encouraged by fellow senators not to. And Joe was sworn in as Junior Senator of Delaware on January the 5th, 1973. At just the age of 30, he was the 6th youngest senator in the United States history. Joe met his second wife, Jill Tracy Jacobs, on a blind date in 1975, and they got married in 1977. They had one daughter together, Ashley, in 1981. You may be asking yourself what a blind date is. It is a social engagement with someone who you have never met before. It is arranged with a view to the development of a romantic relationship. Joe's career as a senator lasted from 1973 until 2009. He was re-elected 6 times to the Senate and enjoyed a good reputation. Joe formally declared his candidacy for the 1988 Democratic presidential nomination on June 9, 1987. His campaign did not go well. His speechwriters copied speeches from other famous politicians, and claims by Joe about early successes in his life were found to be false or misleading. And on September the 23rd, 1987, Joe withdrew from the race, saying it had been overrun by the exaggerated shadow of his past mistakes. And again in 2007, Joe announced he wished to run for the office of president in the 2008 election. Unfortunately, he was unable to secure the nomination. When they first met, Joe and Barack Obama did not like each other very much. However, a strong friendship grew between them. Obama secured the nomination for president, and on the 22nd of August 2008, Obama announced that Joe would be his choice for running mate as Vice President of America. Let's jump into our vocabulary again. What is a running mate? It is an election candidate for the lesser of 2 closely associated political offices. So a president's running mate is always the vice president. Obama won the election and Joe became the Vice President of the United States on January the 20th, 2009. And Joe served as Vice President until 2017, when the Trump administration took over the presidency of the United States. Before he finished in his role as Vice President, Joe suffered a tragedy. In 2015, he lost his son, Beau Biden, to brain cancer. Let's move on to the last part of our video and Joe's race towards the White House. Joe launched his campaign for President of the United States on the 25th of April 2019 for the 2020 elections. After securing the nomination, he chose Senator Kamala Harris as his candidate for Vice President, and together they campaigned throughout the American country. Joe's opponent in the election was the incumbent President Donald Trump. Joe defeated Trump and was elected the 46th President of the United States in November 2020. President Trump refused to accept the results of the election and falsely claimed that the election had been stolen from him. In today's video, we're delving into the intricacies of the American county system. The United States has a unique structure of counties, each with its own set of functions and government. We'll begin with an overview of the county system before exploring related terms in our word list. And all the terms covered in today's video are waiting for you in the video description, so check those out and revise after the lesson. First and foremost, let's talk about a county. In the United States, a county is a geographical division within a state, often referred to as the basic unit of local government. Counties have a wide range of responsibilities, including law enforcement, public schools, and maintenance of local roads and structures. The county seat is the organisational centre of a county where administration and government functions are carried out. It's typically where you'll find the county courthouses, offices, and important government services. Let's move on to the term Board of Supervisors. This is an elected body responsible for overseeing and managing county affairs. They make decisions on budgets, policies, and the general governance of the county. An important role in a county is the sheriff. This is the chief law enforcement in a county, responsible for maintaining law and order, running the county jail, and serving legal documents. The county sheriff's office is the headquarters of the sheriff's law enforcement operations, including maintaining the county jail, managing deputies, and responding to emergencies. Another role is the county clerk. This person is responsible for maintaining public records, including birth and death certificates, marriage licenses, and land deeds. They play a crucial role in record keeping and documentation. The county assessor is a person who determines property values for tax reasons. They ensure that property taxes are fairly and accurately assessed. The county coroner investigates and determines the cause of death in cases of unexplained or suspicious deaths. This role is vital in legal and forensic investigations. County commissioners are elected officials responsible for overseeing various aspects of county government, such as public works, social services, and health departments. The county budget outlines the financial plan for the county, allocating funds for various departments and services such as education, public safety, and infrastructure development. The county courthouse is the central building where legal and related administration matters are addressed, including court proceedings, record keeping, and government services. The county tax collector is responsible for collecting property taxes and other county taxes, and these go into funding local government services. A county school district manages public education within the county, overseeing local schools, teachers, and educational programs. The county health department does exactly what you think it does. It is responsible for public health programs and services, including vaccinations, disease control, and health education. County government is also responsible for maintaining and improving county roads and infrastructure, ensuring safe and reliable transportation within the county. In conclusion, the American county system is a critical part of the United States governmental structure, playing a central role in local government. latest mission to Mars? What will it do when it gets there? And what can we hope to learn from its exploration of an ancient lake? We are taking a deep dive into NASA's latest mission to Mars, and for all my English learners, all highlighted words will be included in a detailed glossary at the end of the video. Today we are discussing Mars 2020, which is the Mars rover mission by NASA that includes the Perseverance rover and Ingenuity drone. The mission began when the spacecraft launched from Earth on the 30th of July 2020. It follows many other missions to the Red Planet, but it is the first mission in decades, with its main mission being to search for life. The spacecraft took just 6.5 months to reach Martian atmosphere, and it did that on February the 18th, 2021. Here, with animation footage exclusively from NASA, you can see the landing sequence, which uses equipment called an EDLS, which stands for Entry, Descent and Landing System. And this part of the system is called the Sky Crane. Let's watch the final moments as the rover touches down on the surface of the planet. Perseverance will land in the Jezero crater to explore life. Before we talk about its mission, let me introduce you to the other part of its mission, the Ingenuity helicopter drone. This is very exciting. If the mission is successful, we will see the first powered flight on any planet beyond Earth. It will be an amazing achievement. Because the atmosphere on Mars is not very dense, Ingenuity needs to be very light in weight and very powerful. It can travel at an altitude of 10 meters and travel about 300 meters from the Perseverance rover. As I mentioned, this mission will land in the Jezero crater. Many millions of years ago, scientists believed that there was an ancient lake here. There is strong evidence that Mars was once covered in water like Earth, and if that is true, it is likely that Mars once supported life. Perseverance mission is to find evidence of that life, and it will do this by drilling into the surface of the crater and take samples from the rock. These samples will be collected by a later mission, and scientists will examine them for signs of life. Let's talk a little bit about Mars, or the Red Planet as it is commonly referred to. I am a bit of an astronomy nerd, so I thought I would bring you some of my favourite facts about the planet. Did you know that Mars is home to the biggest volcano in the solar system? Olympus Mons is a huge shield volcano that rises to a height of an incredible 25 kilometers and is about the same size as the American state of Arizona. And our last stop on Mars today is the Valles Marineris, or Mariner Valley. This is a vast canyon system that runs along the Martian equator. It is 4,000 kilometers long and reaches depths of up to 7 kilometers. It is about the same width as the United States. That is very big. Mars is definitely full of some impressive geography. Now it's time to go to our English glossary, where we will take a look at the highlighted words I mentioned throughout the video. So grab a pen and paper because we'll be going through definitions and sentence examples so you can use some of this vocabulary straight away. The first word in our glossary is rover, and this noun means in this context a vehicle for driving over rough terrain, especially one driven by remote control over extraterrestrial terrain. Let's take a look at our sentence example. The lunar rover helped the astronauts explore the moon. Let's move on to the next word in our glossary, and that word is Martian. This word is an adjective, and it means anything relating to the planet Mars or its supposed inhabitants. Our sentence example is, the aliens in the movie were Martian. Coming up next, we have a phrasal verb, touchdown. And this means the act of an aircraft or spacecraft landing at its destination. Our example sentence is, my plane touches down at 6 p.m. Our next word in our glossary is crater, and this noun means a large bowl-shaped cavity in the ground or on a celestial object, typically one caused by an explosion or the impact of a meteorite. Our example sentence is, the meteorite left a huge crater. Next up in our glossary, we have an adjective, dense, and this word means a substance which is closely compacted. The material is too dense to work with. The next word we will have a look at is altitude, and this noun means the height of an object or point in relation to sea level or ground level. And our example sentence is, high altitudes make me feel ill. Let's move on to our next word, which is a noun. It is evidence. This means the available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true or valid. Our example sentence is, I hope they find evidence of life on Mars. The next word we will cover in our glossary is sample. This noun means a small part or quantity intended to show what the whole is like. Let's check out our example sentence. I will try a sample of the cake. Our next word in our glossary is shield. This noun means a broad piece of metal or another suitable material, held by straps or handle attached on one side, used as a protection against blows or missiles. Our next example sentence is, the volcano is shaped like a shield. And our final word for our lesson is canyon. And this noun means a deep gorge, typically one with a river flowing through it, as found in North America. And our final example sentence is, I have been to the Grand Canyon many times. Hello and welcome to this English language profile on Kamala Harris. This is my channel, Learning English Pro, and my name is Jer. I'll be narrating your lesson today. Kamala Harris is now the Vice President of the United States of America. We can also refer to her now as Madam Vice President. She is certainly a woman of firsts. In her new role, she is the first woman of colour to become Vice President. She is also the first African American Vice President, and also the first Asian American Vice President, and she is the highest ranking female elected official in United States history. In this video, we will explore her background and career as she got to this new role. Kamala Harris was born in Oakland, California on the 20th of October 1964. A lot of people are having difficulty with pronouncing her name. It's actually quite easy. Kamala. Kamala. Repeat after me. Kamala.
Kamala. Her mother was Shyamala Gopalan, who arrived in the United States of America from India in 1958. Kamala's mother is notable because she became a biologist whose work advanced research into breast cancer. It's also interesting that Shyamala's father, P.V. Gopalan, was a highly ranked Indian civil servant. In the picture on the screen, you can see P.V. Gopalan with his young granddaughter, Kamala. Kamala's father is Donald J. Harris, who arrived in the United States from Jamaica in 1961. He was a professor of economics at Stanford University. Kamala has one younger sister, Maya Harris, born in 1967. Maya Harris is an American lawyer, public policy advocate, and writer. Kamala's parents divorced when she was 7. When she was 12, Kamala and her sister moved with her mother to Montreal, which is in Quebec in Canada, where Shyamala had accepted a research and teaching position. Kamala attended French-speaking schools in Canada until she attended college in Washington, D.C. in 1982. In Washington, she attended Howard University and graduated in 1986 with a degree in political science and economics. She then returned to California to attend law school at the University of California, Hastings College of the Law. She graduated with a Juris Doctor in 1989 and was admitted to the California Bar in June 1990. For our English vocabulary today, we're going to have a look at these two terms, Juris Doctor and the Bar. These are legal terminology. A Juris Doctor degree is the highest law degree in the United States. A Juris Doctor or Juris Doctorate degree represents a professional recognition that the holder has a doctoral degree in law. Okay, let's move on to our other legal term, the bar. In law, the bar is the legal profession as an institution. The term is a figure of speech for the line that separates the parts of the courtroom reserved for spectators and those reserved for participants in a trial, such as lawyers. In 1990, she was hired as a deputy district attorney in Alameda County, California. And in 1994, she was appointed to the State Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board and later to the California Medical Assistance Commission. In February 1998, Kamala was then hired as the Assistant District Attorney in San Francisco. There, she became the Chief of the Career Criminal Division, supervising 5 other attorneys where she prosecuted homicide, burglary, robbery, and sexual assault cases. In August 2000, Kamala took a new job at San Francisco City Hall. She ran the Family and Children's Services Division, representing child abuse and neglect cases. And in 2002, she decided to run for the office of District Attorney of San Francisco. Kamala won with 56% of the vote, becoming the first person of color elected as District Attorney of San Francisco. She served in this role from 2004 to 2011. Kamala's mother, Shyamala, died of colon cancer in Oakland on February 11, 2009. A year prior to her mother's death in 2008, Kamala decided to run for the office of Attorney General of California. In the general election in 2010, Kamala faced Republican Steve Cooley. The election was held on November 2nd, and on November the 25th, he conceded the race to Kamala. She was sworn in on January the 3rd in 2011. She is the first woman, the first African American, and the first South Asian American to hold the office of Attorney General in the state's history. She held the office from 2011 to 2017. In 2014, she married attorney Doug Emhoff on August 22nd in Santa Barbara, California. Kamala is a stepmother to Doug's 2 children from his previous marriage. In 2016, she ran for the office of US Senator for California, and in the November election, she defeated Loretta Sanchez and won the role. She served in this role until 2020. On January 21, 2019, Senator Harris officially announced her candidacy for President of the United States in the 2020 United States presidential election. However, on December 3, 2019, she withdrew from seeking the 2020 Democratic nomination, citing a shortage of funds, and then went on to endorse Joe Biden for president. On August 11, 2020, Biden announced that he had chosen Senator Harris as his vice presidential candidate. She is the first African American, the first Indian American, and the third woman to be picked as the vice presidential nominee for a major party ticket. And in the results of the race, Joe Biden was declared the winner of the 2020 United States presidential election, and Kamala Harris thus became the vice president-elect. And on January 2020, she formally became the 49th Vice President of the United States of America. She has certainly had a remarkable journey from her beginnings in Oakland, California.
Hello and welcome back to Learning English Pro. I hope you all had a lovely holiday season. I am back with this English lesson on war vocabulary. War is an unfortunate aspect of human life, but the vocabulary involved is essential for those studying history and for anyone interested in the daily news. Make sure to check out the word list in the description, which contains all the words covered in today's video. Let's jump straight into our lesson and take a look at the word war. War is a violent conflict between two or more groups. We could also say that war is a state of armed conflict between different countries or different groups within a country. Groups involved in a war can be called opponents, enemies, or participants. When different groups fight together in a war, we have the word ally to describe this relationship. But what if you're not involved in a war? Then you are neutral. You are not supporting or helping either side in a conflict, disagreement. You're being impartial. We also have the term neutral countries. A battle is a violent encounter between opposing sides, and this is often part of a larger war. And when it comes to battles, you will often hear the word combat. Combat is defined as fighting between armed forces. In war, there are many different types of combat. In ancient battles, sword fighting was the preferred method of combat. And up until a few hundred years ago, spear fighting was very common as well. Combat involving guns is known as a firefight, and it can also be referred to as a gunfight. When combat involves heavy-duty vehicles, it is called armoured warfare. What does the word warfare mean? The definition of this word is engagement in or the activities involved in war or conflict. Combat at sea is called naval warfare. You may also hear the term sea battle. This would describe a specific moment of fighting at sea. Fighting in the sky is called aerial combat, aerial warfare, and a battle in the sky can be called a dogfight. In most wars, there is a military involved. Synonyms of military include armed forces, militia,
And army. Army is often used in a general way to describe the military, but an army is a specific part of the military. A synonym of army is ground forces. These are the men and women of the military who engage in battle on the ground. If you serve in the army, you are called a soldier or a trooper. In groups, soldiers can be referred to simply as men or as a troop. A typical vehicle associated with the army is a tank. This can also be referred to as an armoured combat vehicle. Another vehicle associated with the army is the helicopter. An informal synonym of helicopter is chopper. We also have the troop transport. This vehicle is charged with delivering troops to the battlefield. An important area of the military is the Navy. This branch of the armed services conducts military operations at sea, and vessels associated with the Navy include warships, aircraft carriers, and submarines. A soldier in the Navy is referred to as Navy personnel or as a sailor. Another branch of the military which is similar to the Navy is the Marine Corps. Corps is a French word, so we do not pronounce the P or the S here. The Marine Corps is amphibious, meaning it conducts its operations at both sea and land. Personnel of the Marine Corps are simply called Marines. An important aspect of the military in modern warfare is the Air Force. And of course, the Air Force conducts military operations in the sky. If you work for the Air Force, you are known as a pilot or as an airman. Vessels operated by the Air Force are simply called aircraft. When a pilot engages in an attack with an aircraft, it is known as an airstrike. There is usually a target involved, and this refers to a person or a place selected as the aim of an attack. In the last century, bombing has become a huge part of modern warfare. This is when multiple bombs are dropped by a bomber. A bomber is a specific aircraft designed to drop bombs. One group who really suffers during a war is civilians. A civilian is a person not in the armed services or the police force. Okay, let's move on to our next segment of our lesson and discuss other types of war. First up, we have the noun revolution. A revolution is a struggle between large groups that leads to a major change in government and society. If you are involved in a revolution, you are called a revolutionary. One of the most important revolutions in human history is the French Revolution. This had a seismic impact not only on France but the entire world, and it continues to do so. This revolution was really important because it led to social and government change. We also have the words rebellion, revolt, and uprising. These all aim to change the government, but they don't overthrow class relations and social arrangements as a revolution does. Let's take a look at our next type of war, which is a civil war. This is a war between citizens of the same country. And another type of war is a religious war. A religious war may also be referred to as a crusade. And someone partaking in a crusade is simply called a crusader. In the next segment, we will be taking a look at the strategies of war. Let's break down this word strategy and its synonym, tactic. In war, this is the art of planning and directing overall military operations and movements in a war or battle. An essential part of war strategy is defense. Defense is the action of protecting from or resisting attack. And on screen I've put the regular verb to defend.
We could say the soldier defended the village. A common aspect of defense is an army base or a fort. This is a defensive structure used to house soldiers and protect equipment. And we also have the verb to fortify. This means to provide a place with defensive works as protection against attack. The verb to guard means to watch over something in order to protect or control it. A trench is a long, narrow ditch dug by troops to provide a place of shelter from enemy fire. Use of trenches in war is called trench warfare, and this type of warfare is really associated with World War I. The last aspect of defense we'll take a look at is retreat. To retreat is to withdraw from or leave an area in an orderly way. Soldiers often retreat after losing a battle to prevent further losses. The opposite of defense is called offense. This word means the act of attacking someone or something. Let's take a quick look at the verb or noun to attack. This means to take aggressive military action against a place or enemy forces with weapons or armed force. A common offensive strategy is a siege. This is when a town or a city is surrounded by enemy armed forces. This is done to cut off supplies with the aim of compelling inside to surrender. A similar strategy used by the Navy is a blockade or a naval blockade. This is done to deny an enemy the use of their own ports to transfer personnel and goods to and from enemy territory. When a soldier is taken prisoner by an enemy, the soldier is referred to as a prisoner of war, or a POW for short. These prisoners are often used in negotiations between enemy sides. So after the war is finished, what are the outcomes of war? In every war, there is casualties. Casualties are people killed or injured in a war. On the news, it is common to hear terms such as civilian casualties or someone referred to as a casualty of war. The goal of anyone engaging in a war is victory. And victory is when you win a war. To win is an irregular verb. The opposite of victory is defeat, when you lose a war. And like the verb to win, to lose is also an irregular verb. In some wars, there is no clear victory or defeat for either side. In this case, we have the word stalemate to describe this situation. We can use this word in any kind of conflict or contest when neither side gains very much. And that brings us to the end of this English lesson on war vocabulary. Hello, you're very welcome to this English lesson on the word invasion and related vocabulary. Let's get started with the word invasion. Let's check the pronunciation. Invasion. Let's try it one more time. Invasion. Now let's take a closer look at this word with the definition. An invasion is a military offensive in which large numbers of combatants of one geopolitical entity aggressively enter territory owned by another such entity. Let's take a look at this word in a sentence example. The invasion began in the morning. One more time. The invasion began in the morning. Let's try a more advanced sentence example. The first invasion took place by sea, which was followed by an aerial attack. Types of invasion include ground invasion, aerial invasion, and coastal invasion. We also have the regular verb to invade. And this word describes the action of when an armed force enters a country or region so as to subjugate or occupy it. Let's use the verb to invade in a past simple sentence. The country invaded its neighbour last month. The country invaded its neighbour last month. Let's try an example sentence in the future simple tense. My country will invade the region tonight. My country will invade the region tonight. An invasion is commonly referred to as a hostile act, an act of aggression, or an act of war. A synonym of invasion is annexation, and we also have the verb form of this word, annex. This means to add territory to one's own territory by appropriation or by force. Let's double check our pronunciation. Annex, and we have annexation. Repeat after me. Annexation. Let's use annexation in a sentence example. The annexation of my country was brutal. The annexation of my country was brutal. And for our verb annex, the country annexed the smaller state after a short war. The country annexed the smaller state after a short war. And of course, this sentence example is in the past simple tense. If this is the first time you're visiting my channel, Learning English Pro, you're very welcome. My name is Jer, and I'm narrating your lesson today. Make sure to subscribe to stay updated on all my latest English lessons. Getting back to our lesson, and up next we have the phrasal verb to take over. And like our other synonyms, this means to assume control of something. This phrasal verb is irregular with the verb to take. So with that in mind, let's take a look at a sentence example in the past tense. They took over the eastern region. In the present continuous tense, we would say, they are taking over the coastal area. And in the future tense, we could say, they will take over the city by tomorrow. We also have a noun, take over, which is all one word, and this is defined as the act of assuming control of something. Our next synonym is occupation, and we also have the regular verb to occupy. And this is the action, state, or period of occupying or being occupied by a military force. Let's check our pronunciation. Occupy. Occupy. And we have occupation. Repeat after me. Occupation. Let's check out some sentence examples. First up, the noun occupation. The occupation of my city has lasted for 3 months. And let's have an example for the regular verb occupy. The foreign invaders occupied the city for 3 weeks. And here we have an example of the past simple tense. Our next synonym is capture, and capture can be both a noun and a verb. It means the act of taking into one's possession or control by force. Let's double check our pronunciation. Capture. Repeat after me. Capture. Let's check out a sentence example with the noun capture. The capture of the city was fast and effective. And for our verb example, let's stick with the past simple tense. The army captured the city in less than a week. Moving on, we have the noun seizure and the regular verb to seize. Being synonyms, they have much the same meaning as capture and previous words. Let's double check our pronunciation. Seize. Seize. Seizure. seizure. Our noun sentence example is: the seizure of the southern region happened 3 years ago. For our verb sentence example, let's try out the future simple tense. The army will seize the city in the next few hours.
Welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we'll be diving into the world of droughts and expanding our English vocabulary with a comprehensive word list. If this is the first time you're visiting my channel, hit the subscribe button to stay updated on all my latest lessons. All the words, definitions, and sentence examples from today's video are located in the description, so make sure to check those out after the video. First up, let's take a look at the definition of the word drought. It is a prolonged period of abnormally low rainfall or an extended shortage of water, leading to dry conditions in a specific region. Our example sentence is: the drought lasted for several months and made life difficult for the local people. Let's move on to our next word, which is arid. This means having little or no rain, to be extremely dry or barren. Let's use it in a sentence. The arid desert landscape made it challenging for any vegetation to thrive. Let's move on to dehydration. This is the process of losing water or moisture, leading to a state of extreme dryness. We could say, staying hydrated is crucial in hot climates to avoid dehydration during prolonged periods of drought. Let's talk about parched. Parched means extremely dry, often to the point of cracking or splitting. After hours under the scorching sun, the hiker's lips were parched and he yearned for a sip of water. Our next term is water scarcity. This is a condition where the demand for water exceeds the available supply, leading to a shortage of water resources. Our example sentence is: the prolonged drought in the region resulted in water scarcity, affecting agriculture and daily life. Let's move on to reservoir. This is a man-made or natural storage area for water, often used to ensure a steady supply during dry spells. The city relied on its reservoirs to provide water during the drought, sustaining the population's needs. Evaporation. This is the process of liquid turning into vapor due to exposure to heat or sunlight. We could say, the intense heat caused rapid evaporation of the small puddles left from yesterday's rainfall. Next up, we have the term of rainwater harvesting. This is the practice of collecting and storing rainwater for future use, especially in times of drought. Let's use it in an example sentence. To conserve water during the drought, the community implemented rainwater harvesting techniques. Desertification is the process by which fertile land becomes desert, typically due to human activities or climate change. Unsustainable farming practices accelerated desertification in the region, leading to more frequent droughts. Up next, we have dust storm. This is a severe weather phenomenon in arid regions, characterized by strong winds carrying dust and sand particles. The dust storm during the drought reduced visibility and made breathing difficult for the residents. Our final term is xeriscaping. This is landscaping and gardening techniques designed to conserve water by using drought-resistant plants and efficient irrigation methods.
To save water during the drought, the homeowner opted for xeriscaping, creating a beautiful, water-efficient garden. And there you have it, my English word list related to droughts. Understanding these terms will not only improve your language skills, but also help you comprehend the challenges faced in regions affected by droughts. Hey there, welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we are diving into the fascinating world of artificial intelligence, or AI. If you're ready to boost your English vocabulary while learning about cutting-edge technology, you're in the right place. In this video, we'll explore essential AI terms that will help you navigate this exciting field. Be sure to check out the word list in the video description, which includes dictionary definitions for each term, so you can follow along and enhance your vocabulary. Let's get started. An algorithm is a step-by-step instructions or rules that a computer follows to perform a specific task. In the context of AI, algorithms play a crucial role in data processing, decision-making, and problem-solving. They're like recipes for computers, guiding them through various processes to achieve desired outcomes. Moving on to our second term, machine learning. Machine learning is a subset of AI that involves the use of algorithms and statistical models to enable computers to learn from data. Instead of being explicitly programmed, machines can improve their performance over time by identifying patterns and making predictions based on the information they've gathered. Term number 3 is neural networks. These are a fundamental concept in AI and machine learning. Neural networks are computational models inspired by the structure and functioning of the human brain. They consist of interconnected nodes or neurons that process and transmit information. Neural networks are crucial for tasks like image recognition and natural language processing. Natural language processing, often abbreviated as NLP, is a branch of AI that focuses on enabling computers to understand, interpret, and generate human language. NLP technologies are used in applications like chatbots, language translation, sentiment analysis, and text summarization. Now let's explore deep learning. This is a specialized subset of machine learning that involves complex neural networks with multiple layers. These deep neural networks can automatically learn to represent data in more abstract and hierarchical ways. This can lead to incredibly accurate results in tasks like image and speech recognition, as well as language generation. Our final term for today is data mining. This involves the process of discovering patterns, trends, and useful information from large sets of data. In the context of AI, data mining plays a crucial role in extracting insights that can be used to improve algorithms, make predictions, and enhance decision-making. And there you have it, 6 essential AI terms that will give you a solid foundation for understanding the fascinating world of artificial intelligence. In today's lesson, we're going to take a look at some essential English vocabulary you will need for 2021. You're very welcome to my YouTube channel, Learning English Pro. My name is Jer and I'll be narrating your lesson today. So if you're ready, sit back, relax, and let's learn some English.
We do need a little bit of reference before we begin to talk about 2021. The impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the entire world was huge. It was a very difficult year for a lot of people. We also had a lot of other disasters, like wildfires in Australia and the United States. And in the United States, there was a tremendous amount of civil unrest. And there was many natural disasters, like lots of flooding in Asia. So it is safe to say that everyone has had a very difficult 2020. And certainly coronavirus and the pandemic had a huge impact on the different words that we use in our everyday lives. I've covered lots of this new vocabulary on my YouTube channel, so click the link on screen now to bring you to a selection of those videos on the coronavirus and much more. So with all of this in mind, let's get started on 2021. And that's how we pronounce this year, 2021. So are you ready for your first essential word of 2021? The first word I chose is hope. Repeat after me. Hope. First, let's take a look at the noun definition of hope. Hope is an abstract noun, and it means a feeling of expectation and desire for a particular thing to happen. Our sentence example is, there is a lot of hope for the new year. And of course, hope is a regular verb, with the definition to be to desire with expectation of obtainment or fulfillment. You could say, I hope we win the competition. Or you could say, I hoped that the pandemic would be over by the fall. And of course, we have the adjective hopeful. The definition is describing a feeling or inspiring optimism about a future event. Our example sentence is, I am feeling hopeful that 2021 will be better than 2020. And of course, there is a lot to be hopeful about in 2021. We will see the distribution of medicine which will help to fight the coronavirus. And this medicine is called a vaccine, the definition of which is a substance that helps the body protect against a certain illness. The new vaccine to prevent coronavirus is becoming available in my country. We also have the regular verb to vaccinate, which means to treat a person or an animal with a vaccine to produce immunity against a disease. The nurses vaccinate the public with the new treatment. You may also hear of something called a vaccination program. This is an organized schedule and plan for the implementation and distribution of a vaccine to the general public or specific group. And a phrasal verb you may hear a lot is roll out. This means to officially launch, introduce, or distribute a new product or service. You could say the government will roll out the vaccine to senior citizens next month. Another one of our essential English words for 2021 is the adjective normal. This adjective describes things that are conforming to a standard, a usual, typical, or the expected. Our example sentence is, I hope the vaccine will help the world return to normal life. And we should take a look at this verb to return. It means to come or go back to a place, a person, or a state of being. You could say, I will return to school next month after I have received the vaccination. Or, I returned to work last Thursday. Or in the future tense, my son will return to school next month. Another word which I am sure you will hear a lot of in 2021 is the regular verb to delay. It means to make someone or something late or slow. An example sentence could be, the organizers will delay the event until later in 2021. The past participle of this word, delayed, is also quite commonly used. The 2020 Olympics has been delayed until the summer of 2021. Another word we can use instead of delay is the regular verb to postpone. This means to cause or arrange for something to take place at a time later than first scheduled. They postponed the soccer tournament until the vaccine has been distributed. Another word which I think we will use a lot in 2021 is the common noun vacation. This word means an extended period of leisure and recreation, especially one spent away from home or in traveling. When this pandemic is over, I need a vacation as soon as possible. A term I would really love to never hear again is social distancing. Why not celebrate a new term like social closeness? This term means the experience of positive emotions towards another individual or set of individuals and togetherness. And now it's time for our final essential word of 2021. It's hug. As a noun, it means an act of holding someone tightly in one's arms, typically to express affection. In 2021, I'm going to need a lot of hugs. And of course, we have a verb version of this word. Let's take a look at an example sentence. I hugged my dog every day during lockdown. Or we could say, when I get the vaccine, I will hug my mother a lot. Hello and welcome back to Learning English Pro. The Winter Olympics 2022 will be held in China, and it includes 15 different disciplines in 7 sports. In this video, I will outline the different disciplines in English. The Olympics will be held in the city of Beijing and begin on the 4th of February 2022. The first discipline we will look at is the biathlon, which includes 2 different sports. Repeat after me. Biathlon. It includes the sports of cross-country skiing, along with rifle shooting. Let's move on to our next discipline, which is the bobsleigh. This sport involves timed runs down a narrow, twisting ice track. The track is run usually by teams of 2 or 4 people. The vehicle used is called a bobsled. Another type of bobsledding is a discipline known as the skeleton. The skeleton is a sport in which a person rides a small sled down a frozen track while lying face down and head first. Our next sport is luge. Repeat after me. Luge. Luge racers either go solo or work in teams of 2. And unlike the bobsleigh, a luge racer has much less protection. Let's move on to a very different type of sport, curling. Repeat after me. Curling. In curling, players slide stones on a sheet of ice towards a target area. There are 2 teams of 4 players. This game is similar to bowls, and the purpose is to accumulate the highest score for a game. Stones closest to the central target get higher points. Moving on, the sport of ice hockey is also played on a sheet of ice. Repeat after me. Ice hockey. A popular part of the Winter Olympics is figure skating. Repeat after me. Figure skating. This sport can be contested amongst individuals, pairs or groups. Disciplines in figure skating include men's and ladies singles, pairs, ice dancing and synchronized skating. Another type of skating in the Olympics is speed skating. This is racing on ice, and for shorter distances we have short track speed skating. Let's move on to different types of disciplines relating to the sport of skiing. And first up we have alpine skiing. Here alpine is an adjective describing something relating to high mountains. This type of skiing race is also known as downhill skiing.
Another type of skiing race, which is usually over a longer and flatter course, is cross-country skiing. Our next type of skiing is ski jumping. This sport involves speeding down a jumping ramp and performing an aerial style. We also have the discipline called Nordic Combined, which involves the two disciplines of cross-country skiing and jump skiing. One of the newer Winter Olympic sports is snowboarding. It has featured at the Winter Olympics since 1998. Our next discipline is known as freestyle skiing. This type of competitive skiing can consist of a skier performing aerial flips and spins, and can include skiers sliding rails and boxes on their skis. And it can be skied in skis or on a snowboard. If you want to revise any of the words covered in today's lesson, make sure to check out the word list in the description below. And that brings us to the end of our English lesson on the Winter Olympics.
Hello, you are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on climate change. My name is Jer and I'll be narrating your lesson, and you're very welcome to my channel, Learning English Pro. So if you're ready, let's get started learning some essential English on this really important topic. I'm sure you hear the term climate change a lot, but let's break down these words and understand what each of them means. The word climate means the weather conditions prevailing in an area in general or over a long period. So you can have places which have a cold climate, a climate which has lots of snow or is very cold, or you can have a hot climate, a place with high temperatures and perhaps not too much rain. Or how about a tropical climate which is humid and can have lush greenery but some dynamic weather. All around the world, we have many different types of climates. Okay, let's move on to our next word, which is change. You may know change as a common verb, which means to make or become different. So when we put these two words together, climate change, it means a change in global or regional climate patterns. And we often see this change in rainfall and temperature. When we talk about rainfall and climate change, it's important to note that a climate may experience an increase or a decrease in rainfall. Someone in one part of the world may say, there is a lot less rain in my region due to climate change. And in a different part say, the climate in my country is much wetter now. And also, scientists have observed that the Earth's surface is warming. Some of the hottest years on record have been in the last 20 years. What can we call this? Is it a problem, an emergency, a crisis, a disaster, a meltdown? The term we use is global warming. Let's break this down to understand these words. Global is an adjective, and it means something that is relating to the whole world, something that is worldwide. In this term, the word warming is a noun, and it means the process of making something or of becoming warm or warmer. So how is this warming affecting the Earth? One way is wildfires, and these are large destructive fires that spread quickly over woodland. In 2020, we saw massive wildfires in Australia and the Western USA, which were very devastating. The greatest warming of the Earth's surface is taking place at the Arctic. There has been a huge increase in the reduction of sea ice. You might hear a lot that the sea ice is melting. The word to melt is important, and its definition is to make or become liquefied by heat. A sentence example is, ice melts in the heat. And because of this melting ice, the Earth is experiencing rising sea levels. Let's take a closer look at the word rise, which is a verb and a noun. The verb definition is to move from a lower position to a higher one, to come or go up. You could say climate change will cause the sea level to rise. And moving on to the noun definition of rise, it means an upward movement, an instance of rising. Let's have a look at a sentence example. The recent rise in temperature is concerning. A question you may ask is, if the Earth is getting warmer, why do we sometimes still have very bad winters? Answer is that we have also more intense or extreme weather with climate change. Like we can have much colder winters with much heavier snow. Another problem is that the planet is experiencing a lot more storms and extreme conditions. So just to summarize, global warming is causing climate change. Or another way we could say it is that climate change is a result of global warming. So then we need to ask the question, what is causing global warming? I'm sure you know the reason why, but to say it in English, we would say the emission of gases which damage the atmosphere is causing climate change. Let's take a closer look at this word emission, which is a noun which means the production and discharge of something, especially gas or radiation. Another important word is atmosphere. This noun means the layer of gases surrounding the Earth or another planet. The two gases which are causing the problem of climate change are carbon dioxide and methane. To understand climate change, you need to know a lot of the heat from the sun should bounce off the Earth into space. But with the additional carbon dioxide and methane in the atmosphere, this creates a layer which traps heat from the sun in the Earth's atmosphere. And of course, we have a term for this. It is called the greenhouse effect. The full definition is the trapping of the sun's warmth in the planet's lower atmosphere. And unfortunately, the main cause of climate change, global warming, and the greenhouse effect is human activity. And we are doing it through the following ways: electricity and heat production, industry like manufacturing, and we produce a lot of gases with our transportation. Another area of human activity which causes a lot of waste is agriculture. And the commercial industry also contributes to gas production. Another big contributor is wastes, leaks, and accidents. Another huge problem which is contributing to the issue is deforestation. Let's take a look at the definition of this noun. It means the permanent removal of trees to make room for something besides a forest, and deforestation is happening all around the world. But why is it contributing to the problem of climate change and global warming? Trees absorb carbon dioxide in a process we call photosynthesis. And without our forests, the Earth's atmosphere will gain too much carbon dioxide and overheat. And if you want to learn more about photosynthesis in English, check out my video on my YouTube channel. The link for the video is on the screen right now. Let's move on and ask an important question. How can we help stop climate change? A handy way to remember how you can help is the 3 R's. Reduce. Use less things in your daily life. Reuse. Use things again or more than once. And you should always recycle. Convert waste or unwanted items into reusable material. If you love nature, you may be called a nature lover, or an environmentalist, conservationist, eco-warrior, or preservationist. Environmental activism describes a movement which is concerned with and/or advocates for the protection of the environment. This is done through political actions such as public protests or at elections in aid of environmental issues. Within the subject of climate change, we also have a climate denier, and this is a person who rejects the proposition that climate change caused by human activity is occurring. But thankfully, these type of people are in the minority. Before we finish, please let me know in the comments in your best English how you are helping the fight against climate change. Please share any great tips that you have for recycling, reducing or reusing. I'd really like to thank you so much for watching my video today. And while you're here, why not subscribe to my YouTube channel? I have lots of fantastic English lessons like this one on money vocabulary. Click the link on screen now to bring you to that video. And coming up on screen are even more video suggestions for you. And you can check out my social media. The links are in the description below. Have a fantastic day and remember, keep learning English like a pro. Someone in one... Hello and welcome to Learning English Pro. In this video, we will take a look at English vocabulary relating to heat waves. And if this is the first time you're visiting my channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button and drop me a like. So, if you're ready, let's get started on our lesson. And our first word is heat wave. A heat wave is a prolonged period of excessively hot weather, typically with high temperatures and little or no rainfall. And now let's take a look at our example sentence. The prolonged heat wave brought soaring temperatures, making it challenging to stay cool even indoors. Next up we have scorching. Scorching means extremely hot or burning. During a heat wave, you might feel the scorching rays of the sun on your skin. Let's take a look at our second example sentence. The scorching heat wave turned the park into an oven, with the playground equipment too hot to touch. Moving on, our next word is sweltering. Sweltering describes the oppressive heat that makes you feel uncomfortable and sweaty. People sought refuge in air-conditioned malls to escape the sweltering heat wave that enveloped the city. Now let's talk about our next word, which is melting. Melting is the action or process of liquefying due to heat. For our example sentence we have, the glaciers were melting more than usual because of the increase in temperature. Our next word is dehydration. Dehydration is the condition of losing too much water from your body due to extreme heat and not drinking enough fluids. With the scorching temperatures during the heat wave, it was essential to drink plenty of water to avoid dehydration. And our next word is the opposite of dehydration, hydration. This is the act of keeping the body well supplied with water, especially crucial during hot weather. And let's take a look at this in a sentence. Staying on top of hydration was crucial during the heat wave to prevent heat-related illnesses. Next, we have heat exhaustion, an important term. This is a heat-related illness characterized by heavy sweating, weakness, dizziness, and nausea, often caused by prolonged exposure to high temperatures. After hours of outdoor activities in the heat wave, Sarah began experiencing symptoms of heat exhaustion. Next, we have heat stroke. Heat stroke is a severe heat-related condition that can be life-threatening. It occurs when the body's temperature regulation system fails and the body overheats. Without proper precautions, heat stroke became a significant concern during the intense heat wave. Now let's learn about air conditioning. Air conditioning is a system that cools and dehumidifies indoor air, providing relief during heat waves. The office became an oasis of comfort with its air conditioning system during the oppressive heat wave. Moving on, we have sunscreen. Sunscreen is a lotion, cream, or spray applied to the skin to protect it from the harmful effects of the sun's ultraviolet rays during heat waves. Before heading to the beach during the heat wave, it was vital to apply sunscreen to protect the skin from harmful UV rays. Lastly, we'll talk about heat resistant. The term heat resistant refers to materials or substances that can withstand high temperatures without melting or deteriorating. Let's take a look at our final sentence example. The heat-resistant materials of the water bottles ensured that they remained safe to use even in the scorching heat wave. And there you have it, a collection of English vocabulary related to heat waves. I hope you found these definitions helpful and informative. Don't forget.
Hello dear viewers, welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we have a special vocabulary word list all about weddings. Whether you're attending a wedding, planning one, or just curious about wedding related terms, you've come to the right place. If you want to follow along, all the terms for this video and their definitions are in the video description. So if you're ready, let's get started. Our first term is the bride. The bride is the woman who is getting married, and the groom is the man who is getting married. The wedding ceremony is the formal event where the marriage vows are exchanged, and the vows are promises made by the couple to each other during the ceremony. An engagement ring is the ring given to the bride, or in some cases the groom, as a symbol of their engagement. And wedding rings are the rings exchanged between a couple during the wedding ceremony. Let's move on and take a look at other people who participate in the wedding, like the bridesmaids. Bridesmaids are close friends or family members who assist the bride during the wedding. And the groomsmen are close friends or family members who assist the groom during the wedding. The maid of honor is the chief bridesmaid who supports the bride during the wedding. And the best man has a similar role. He is the chief groomsman who supports the groom. A bouquet or a wedding bouquet is a bunch of flowers carried by the bride, or in some cases the groom, during the ceremony. A tuxedo is formal attire worn by groom or groomsmen, or in some cases a bride, during a wedding. A veil is a piece of sheer fabric worn by the bride that covers her face until the ceremony. A bachelorette party, which is an American term, is a pre-wedding celebration for the bride with her friends and family. In British English, a bachelorette party is called a hen party. And the equivalent party for the groom is called the bachelor party in American English, or the stag party in British English. The wedding cake is a special cake served at the wedding reception, and it is first cut by the newly married couple and then served to wedding guests. A honeymoon is the vacation taken by the newlyweds after the wedding. A tradition upheld in lots of weddings is the bouquet toss. This is a long-standing tradition where the bride, or in some cases a groom, throws their bouquet to a group of single people, and the superstition is that whoever catches the bouquet will be next to be married. let's move on to the first dance. This is the initial dance between the newly married couple at the reception. The father of the bride is, of course, the bride's father, who often walks her down the aisle. The father of the bride traditionally pays for the entire wedding, but that's changed these days. A toast is a speech given to congratulate and honor the couple. A wedding planner is a professional who helps organize and plan the wedding. A chapel is a place of worship where wedding ceremonies often take place. These days, lots of people choose to get married outside of a chapel or a church situation, so you can really get married anywhere. It just depends on the laws in your jurisdiction. The ceremony officiant is the person who conducts the wedding ceremony. And our last term is the registry. This is a list of desired gifts created by the couple and provided to guests. And there you have it, our comprehensive English vocabulary word list for weddings. I hope you enjoyed learning these useful terms and that they help you better understand the magical world of weddings. Welcome back everyone, it's Jer. This will be my new lesson on an in-depth journey through the fascinating world of primates. In this video, we'll explore 15 types of primates, uncovering terms relating to their origins, history, dietary habits, and intriguing behaviours. And if you want to follow along, the complete glossary for this lesson is waiting for you in the video description. So without further ado, let's start our lesson on primates. Our journey begins with lemurs, and these charming primates can only be found in the wild in Madagascar. Lemurs have been around for approximately 60 million years, making them one of the most ancient primate lineages. They primarily dine on fruits, leaves, and insects. Some lemurs are known for their peculiar habit of sunbathing in the morning to warm up. These primates are crucial to the biodiversity of Madagascar's ecosystems, playing a vital role in seed dispersal and pollination. Sadly, many lemur species are endangered due to habitat loss and other threats. Next up, we have the tarsier, hailing from Southeast Asia. These primates have been around for about 45 million years, and their diet mainly consists of insects, making them agile hunters. Tarsiers are unique for their constant owl-like gaze and the ability to rotate their heads nearly 180 degrees. Unlike many primates, tarsiers are solitary animals and have minimal social interactions. They establish their territories and communicate through high-pitched calls, which are almost ultrasonic and inaudible to human ears. Capuchin monkeys inhabit Central and South America. They've been thriving there for approximately 45 million years. These intelligent primates feed on fruits, nuts, and small animals. One of the most striking features of capuchins is their distinctive appearance, with tufts of hair on their heads that resemble the hoods worn by capuchin friars, which is how they got their name. Capuchin monkeys have earned a reputation for their remarkable problem-solving skills. They are known to use tools in the wild, a behaviour rarely observed in non-human animals. These clever primates use rocks and sticks to extract tasty morsels from hard-to-reach places, showcasing their adaptability and ingenuity. Gibbons, known for their enchanting songs, reside in Southeast Asia. and they've been swinging through trees for around 20 million years. Their diet includes fruits and leaves. Gibbons are masters of brachiation, swinging effortlessly from branch to branch with their long arms. One of the most unique aspects of gibbon behavior is their monogamous family structure. Gibbons typically form lifelong pair bonds with a single mate, and they often sing duets together as a way of strengthening their bond and defending their territory. Howler monkeys are found in the rainforests of Central and South America. They've been calling these jungles home for nearly 15 million years. One of the most remarkable features of howler monkeys is their powerful vocal cords. They produce some of the loudest sounds in the animal kingdom, and their deep guttural howls can be heard for miles. These vocalizations serve to establish territory and communicate with other members of their troop. Howler monkeys are primarily folivores, which means their diet primarily consists of leaves, and they can spend a significant portion of their day eating to meet their nutritional needs. Orangutans are the largest arboreal or tree-dwelling mammals on Earth. Their lineage dates back millions of years, and they represent the only great ape species found outside of Africa. These gentle giants are primarily frugivores, with fruits making up a significant portion of their diet. They also consume leaves, bark, insects, and even small vertebrates when the opportunity arises. One of the most distinctive features of orangutans is their remarkable intelligence. They are known for their problem-solving abilities and can use tools to assist in foraging. Orangutans have been observed fashioning tools from branches to extract insects or honey from tree crevices. Orangutans have a predominantly solitary lifestyle, with males and females coming together only for brief periods during mating. This solitary behavior is unusual amongst the great apes. Female orangutans are known for building elaborate nests high in the trees each night, where they rest and sleep. Male orangutans are recognized by their striking cheek pads, known as flanges, which develop as they reach maturity. Gorillas belong to the same family as humans, and we share a common ancestor. They are the largest living primates, with adult males known as silverbacks due to the silver hairs on their back weighing up to 400 pounds or more. Despite their size and strength, gorillas are known for their peaceful and non-aggressive nature. These herbivorous primates primarily feed on plants including leaves, stems, fruits, and flowers. Their massive jaws and large, powerful teeth help them process tough vegetation. Gorillas spend a significant portion of their day foraging and eating to meet their dietary needs. Gorillas live in close-knit family groups, led by a dominant silverback male. These family units include females, their offspring, and sometimes subordinate males. The silverback is responsible for protecting the group and mediating disputes. One of the most endearing aspects of gorilla behavior is their strong social bonds. They engage in grooming rituals which serve to reinforce these bonds and maintain group cohesion. Our journey now takes us deep into the dense forest of the Democratic Republic of Congo, where we encounter the captivating bonobos. The bonobos share a common ancestor with chimpanzees, which we'll cover in a little while, and humans, and they have been evolving for approximately 2 million years. They live in close-knit communities, and conflicts are often resolved through bonding and sexual interactions rather than aggression. This makes them unique amongst the great apes. Bonobos are omnivores, with their diet consisting of a wide range of foods including fruits, leaves, stems, and the occasional insect or small animal. They are known for their remarkable foraging abilities, using tools like sticks to extract termites or ants from tree bark. Bonobos have a reputation for their frequent and diverse sexual behaviors, which play a significant role in their social dynamics. They use sexual interactions as a way to diffuse tension, establish social bonds, and reinforce cooperation within their groups. Rhesus macaques are native to a wide range of environments across Asia, from forests to urban areas, and one of the most remarkable features about them is their adaptability to various habitats. They are equally at home in dense forests, grasslands, and even urban areas. This adaptability has allowed them to thrive in a changing world. These primates are highly social and live in complex societies with strict dominance hierarchies. They form tight-knit troops led by a dominant male, and their social interactions involve grooming, vocalizations, and intricate communication. Spider monkeys are native to the lush forests of Central and South America. They have been swinging through the trees for around 25 million years, making them one of the oldest New World monkey lineages. One of the most distinctive features of spider monkeys is their remarkably long and slender limbs, which make them agile acrobats in the treetops. Their prehensile tails, which can be used like an extra hand, are capable of gripping branches with incredible strength. These primates live in social groups which can vary in size from a few individuals to over 30 members. Troop dynamics are complex, and they often have a dominant female who plays a significant role in leading and making group decisions. Colobus monkeys are native to various regions of Africa, including the forests of East and Central Africa, and they've been thriving there for millions of years, adapting to their forested habitats. One of their most distinctive features is their striking black and white fur, which sets them apart from many other primate species. Their name, colobus, is derived from the Greek word for mutilated, referring to their apparent lack of thumbs. These primates have a predominantly arboreal lifestyle, spending most of their time in treetops. They typically live in small family groups led by a dominant male. Group members engage in grooming rituals which serve to strengthen social bonds and maintain group cohesion. Our journey takes us to the lush rainforests and savannas of Africa, where we encounter our closest living relatives, the highly intelligent and social chimpanzees. They are known for their problem-solving abilities and use of tools such as sticks and leaves for various purposes. Chimpanzees have been observed crafting tools to extract termites from mounds or crack open nuts. They are omnivores with a diverse diet that includes fruit, leaves, stems, insects, and occasionally small mammals. They have a remarkable ability to form and maintain strong emotional bonds within their groups. They engage in grooming rituals, which help strengthen social bonds and reduce tensions within the community. Unfortunately, chimpanzees face significant threats from habitat loss, poaching, and diseases like Ebola. Conservation efforts are essential to protect these highly intelligent and socially complex primates. Across various habitats in Africa and parts of Arabia, we encounter the resilient and adaptable baboons. One of the most distinctive features of baboons is their dog-like snouts and robust bodies. They vary in size depending on the species, with males being larger than females. They are opportunistic feeders, and their diet can vary depending on what's available in their habitat. They are highly social, and troop sizes can range from a few individuals to over 100 members. Baboons are highly adaptable and have successfully adjusted to living in proximity to human settlements. However, this proximity has also made them susceptible to conflict with humans, leading to challenges for their conservation. Now let's shift our focus to Neanderthals.
These fascinating hominins lived in Eurasia alongside early humans for hundreds of thousands of years. They had a varied diet, including meat from hunting large game, as well as plants and possibly seafood. They were skilled tool makers and adapted to challenging environments. They are part of a shared human history and have left a lasting impact on our understanding of human evolution. Our species, Homo sapiens or humans, have been evolving for hundreds of thousands of years. We originated in Africa and gradually spread across the globe. Humans are incredibly adaptable omnivores with diets ranging from region to region and era to era. We have the unique ability to cook and process food, which has played a crucial role in our development and success as a species. Thank you for joining me on this in-depth exploration of the primate world. Hey there, welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we are taking on a mysterious aerial showdown, UFO versus UAP. What's the difference? For ages, when we saw something strange in the sky, we'd shout UFO, unidentified flying object. But wait, there's a plot twist. UFOs are now associated with aliens and little green men, making scientists and politicians who want to discuss the issue uncomfortable. They want to be taken seriously, so enter UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. UAP covers it all, from curious balloons to unexplained objects. It's a more encompassing term. Bye-bye cultural baggage, UAP gives us a fresh start for honest scientific exploration and less embarrassed senators. However, for everyday folk, UFO is still the cultural heavyweight. It's the term you're more than likely to hear on social media, newspaper headlines, and in general conversation. So for now, language enthusiasts will have to get used to hearing and maybe using both. Just be mindful of the situation and you'll be fine. That's all for now, but if you want lots more interesting English language guides, head over to my YouTube channel, Learning English Pro, and subscribe. Have you ever wondered what Halloween really is? Or maybe you're more interested in learning some new English vocabulary related to Halloween? Stay tuned because we have a great vocabulary video for you today, all about Halloween. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified every time we post a new English lesson. So let's begin our video by discussing Halloween a little bit and where this strange tradition comes from. Halloween is an ancient Celtic festival, and it originates in Ireland, Wales and Scotland, and its original name was Samhain. These Celtic people believed that the barrier to the spirit world would be at its weakest during Halloween, and it was possible for the spirits or fairies to visit our world. The festival involved leaving food and offerings to the dead outside the home, and even setting a place at the dinner table for them. Eventually, it became tradition to dress up in costume or disguise and go door to door, singing songs in exchange for food. Halloween is now celebrated on the 31st of October, and it is hugely popular, especially in the USA. And it is celebrated by young and old. There is no age restrictions on this festival or tradition. Next up, let's discuss Halloween costumes and some characters you might like to dress up as. When it comes to Halloween, you might be asked the following questions. What are you wearing for Halloween? Or what costume will you wear to the party? Or another variant of this question is, what will you dress up as for Halloween? All these questions refer to a costume, an outfit worn to create the appearance or characteristic of a particular period, person, place, or thing. So let's go on and have a look at some of the common things people dress up as for Halloween. This is a witch. Repeat after me. Witch. And next up we have a vampire. Repeat after me, vampire. And our next scary creature is a ghost. Repeat after me, ghost. Our next costume idea is a skeleton. Skeleton. Another idea for a costume is to dress up like a famous person, and sometimes they can be even more terrifying than a ghost or a witch, like a well-known American politician. You can really pick anything to be your costume, like a sports player, a profession like a doctor, or how about an historical or cultural character like Santa. You can even dress up as an animal, or even an object, like a book or a planet or a car, whatever you can think of to make into your costume. It all comes down to your imagination. And you can get lots of ideas on Google for your costume. So the next thing we want to discuss in our video is a Halloween tradition called trick or treat. With modern Halloween celebrations, young children visit neighbours in an act we call trick or treating. So you dress up in your costume, and when a neighbour opens the door, the children scream trick or treat. So what this means is that the children are demanding a treat like candy or chocolate, and if they do not receive anything, there will be a bad trick played on the neighbour. And the goal of trick-or-treating is to get lots of candy, chocolate, and if you're unlucky, fruit and nuts. For adults or grown-ups, it is more common to attend a Halloween party, and this is a social event where you dress up in your costume and have some fun with your friends or your family. And these parties can involve playing games, like apple bobbing, or there might be some drinking, and even some dancing. So Halloween is lots of fun for lots of different people. Now it's time to put that vocabulary into action, and let's have a look at some example sentences. I am going to the Halloween party and I will dress up as a witch. Let's try it one more time. I am going to the Halloween party and I will dress up as a witch. Okay, let's move on to our next sentence. I need to find a cloak and makeup for my vampire costume. I need to find a cloak and makeup for my vampire costume. Okay, let's move on to our next sentence. I am going trick or treating with my friend tonight for Halloween. I am going trick or treating with my friend tonight for Halloween. My sister and I are going trick or treating together later. I hope we get lots of candy and chocolate. One more time. My sister and I are going trick or treating together later. I hope we get lots of candy and chocolate. And now for our last sentence example. I am so excited about Halloween and getting lots of nice things to eat, but I cannot decide if I want to be a ghost or a skeleton. Okay, let's do it one more time. I'm so excited about Halloween and getting lots of nice things to eat, but I cannot decide if I want to be a ghost or a skeleton. Hello and welcome to the bumper quiz of 2021 from Learning English Pro. In this quiz I'll be asking you 21 tricky questions about the past year, including some of the English vocabulary we've covered on my channel. Can you get a perfect score? Grab a few friends and some pens and paper and get ready for a super cool quiz. All videos referenced in the quiz are linked in the description. If you're ready, let's begin with our first question. In January, Joe Biden became the 46th president of the USA. What is the name of his vice president? Choose your answer from the three options. Time is now up. The correct answer is Kamala Harris. It's time for our next question. What word is used to describe the events that happened on January the 6th at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C.? The correct answer is the second choice, insurrection.
It's not protest, it's insurrection.
Question 3. What is the name of the NASA rover which landed on the planet Mars on the 18th of February 2021? Your time is up. The correct answer is Perseverance. Next up, a question on English vocabulary covered on my channel. Which of these is a synonym of habitat? Time is up. The correct answer is the third option, territory. For question 5, we're sticking with vocabulary. What type of hat is this? Time is up. The correct answer is top hat. For more on hats, check out my English vocabulary. Links for videos are in the description below. Question 6. The Eurovision Song Contest final was held on the 22nd of May in Rotterdam. Which country won the competition? If you answered Italy, you were correct. The competition was won by the Italian band Måneskin. And we're staying in Europe for question 7. On May the 29th, which team beat Manchester City Football Club to win the UEFA Champions League? Your time is up. The correct answer is Chelsea. On my channel this year, we discussed a lot of vocabulary relating to bridges. So for question 8, what type of bridge is this? Time's up. The correct answer is drawbridge. Question 9. On July 19th, Blue Origin conducted its first human test flight with its owner and Amazon founder Jeff Bezos on board. How long did the craft spend in outer space? The correct answer is 10 minutes. Also on my channel, we covered a lot of vocabulary relating to trees. So for question 10, I'm going to ask you what adjective is commonly used to describe the willow tree. Your time is up. The correct answer was the second option, weeping. For question 11, we're going to the Summer Olympics, which were held in Tokyo, Japan in August 2021. Which country took home the most gold medals? This is a tricky one. If you answered the USA, you're correct. They won 39 gold medals in total. For question 12, we are heading back to our English vocabulary. What is the name of this type of roof? Time's up. If you answered thatched, you are correct. For question 13, what is the name of this type of boat? And the correct answer is gondola. These can be seen on the canals in Venice, Italy. Question 14. Which song sung by Olivia Rodrigo is the most streamed song on Spotify for 2021? The correct answer is her smash hit, Driver's License. What a great tune. Let's stay with music for question 15. Adele released her fourth album, 30, on the 19th of November. But can you tell me her full name? This was a seriously tricky question, so if you got it right, congratulations. Adele Laurie Blue Atkins is Adele's full name. In late 2021, I published a couple of videos on animal names in English. So for question 16, what is a female seahorse called? If you answered sea mare, you answered correctly. Recently, we also covered lots of vocabulary relating to hairdressers and hair. So for our next question, can you tell me in English what we call a person who cuts men's hair? The correct answer is barber. On December 9th, HBO Max released a sequel TV series to Sex and the City. What is it called? The correct answer is And Just Like That. Can you believe we're on question 19 already? And we're back to vocabulary. What is the hair on the back of a horse's head called? The correct answer is the first option, mane. We're almost finished. It's question 20. Famous novelist Anne Rice died on December 11th. What best-selling vampire book series is she best known for? Time's up. The correct answer is The Vampire Chronicles. It's time for our last question, and I think it's the most difficult. In December 2021, NASA and its international partners replaced the long-serving Hubble telescope. What is the name of its replacement? If you answered the James Webb Space Telescope, very well done. This was a really difficult question. And that brings us to the end of our quiz. If you enjoyed it, make sure to check out the other quizzes on my channel. So now it's time to check the scores and see how you did. If you scored from 0 to 7, I'd recommend to review some of the videos suggested in this video. If you got from 8 to 15, you did great work. Maybe check out some of the more advanced English vocabulary lessons on my channel. And if you scored from 16 to 21, you are top of the class. Why not give some of my other quizzes a go? Thanks so much for taking my quiz. Hello, you are very welcome to this special video quiz from Learning English Pro. Join me as I test your knowledge and vocabulary on the past year, 2022. All the videos featured in the quiz are available in the description below. So grab a few friends and a pen and paper to keep score, and let's begin our quiz. Let's take a look at our first question. In 2022, Russia invaded the country of Ukraine. What is the name of the Ukrainian president? Choose your answer from the three options below. The correct answer is the first option, Volodymyr Zelensky. Let's move on to our next question. In January 2022, I published a video on containers. What do you call this type of container? The correct answer is carton. And if you want to check out that video, the link for that is on screen right now. In February, China hosted the Winter Olympics. With this in mind, what is the name of this sport? And the correct answer is the second option, the luge. Next up, we have a question on anatomy and vocabulary. What is the name of this part of the ear? If you answered lobe, you are 100% correct. In 2022, with the war in Ukraine, we heard a lot about sanctions. But which one of these is a synonym of the word sanction? The correct answer is punishment. If you want to learn more about sanctions, check out this video which I published earlier this year. Let's move to the world of entertainment. The Academy Film Awards were held in March 2022, but who won Best Actress? The correct answer is the second option, Jessica Chastain. She won her Oscar for her role in the film The Eyes of Tammy Faye, which I'd highly recommend if you get a chance to see it. On May the 28th, which team beat Liverpool Football Club to win the UEFA Champions League? The correct answer is the first option, Real Madrid, a Spanish team. They won by 1-0. On July the 11th, which newly operational telescope sent this image back to Earth? The correct answer is the James Webb Space Telescope. Let's move on to our next question, question number 9. If you've seen my vocabulary video on bags, you will know what type of bag is this. The correct answer is satchel. This is an old type of school bag which is used much more in fashion these days. In September, the first episode of The Lord of the Rings of Power premiered. Who is the author who wrote the books the show is based on? Our correct answer is the first option, J.R.R. Tolkien. The first book, Fellowship of the Ring, was published in 1954. Next up, a question on British politics. How long did former British Prime Minister Liz Truss last in the position? The correct answer is the second option, 49 days. Staying in the UK, Queen Elizabeth died on September the 8th, 2022. But what was her full name? The correct answer is Elizabeth Alexandra Mary. Let's have another question on vocabulary. What is the name of this medical instrument? The correct answer is stethoscope. If you'd like to learn more about medical instruments, check out my video. The link is on screen right now. In October, Elon Musk purchased the social media platform Twitter. But how much did he pay for it? And the correct answer is an astonishing $44 billion. Our next question takes us back to politics. On the 30th of October, Brazil held its general election. But who won the race for the presidency? The winner of the race was Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. He won the election with over 60 million votes. In November, I published an English vocabulary lesson on different types of restaurants. With this in mind, what do you call this type of restaurant featured on screen? The correct answer is the third option, buffet. Let's move on to question number 17. In late November, Disney Plus released the Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special. But what is the name of this character? The answer is the second option, Groot. Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special is available on Disney Plus and it's well worth a look. 2022 also saw me publishing an entire series on math and English. You should definitely check it out. So with this in mind, what is another name for this symbol, commonly known in math as the division sign? The correct answer is the third option, obelus. Well done if you got this right. This was a tricky question. I also recently published a video on English portmanteaus. Which portmanteau describes a meal which mixes lunch and breakfast? The correct answer is the first option, brunch. And our last question takes us all the way to the end of the year. What is the name of this Christmas decoration? Our final answer is the third option, tinsel. And if you're looking for more English Christmas vocabulary, you should definitely check out my channel and my playlist on holiday season English vocabulary. And that brings us to the end of our quiz. So now it's time to tally up your score. Count up all your correct answers and let's check the results. If you got 7 or less, hard luck. Maybe try some of my more basic videos to give your English a real boost. If you score between 8 and 15, well done. You did very well. Now it's time to advance your English with lessons which are a little bit more difficult. And if you scored between 16 and 20, congratulations, you are top of the class. Maybe it's time to try out some other quizzes on my channel. Thank you so much for participating in my quiz. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I hope you have a fantastic 2023 and remember, keep learning English like a pro. Hi there folks, welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we're diving into the mystical world of witches. All the terms covered are in the description. Let's start with the heart of our topic, a witch. A witch is a person who practices magic and often has a deep connection to the supernatural. Witches have a complex history, originating in ancient times as practitioners of magic and healing. Over the centuries, perception shifted due to factors like religious changes. The medieval period saw the witch hunts, accusing many, particularly women, of witchcraft and leading to trials and executions. In modern times, witches are often linked to positive pagan and Wiccan practices. And we also see a lot of depictions of witches in our culture like TV and movies. Now that we know what a witch is and its definition in English, let's move on to our next term, which is coven. A coven is a gathering of witches who come together to share their knowledge, perform rituals, and support each other in their magical pursuits. It's like a tight-knit community of spellcasters. A witch's familiar is often portrayed as an animal companion, like a black cat or an owl. A familiar will assist a witch in their magical endeavours. It's said to share a strong bond with its witch and aids in casting spells. Let's move on to our next bewitching word, which is a cauldron. Picture a large, bubbling pot. That's a cauldron. Witches often use cauldrons to mix their magical potions and brews. It's a symbol of transformation and power in many witchcraft traditions. Spells are magical incantations that witches recite to create specific effects. Whether it's a love spell or a protection spell, these incantations are at the heart of a witch's craft. A hex is a type of curse or spell that's intended to bring harm to someone. It's the darker side of witchcraft, often associated with bad luck or misfortune. The witch's mode of transportation, the broomstick. While witches probably don't really fly on broomsticks, these iconic objects have become synonymous with their imagery. Potions are magical concoctions brewed by witches. From love potions to ones that grant invisibility, these mixtures are essential tools in a witch's arsenal, and they're made in the cauldron, which we covered earlier. Next up, we have a witchy verb, to enchant. This means to cast a spell over someone or something, often to captivate or influence them. Witches are masters of enchantment, using their magic to create fascination.
A term we've already mentioned in this video is incantation. This is a set of words that are chanted or spoken during a ritual or spell casting. It's like the magical recipe that brings a spell to life. Wicca is a modern pagan witchcraft and spiritual movement. It emphasizes a connection with nature, rituals, and the use of magic for positive purposes. The pentagram is a 5-pointed star often associated with witchcraft. It holds various symbolic meanings and is sometimes used as a protective symbol by witches. Having drawn our thoughts around the pentagram, let's proceed to our next mystical term. Divination is the practice of gaining insight into the future or hidden knowledge through methods like tarot cards, crystal balls, or reading omens. Witches often use divination to guide their actions. Paganism refers to various non-Abrahamic religions that are often nature-focused and have a rich history of magical practices. It's a broader category that includes many different paths. Let's move on to warlock. This is a little bit of a different term. Contrary to popular belief, a warlock isn't typically a male witch. Historically, it was used to refer to an oath-breaker or traitor within magical circles. A grimoire is a book of magical knowledge and instructions, often passed down through generations of witches. It contains spells, rituals, and information about various aspects of magic. A synonym of grimoire is spellbook. Incense plays a significant role in witchcraft rituals. It's a fragrant substance that's burned to purify the air and create a specific atmosphere, and to enhance magical workings. Our next term is ancestor spirits. These are believed to be the souls of one's ancestors who offer guidance, protection, and wisdom from the spirit realm. Many witches honor and seek the wisdom of these spirits in their practices. With the ancient spirits on our side, let's move on to the penultimate term on our bewitching word list, Sabbat. Sabbats are important seasonal festivals in witchcraft traditions, marking significant points in the year, such as solstice and equinoxes. These celebrations often involve rituals, feastings, and connecting with nature. And let's conclude our magical word list with our final term, crystal magic. Crystal magic involves using crystals and gemstones to enhance magical intentions. Each crystal is believed to have unique properties that can influence energy, healing, and various aspects of life. And there we have it, folks, the ultimate guide to witches, featuring 20 terms related to witches. Whether you're interested in exploring the Wiccan world, or maybe you're doing some creative writing about witches, these terms will really help you communicate the stories of these supernatural beings. If you enjoyed this lesson, please make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay connected. Hi everyone, with Valentine's Day approaching, I thought I would dial up the romance on Learning English Pro and bring you some of my favourite classic English love poems. I'm diving into the past to bring you some exquisite and romantic verse, and if you're a big romantic like me and want even more vocabulary and help with your English this Valentine's Day, check out my selection of videos which will help you boost your English knowledge and maybe even your romance skills. As usual, I'm including the content from today's video in the description below, so make sure to check out all the poems after the video. Our first poem in our lesson comes from the poet Elizabeth Barrett Browning. She was alive during the 19th century and was popular in Britain and the United States during her lifetime. Today I'll be covering her poem, How Do I Love Thee? How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach, when feeling out of sight for the ends of being an ideal grace. I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need, by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely as men strive for right. I love thee purely as they turn from praise. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with a love I seem to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life, and if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. Our next love poem comes from William Butler Yeats, who was an Irish poet, dramatist and prose writer. We'll be covering his poem, When You Are Old. When you are old and grey and full of sleep, and nodding by the fire, take down this book, and slowly read and dream of the soft look your eyes had once, and of their shadows deep. How many loved your moments of glad grace, and loved your beauty with love false or true, but one man loved the pilgrim soul in you, and loved the sorrows of your changing face. And bending down beside the glowing bars, murmur a little sadly how love fled and paced upon the mountains overhead, and hid his face amid a crowd of stars. Let's move on to our next poem from the poet E. Cummings. Cummings was an American poet, painter, author, and playwright. The poem we will cover, I Carry Your Heart With Me, I Carry It In, is unusual in its grammar and construction. I carry your heart with me, I carry it in my heart. I am never without it. Anywhere I go, you go, my dear. And whatever is done by only me is your doing, my darling. I fear no fate, for you are my fate, my sweet. I want no world, for beautiful you are my world, my true, and it's you are whatever a moon has always meant, and whatever a sun will always sing is you. Here is the deepest secret nobody knows. Here is the root of the root, and the bud of the bud, and the sky of a tree called life, which grows higher than soul can hope or mind can hide. And this is the wonder that's keeping the stars apart. I carry your heart. I carry it in my heart. Our next poem comes from the American Walt Whitman. He was alive during the 19th century. He is often called the father of free verse. Free verse is a type of poetry that doesn't use consistent meter patterns, rhyme, or any kind of musical pattern. Let's take a look at his poem, A Glimpse. A glimpse through an interstice caught of a crowd of workmen and drivers in a bar room around the stove late of a winter night, and I unremarked seated in a corner, of a youth who loves me and whom I love, silently approaching and sitting himself near, that he may hold me by the hand a long while amid the noises of coming and going, of drinking and oath and smutty jest. There we two content, happy in being together, speak little, perhaps not a word. For our final love poem, we are going back to the 18th century with the Scottish poet and lyricist Robert Burns. We're covering his poem, A Red, Red Rose. Oh, my love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love is like the melody that's sweetly played in tune. So fair art thou, my bonny lass, so deep in love am I, and I will love thee still, my dear, till the sea's gone dry. Till the sea's gone dry, my dear, and the rocks melt with the sun, I will love thee still, my dear, while the sands of life shall run. And fare thee well, my only love, and fare thee well a while, and I will come again, my love, though it were 10,000 mile. And that brings us to the end of this English lesson on love poetry. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know which one is your favourite in the comments below. Hello and welcome to Learning English Pro. I'm Jer, your online English teacher, and today we're diving into my Thanksgiving English Masterclass. Get ready to master Thanksgiving English with a feast of vocabulary, history, traditions, and festive fun, all in one unforgettable masterclass. Student members of the channel, you can go to the community tab and download the guide for this lesson. The guide is packed with everything from today's lesson, along with a special recipe directly from me, quizzes, and lots of reading practice with fun articles to help you learn all about Thanksgiving in depth. If you're not a member yet, now's a great time to join. Just click the link below the video or in the video description and you'll get access to exclusive content like this guide, along with other members-only perks including early video access, flashcards, interactive games and quizzes to keep your learning fun and effective. Now, here's what we're covering today. We'll explore the history of Thanksgiving, essential vocabulary, beloved traditions, and classic Thanksgiving foods. You can use the chapter timestamps in the description to easily jump between sections. And as a bonus, I've included additional holiday lessons on Christmas traditions, winter vocabulary, and even tips on writing a Christmas card. Okay, let's dive into our first lesson and make this season a special one for learning English together. Coming up now, we have a lesson on general Thanksgiving vocabulary. Student members should turn to page 3 on their PDF guide.
Hello, you are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on Thanksgiving. You are watching Learning English Pro, and I'll be narrating your lesson today. My name is Jer. So, if you're ready, sit back, relax, and let's learn some English. If you watch American TV shows or movies, you may hear a lot about Thanksgiving. It is a national holiday in North America. It is celebrated in the United States in November. Something we commonly say is that people get together for Thanksgiving. Let's take this opportunity to look at a little bit of grammar. Get together is a phrasal verb which means to gather or assemble people socially. Let's take a look at this phrasal verb in action in a few different tenses. In the present tense, we would say, we get together every year for Thanksgiving. Because get is irregular, in the past tense we say, we got together last year for Thanksgiving. And the future tense is, we will get together next year for Thanksgiving. Okay, let's get back to Thanksgiving. And Thanksgiving is a harvest festival. The harvest is the time when farmers collect their food. Something which you may see in decoration around American homes is the cornucopia. This is a symbol of Thanksgiving. It represents the harvest and the abundance of food. And when it comes to food, a feast is the main tradition of Thanksgiving. You may also hear it called the family dinner, Thanksgiving dinner, or Thanksgiving lunch. So what do Americans eat for Thanksgiving dinner? Let's take a look. Roast turkey. Repeat after me. Roast turkey. Also served is stuffing. Repeat after me. Stuffing. This dish comprises of bread, onions, herbs, garlic, and butter. The turkey is filled with stuffing and roasted in the oven. Another popular dish for Thanksgiving, and one of my favorites, is mashed potatoes. Mashed potatoes. A popular vegetable at Thanksgiving is green beans. Green beans. And you will commonly find corn or corn on the cob at Thanksgiving dinner. A sauce which is used quite commonly with turkey is cranberry sauce. Cranberry sauce. And also very popular with mashed potatoes is gravy. Repeat after me. Gravy. And what do Americans eat for dessert for Thanksgiving? They have pumpkin pie. Repeat after me. Pumpkin pie.
Up next, we have an interesting look at Thanksgiving history and some additional vocabulary. Student members should turn to page 8 on their PDF guide. Today we're diving into the captivating history of Thanksgiving, and along the way we'll explore some important English vocabulary related to this cherished American holiday. Our journey begins with the Pilgrims, a group of English settlers who sailed on the Mayflower to the New World in 1620. They play a pivotal role in the Thanksgiving story. And the Mayflower was the ship that carried them to America. It symbolizes their courageous journey to find religious freedom. The Pilgrims established the Plymouth colony in what is now Massachusetts. It was one of the first English colonies in North America. The Native Americans, including the Wampanoag tribe, played a significant role in helping the Pilgrims survive in the New World. Other terms for Native American include Indigenous people, Native people, or Aboriginal people. There are many words that we can use to describe these ethnic populations. Some tribes or individuals may prefer to be called one of these terms, or perhaps something completely different. It's important to be sensitive to how different groups identify. The arrival of European colonists such as the Pilgrims on the Mayflower had a significant and largely negative impact on local Native American populations. Contact led to disease outbreaks, conflicts over resources, and the disruption of traditional ways of life. Native Americans suffered population declines and were displaced from their lands, resulting in the loss of culture and sovereignty. The first Thanksgiving meal was a feast celebrated by the Pilgrims and Native Americans in 1621. It marked a moment of gratitude and friendship. Let's move on to the term Harvest Festival. Thanksgiving has its roots in harvest festivals celebrated by various cultures. The word harvest means the process or period of gathering crops. Harvest festivals are a time to give thanks for a bountiful harvest. Thanksgiving has evolved over the centuries, incorporating various traditions and customs, such as parades, American football, and the presidential turkey pardon. An important American icon related to Thanksgiving is Abraham Lincoln. He proclaimed Thanksgiving as a national holiday in 1863 during the American Civil War to promote unity and gratitude. Roasted turkey and stuffing have become the iconic dishes of Thanksgiving, symbolizing the first feast shared by the Pilgrims and Native Americans. Another iconic Thanksgiving dish is pumpkin pie. With its spiced sweet filling, this has become a beloved Thanksgiving dessert. That was a fascinating look at Thanksgiving history. And next we're going to take a closer look at Thanksgiving food. Student members should turn to page 12 on their PDF guide. Today we are going to count down the top 10 most popular Thanksgiving foods while delving into some essential English vocabulary along the way. At number 10, our countdown begins with a Thanksgiving classic, mashed potatoes. Mashed potatoes are a beloved side dish made by boiling and mashing potatoes until they're creamy and fluffy. They are typically enriched with butter, cream, and a pinch of salt, creating a comforting, creamy texture and a rich, savory flavor. And what is mashed potatoes without a generous pour of rich, savory gravy? Gravy is a thick, flavorful sauce made from the drippings of roasted meat, often thickened with flour and seasoned with a blend of spices. It will complement your Thanksgiving meal, adding moisture and a delicious taste to various dishes. Cranberry sauce adds a burst of tangy sweetness to your Thanksgiving feast. It's a delightful condiment made from cranberries, sugar and a hint of water. These vibrant red berries are simmered until they burst, creating a luscious, fruity sauce that pairs beautifully with turkey and other dishes. At number 7, we have sweet potatoes. Whether mashed or baked, these are a Thanksgiving staple. They are a root vegetable known for their sweet and earthy flavour. When baked or mashed, sweet potatoes are often combined with brown sugar and marshmallows to create a dish that's both sweet and hearty. Next up, we have the green bean casserole. This is a classic side dish that's all about the crispy fried onions on top. It's a delectable combination of green beans, creamy mushroom soup, and crispy fried onions, all baked together to create a savoury, crunchy, and satisfying dish. Our halfway point on our countdown takes us to stuffing. This is a dish that fills your heart and stomach with warmth. Stuffing, also known as dressing, is made from bread cubes combined with a variety of herbs, flavourful broth and seasonings. It's traditionally cooked inside the turkey, absorbing its delicious juices and adding a comforting savoury element to the meal. Pumpkin pie is the dessert superstar of Thanksgiving. It's a delectable treat made from a spiced pumpkin filling, often encased in a flaky pie crust and topped with a dollop of whipped cream. The combination of pumpkin spices and a buttery crust creates a sweet, comforting dessert that's synonymous with Thanksgiving. Cornbread, with its crumbly texture and slightly sweet taste, makes for an excellent sidekick on your Thanksgiving plate. It's made from cornmeal, buttermilk and baking powder, creating a golden, slightly sweet bread often cooked in a skillet. At number 2 on our countdown is our runner-up, pecan pie. Pecan pie is a dessert masterpiece. It features a delectable filling made from pecans, sugar and a hint of spices, all nestled within a flaky pie crust. Baked to perfection, this sweet, nutty pie is the ultimate way to end your Thanksgiving meal on a high note. And here it is, the number 1 Thanksgiving food is roasted turkey. Turkey in this context refers to a roasted bird typically prepared by roasting or baking. It's commonly seasoned, basted and stuffed, creating a flavourful, tender main course for the Thanksgiving feast. Let's move on to our next lesson, which is a look at Thanksgiving traditions. Student members will find 2 really interesting articles on these traditions in their PDF guide. And after that, turn to page 18 for the Thanksgiving quiz. Guide. Today we're delving into the heartwarming tapestry of Thanksgiving traditions. Join me as we explore the cherished customs that make this American holiday so special. Kicking off our journey is the Thanksgiving Parade, a spectacular event that brings communities together. Dating back to the 1920s, the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade in New York City is a highlight, featuring colossal balloons, marching bands, and dazzling floats. It's a joyful spectacle that signals the start of Thanksgiving celebrations across the nation. Thanksgiving is synonymous with heartwarming family gatherings. It's a time when generations come together, share laughter, stories, and a festive meal. This tradition dates back to the early 17th century when pilgrims and Native Americans gathered for the first Thanksgiving feast, emphasizing the importance of unity and gratitude. For those inclined towards a more active celebration, there's the Turkey Trot, a pre-feast run or walk. Originating in the late 19th century, the Turkey Trot has evolved into a fun and healthy tradition. It not only burns off the pre-feast calories, but also promotes community involvement, with many races supporting charitable causes.
The resounding cheers and familiar sounds of a traditional Thanksgiving football game resonate in households across the country. Dating back to the late 19th century, Thanksgiving Day football became a widespread tradition, fostering friendly competition and creating lasting memories for families and friends. A playful and whimsical tradition involves breaking the wishbone from the Thanksgiving turkey. Dating back to ancient times, this tradition symbolizes luck and has roots in divination practices. The one who gets the larger piece is said to have their wish granted, adding a delightful and superstitious element to the festivities. No Thanksgiving is complete without the delightful aroma of pumpkin pie wafting through the kitchen. Baking this seasonal treat has become a cherished tradition for many families. Pumpkin pie itself has been part of Thanksgiving since the early 19th century, with its comforting flavours representing the essence of fall and harvest abundance. Some families incorporate the gratitude circle tradition, where everyone takes a moment to express what they're thankful for. Originating from Native American and Pilgrim customs, this practice deepens the meaning of Thanksgiving, fostering an atmosphere of gratitude, reflection, and shared appreciation for the blessings of life. A powerful Thanksgiving tradition involves giving back to the community through volunteerism. Dating back to the 17th century, when Pilgrims and Native Americans shared resources, this tradition embodies the true spirit of gratitude by contributing to the well-being of others. Many individuals and families dedicate their time to helping those in need, creating a ripple effect of kindness. Another unique and heartwarming Thanksgiving tradition is the presidential turkey pardon. Dating back to the 1940s, this annual ceremony sees the President of the United States sparing the life of a specially chosen turkey. The tradition gained official recognition in 1989 when President George H.W. Bush granted the first official pardon. Today it has become a light-hearted and symbolic gesture, showcasing the lighter side of presidential duties. Our exploration of Thanksgiving traditions unveils the vibrant tapestry that makes this holiday so uniquely heartwarming. Which tradition?
Well done, you've learned lots of really valuable English vocabulary for talking about Thanksgiving. By becoming a student member and downloading the PDF guide, you can really power your English fluency. Next up, we are going to look at some Christmas and holiday vocabulary. Enjoy!
Hello, you are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on Christmas traditions. So if you're ready, sit back, relax, and let's learn some Christmas English together. Let's take a look at our first word, tradition. What does this word mean? A tradition is a long-established custom or belief that has been passed on from one generation to another. And if something is part of a tradition, we can use the adjective traditional to describe it. Repeat after me. Traditional. The first Christmas tradition we will look at involves this plant, the mistletoe. Repeat after me. Mistletoe. It is a Christmas tradition to kiss someone you love under the mistletoe flower. The tradition of kissing under the mistletoe became popular in the late 18th century in England. Our next Christmas tradition involves gifts or presents. These words mean the same thing and you can use whichever one you prefer. The action of giving a gift is simply called gift giving, and that's our tradition, gift giving at Christmas. And this tradition of gift giving relates to the Christian story of giving gifts to baby Jesus. and it has been combined with the legend of Santa Claus. His gift-giving comes from the story of St. Nicholas, a 4th century bishop. Another part of gift-giving is the Christmas stocking. Repeat after me. Christmas stocking. The Christmas stocking is used as a package to give smaller presents. The tradition comes from a story about when St. Nicholas gave money to some people in need and a gold coin dropped into a stocking. Christmas stockings are hung around the home and are a common Christmas decoration. Another decoration which you will find in almost every home is the Christmas tree. Repeat after me. Christmas tree. Coming up, we have the most recent of Christmas traditions, the Christmas sweater. Christmas sweater. Sweater is the American English for this garment. In British English, it would be called a Christmas jumper. Repeat after me. Christmas jumper. Let's move on to our next Christmas tradition, which is the Christmas card. Did you know that in 1843, Sir Henry Cole had the idea of Christmas cards with his friend John Horsley, who was an artist? They designed the first card and sold them for 1 shilling each. And on screen, you can see the very first card they produced. Our next Christmas tradition is one of my favorites, gingerbread house. One more time, gingerbread house. Gingerbread houses originated in Germany during the 16th century. These houses are made of cookies and decorated with icing, chocolate, and lots of tasty treats. And staying on the subject of food, Christmas dinner is probably the most important tradition of all of Christmas. Christmas dinner might also be called Christmas lunch, especially in the UK, or it may simply be referred to as the family dinner. At Christmas dinner, roast turkey is traditionally the meat that is served. Other foods that are traditionally served at Christmas dinner include mashed potatoes, along with gravy, and usually served with lots of vegetables. If you are having Christmas in the UK, you may be offered something sweet like a mince pie. And also popular in the UK at Christmas time is Christmas pudding. And in the United States, pumpkin pie is still very popular for dessert. At Christmas time, it is very popular in Western culture to send a Christmas card to a loved one, friends and neighbours, or your work colleagues. For some people, it is a lovely ritual, while for others, it can be a huge workload, especially if you have lots of friends. In this lesson, I will be showing you the basics on how to write a Christmas card in English. I will teach you a basic message that works for everyone, plus different ways you can address someone in your family or a friend, multiple people, or someone like your boss. Get ready to start a new Christmas tradition and spread the love with Christmas cards in English. Your first task is to find the perfect Christmas greeting card. Once this is done, there's not much else to do but to write your card. Open up your card and you'll see on the inside there are two sides. The left side is generally clear. In this space, we can write longer messages on our Christmas card, and we'll cover that a little bit later. Generally, most of the writing takes place on the right side of the card, and often there will be a printed message on the inside. Here there is simply Merry Christmas, but some cards will have a small poem inside. So for our first card example, we will address it to a loved one, like your mother. And we will start by writing in this location. We start the message by addressing the person it is for. We start with the word dear, and then we use whatever name we typically call the person. So if it's your mother and you call her mom, use Mom. This makes the card more personal. Then we are going to write the next part in this location. And next up I would write, wishing you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. This simple Christmas message can be used for everyone. Here you can see I've capitalized Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. It's not correct grammar, but when you're writing these messages, it adds emphasis to your personal message and it looks better. And if you want to keep the message short, you can leave it like this. To finish up, we would write the next part in this section. And because it's a loved one, you can say lots of love and your name. And it's very typical to add a few X's. These indicate kisses. And this is appropriate for anyone in your immediate family that you love or a partner. However, it's quite likely you may want to add something else to the message, something more personal. For your mother, you could say, "Thank you for all that you do for me." Or if someone was unwell, you could say, "Great to hear you are feeling better." These additional sentences just add more personality and warmth to your overall message. Next up, let's write a more formal Christmas card, this time to someone like your boss. I would address them as you address them in real life. So if your boss is a man and his name is Mr. Smith, use Mr. Smith in the Christmas card. If you call him by his first name, use his first name. And you could finish off the card very simply with from and your name. If you want to make your card more personal, I would keep it general and not too personal. You could say something like, "Enjoy your vacation." It's quite common to send Christmas greeting cards to friends and neighbors. So let's say we're going to send a Christmas card to our friend Peter and his family. Peter has a small family, so we're going to list them in the address. Dear Peter, Fiona and Jack. Make sure to pay attention to your use of commas here. If Peter and Fiona had a bigger family, I would simply write, Dear Peter, Fiona and family. This saves you from listing multiple family members. Let's say it's a neighbour and you don't know them very well. You could say simply, to the Smiths. We would use this address in a less personal message. And of course there's no rules. If you want to add something a bit more personal to anybody, there's always space below. Next up, let's take a look at writing something a bit longer on the left side of the interior of the greeting card. Writing a longer message like this is usually done to a loved one or a close friend. In this example, let's write a Christmas card to our friend James, who has moved to Barcelona with his partner John. Dear James, I am writing to you to wish you a wonderful Christmas and a fantastic new year. Here you can see I've changed the adjectives. I've done this just to show you there's a few other choices. Continuing our message. I hope you and John are both doing well and your new job and new home are working out for you. I hope to visit you both in Barcelona in March next year. Missing you both. And as James is a close friend, we could finish up with lots of love, your name, and 3 kisses. If you want to add more to your letter, of course there is lots of space on the right side to write as much as you want. And really, writing a Christmas card is as simple as that. And that's it. That's how you write a Christmas greeting card. My top tip is just to keep it simple. When you're done, pop it in the envelope, make sure to address it correctly, and pop it in the mailbox. And that brings us to the end of our lesson on how to write a Christmas card. I hope you enjoyed it. Hello everyone and Merry Christmas. It is that time of year again. Christmas can be overwhelming, especially when it seems you need an entire set of vocabulary just to get through the holiday season. In this English lesson for beginners, we will be exploring the most popular Christmas treats that are on offer at this holiday time. Whether it is something sweet, a tasty morsel, or a cheeky tipple, I have the ultimate word list of Christmas treats for you.
Who knows, maybe you might even pick up some ideas for Christmas along the way. Without further ado, let's check out our first Christmas treat, which is hot chocolate. You may also hear it called hot cocoa or drinking chocolate. I don't know about you, but I love a hot chocolate. But what exactly goes into one? Let's check out the ingredients. So of course there's chocolate. It can be shaved, melted or in powder form. Then hot milk or water is added along with sweetener. Toppings include whipped cream and marshmallows. Did you know that hot chocolate is an ancient drink? It originated 2,500 to 3,000 years ago with the Maya people in the Americas. Next up, we are heading to the UK for mince pies. These can also be found in the United States, where they're called a mince meat pie, or in Australia or New Zealand, they can be called a fruit mince pie. The original recipe for mince pies comes from the 13th century, and it included meats, fruit and spices. However, modern recipes have eliminated the meats altogether, and we're just left with the pies filled with fruit and spices. So there's no meat in these pies. However, there are animal products in it. It contains suet, which is an animal fat. It's time to move on to our next Christmas treat, and to be honest, it's really my favourite, a cheese board. It can also be known as a cheese course. So with the cheese board, you usually get a selection of cheeses on a wooden board or plate. Generally, it's served towards the end of a meal. Sometimes it can be served instead of dessert, or at other times it can be served before or after dessert. It is served with crackers, bread, fruit, and sauces like relish. Our next Christmas treat is not one you can eat or drink, but it is one that gives plenty of fun. Christmas crackers. These are a Christmas decoration for the dinner table. So what do? They are pulled open in a contest between two people. The winner is the person who claims the biggest part of the split cracker, and it makes a cracking sound when split apart. And they usually contain a small prize inside, along with a paper hat and a joke. They are popular in Ireland, the United States, United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, New Zealand and South Africa. And in Commonwealth countries, they are known as bonbons. Let's roll on to our next Christmas treat, which is a Christmas classic, gingerbread. This is a type of baked good which is typically flavoured with ginger, cloves, nutmeg and cinnamon, and sweetened with honey, sugar or molasses. And like many of the Christmas treats on offer, gingerbread can be traced back to ancient times like ancient Egypt and ancient Greece. It is often used as a decoration, and it's usually made into shapes like houses or little people. These little people are known as gingerbread men. Have you ever eaten a gingerbread man? Let me know in the comments below. Our next Christmas treat is another one which is associated with the UK, a Christmas pudding. In American English, it is often called a plum pudding. And while sometimes called a plum pudding, it actually doesn't contain any. And why is this? Well, the recipe originates from Victorian times, when the main ingredient, which is raisins, were called plums. A really cool thing about Christmas puddings is that it is a tradition to set them on fire when you're serving them at a table. And this is done by adding brandy to the pudding and setting it on fire. It's really impressive. And we are staying with desserts for our next Christmas treat, which is a Christmas trifle. This is a layered dessert commonly associated with British cuisine. The term trifle comes from the 16th century. And it is made with thin layers of sponge fingers, custard, jelly and fruits. Alcohol is commonly added to the recipe. The sponge fingers are usually soaked in an alcohol such as sherry or a fortified wine. Let's move on to our next Christmas treat, which is another one of my favourites, finger food. This can also be known as party food. Americans usually refer to them as canapés. There are lots of synonyms in different languages. Another one in English is starter. No matter what you want to call it, it generally is a small dish served before a meal at a buffet or distributed at a party. They are usually small and designed to be eaten by hand. Finger food can include bread, meat, crackers, cheese, sauces, small pastries, and much more. And they are usually savoury in flavour. Next up, we're going to take a look at some alcohol beverages that are popular at Christmas time. And our first one is eggnog. This is quite a strange concoction. It is an egg and milk drink with alcohol. It is traditionally made with milk, cream, sugar, whipped egg whites, and egg yolks. Alcohol such as brandy, rum, whiskey, or bourbon are often a key additional ingredient. Eggnog is traditionally served in Canada and the United States at Christmas. It is served chilled, and flavourings such as cinnamon and nutmeg are typically added. Moving on, our next Christmas treat is mulled wine. This can also be known as spiced wine. So what goes into making mulled or spiced wine? Usually it is made with red wine along with various spices and sometimes raisins. It is served hot or warm. And it is commonly served in Christmas markets across Europe. Spiced wine or mulled wine has a low alcohol content, and it can be found alcohol-free in some places. We're going to finish up the lesson with a cocktail. It's called Irish coffee. Irish coffee is a cocktail consisting of hot coffee, Irish whiskey, and sugar. It's stirred and topped with cream. A version of this cocktail began being served in Vienna, Italy in the mid-19th century, but it gained its current name in the 1950s. And if you drink alcohol, I hear it's worth trying. Hi everyone, I hope you are doing well. In this video, we will be exploring the different American federal holidays that occur during a calendar year. You will learn their names and some background information about each holiday, like the origins of the holiday and what traditions are associated with them. So what exactly is a federal public holiday? Federal holidays in the United States are calendar dates that are designated by the US government as holidays. On US federal holidays, non-essential federal government offices are closed and federal government employees are paid for the holiday. Although not required, as a general rule, other institutions such as banks, businesses and schools and the stock market may be closed on federal holidays. So what are the names of these federal holidays? Let's take a look and start in January. And our first public holiday is on the very first day of January of the new year. It's New Year's Day. So what traditions are associated with this holiday? Festivities include a countdown to midnight on the night before, which is called New Year's Eve. It is really common to have a New Year's Eve party, typically with your friends and family. And it's widely known that the place to be on New Year's Eve is Times Square in New York. It is here that you will see the famous ball drop. This is a large decorated ball which drops down a pole, and when it hits the bottom it is midnight and the start of a new year. Another tradition associated with this holiday time is a kiss. You kiss the person you love at midnight. Our next federal holiday is also in January. It's called Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
It falls on the third Monday in January, and it can also be referred to as MLK Day. The day, of course, honours the man of the same name. King was a prominent leader of the civil rights movement and a Nobel Peace Prize laureate who was known for his use of non-violence and civil disobedience. King was fatally shot at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis, Tennessee on April 4th, 1968. And the first MLK Day was held on January the 20th, 1986. Moving on through the calendar year, next up it's February. The next federal holiday in the calendar is called Washington's birthday, although it's better known as President's Day. And by Washington, we're referring to George Washington. He was the first president of the United States of America. This federal holiday is celebrated on the third Monday in February. It became a federal holiday in 1885. These days, it is seen as a celebration of all presidents who have served for the United States. A food which is associated with the holiday is cherry pie. This is based on a legend of Washington in his youth chopping down a cherry tree. For the months of March and April, we have no federal holidays. We have to wait until May for the next one, which is Memorial Day. This federal holiday is celebrated on the last Monday in May. This federal holiday is a day for mourning US military personnel who have died in combat. Memorial Day has been celebrated since 1868. Many people visit cemeteries and memorials on Memorial Day to honor and mourn those who died while serving in the US military. Let's move on to our next federal holiday, which is in June and one which is also brand new. This new federal holiday is called Juneteenth. So what is it all about? This new federal holiday celebrates the emancipation of African Americans from slavery in the United States. The emancipation happened in 1863. The first Juneteenth will be held on June 19, 2022. This marks the date in 1865 when the US Army proclaimed freedom for enslaved people in Texas, which was the last state of Confederacy with institutional slavery. Juneteenth was made a federal holiday by President Joe Biden in 2021. Our next federal holiday is in July, and it's a quintessential American holiday. Independence Day, which is celebrated on the 4th of July. This federal public holiday is typically associated with big celebrations and parties across the country. This holiday commemorates the Declaration of Independence from 1776. And almost 100 years later, in 1870, Congress first made this day a federal holiday. So what do Americans get up to on Independence Day? They enjoy parades, fairs, along with carnivals and different types of ceremonies. And we can't forget the classic American barbecue, of sports like baseball, and of course fireworks. For our next public holiday, we'll have to skip the month of August and move directly on to September. It is in this month that we have Labor Day. Known as the unofficial end of summer, this holiday is celebrated on the first Monday in September. So what is Labor Day? It honors and recognizes the American labor movement. It also honors the works and contributions of laborers to the development and success of the United States of America. The weekend which is attached to this federal holiday is known as Labor Day weekend. This period in September is well known throughout the States for Labor Day sales in retail. Let's roll on to our next federal holiday, which is in the month of October. The name of this holiday is Columbus Day, and it's held on the second Monday in October. Columbus Day marks the anniversary of Christopher Columbus's arrival to the Americas on October 12th, 1492. Columbus Day and how it came about is associated with Italian Americans. and it became a federal holiday in 1937. Let's move on to November, where we have two federal public holidays. The first one on the calendar is Veterans Day. This is celebrated on November the 11th. It became a federal holiday in 1954. Veterans Day honors all veterans. A veteran is someone who has previously fought for the American Army. The next federal holiday, which is also in November, is Thanksgiving. This is celebrated on the fourth Thursday in November. It was made a national holiday by Congress in 1870. Traditionally, Thanksgiving is all about giving thanks and celebrating the harvest. A big part of Thanksgiving traditions is the family dinner. But Americans do like their parades, and Thanksgiving is known for them. Another activity is watching sports, and there's always a big game on Thanksgiving Day. If you would like to learn lots of interesting English vocabulary associated with Thanksgiving, you should check out my video, which is linked on screen right now. It covers lots of useful words you will need to celebrate Thanksgiving. Let's move on to our last month of the year, December, and our final public holiday, which is Christmas Day. Christmas Day falls on December 25th, and like Thanksgiving, it became a federal public holiday in 1870. It is associated with the Christian celebration of the birth of Christ. Although it's celebrated by lots of different religions and peoples, it's mainly associated these days with gift giving, along with the mythical figure of Santa Claus. And like Thanksgiving, the family dinner is a centerpiece of the tradition. Those who are religious typically attend church celebrations. Hello everyone, welcome back to another edition of Learning English Pro. In this lesson we will be exploring lots of interesting English vocabulary relating to winter. There is a lot of vocabulary to cover, so I'm going to break it down into three different categories: weather, clothing, and cultural aspects of winter. So let's jump right in with our first category, which is winter weather. The main characteristic of winter weather is that it is cold. But there are lots of other words that we can use to describe the cold. Of course, we can say something simple, like it's really cold, but there are other words. We could say it is bitterly cold, or that the temperature is a bit nippy. We could also say that the temperature is quite chilly. The cold can also be described as biting. This would be a cold that you would feel quite strongly. And when it's really cold, you can get frost outside. This is the icy layer that covers everything, like grass and plants and cars. And of course, during winter, there's plenty of ice around as well. Ice covers lakes and roads and can make conditions quite dangerous. When there is ice outside in the environment, we simply say that it is icy outside. Let's take a look at some of the other words we can use to describe an icy environment. And we can also use words like frozen or frosty or freezing to describe an icy atmosphere. And another term we can use is slippery. We would say that the sidewalks, paths, or roads are slippery, meaning that it's possible to fall or have an accident outside. Another aspect of winter weather is hail. Hail are pellets of frozen rain which fall in showers. And an individual piece of hail is known as a hailstone. No winter video would be complete without referencing snow. And while not everywhere will experience snow during winter, we have plenty of words to describe this weather event. When it snows, we can call the conditions snowy. And the fall of snow has its own word, snowfall. Sometimes you'll hear weathermen referring to a heavy snowfall or a light snowfall. And an individual piece of snow is known as a snowflake. If snow falls very heavily along with a strong wind, it can be known as a snowstorm. Our next term is sleet. Sleet is a mixture of rain and snow. It can be referred to as wet snow, or you'll hear someone say that the snow is very wet. We use the term melt to describe when the snow starts to disappear. When the liquid from snow mixes with dirt, we call this mixture slush. It's typically quite brown and very dirty looking. With all this cold weather, it's very vital to wear the correct clothing and use the right fabrics in wintertime. It's all about staying warm, and the first item we'll take a look at is a hat. And a cap is a popular type of hat to wear in winter to keep your head warm. And with all those wet conditions, you need to protect your feet. That's why a pair of boots are very, very essential. And in very wet weather, you may need a pair of rubber boots. That's what they're called in American English. And in British English, they're known as wellies. An important piece of clothing to keep your upper body warm is a good coat. A shorter version of a coat is known as a jacket. You will commonly hear people referring to their winter coat or their winter jacket. A piece of clothing which is commonly worn when it's snowy are the earmuffs. These are great to keep your ears warm when it snows, and they're available for children and adults. A common material used in winter fabrics is fleece. This warm, fluffy material can be found in lots of different types of blankets. And when it comes to blankets at wintertime, there are lots of different options. A warm blanket that you use on your bed is known as a comforter in American English. Another type of blanket found in American culture is the quilt. This bed covering is made of different layers of fabric and kept in place with lines of stitching. A blanket which is filled with feathers and commonly found in European countries is the duvet. This is a French term, so we don't pronounce the T here. Duvet. Getting back to clothing, our next term is gloves. These are really essential for keeping your hands warm. Another type of glove which you'll find in wintertime are mittens. These are gloves with two sections, one for your thumb and the other for all 4 fingers. Our next term is British English, the jumper. And of course, this is a garment you wear on your upper body, and it typically has long sleeves and you put it on over your head. In American English, it is known as a sweater. A sweater which is very common in the wintertime is the turtleneck. This is an American term for a sweater with a high collar. In British English, it is known as a polo neck. Something which a lot of the items of clothing we've discussed have in common is that they are made of wool. This is the fabric that we get from a goat or a sheep or a similar animal. Items of clothing made from wool can be described as woolen or as knitwear. My favorite piece of knitwear at wintertime is the scarf. This is a piece of fabric which we wear around our necks and on our chest to keep us warm. And to keep your feet nice and toasty, you'll need a very good pair of socks. And for around the house, you can get a good pair of slippers. They are really useful, particularly when it's very, very cold. Our final piece of clothing before moving on to our next category is the hoodie. A hoodie is a sports top, and the most important aspect is that it has a hood. This is the part that goes over your head. And lots of jackets and coats will also have a hood to protect you on a rainy or stormy day. Our final category is where we will take a look at how winter affects our culture and language, as well as different items we associate with wintertime. In the Northern Hemisphere, the season of winter covers the months of December, January, and February, while in the Southern Hemisphere, it covers the months of June, July, and August. The season of winter can also be known as wintertime. In nature, evergreen trees such as the spruce or fir are some of the trees which maintain their green colour and are associated with winter culture. We call these types of trees evergreen trees. Also in nature, plenty of animals such as bears and bats go through a process called hibernation. This is where the animal goes into a dormant state during the winter time.
And with the changing position of the sun, nighttime hours grow longer, and most countries around the world change clocks. This is done in wintertime to add additional hours of daylight during the working day. Lots of our winter vocabulary focuses on cold weather and keeping warm, so it's no surprise that fire has lots of associations with winter. And a domestic fire can take place in the fireplace. The fireplace can usually be found in a living room area or in a kitchen, and we use firewood or coal as fuel for a fire. The smoke from a fire will emerge from a chimney, and a chimney can usually be found on the roof of a house. If you don't have a fireplace, you might have a heating system. With some heating systems, you may have one or more radiators around your house. Radiator is a term from British English, while we can use the word heater more generally. Houses in colder climates will also need insulation. Materials like fiberglass can be packed into the walls and in the roofs of homes to keep them warm by trapping heat in the house. Next up, let's check out some sports associated with winter. First up, we have ice hockey, which is hugely popular in Canada and the United States of America. And our next sport is skiing, which is quite similar to snowboarding. And if you like to get out on the ice skating could be for you. A huge aspect of culture at wintertime is of course Christmas and the mythological character of Santa Claus. Other important religious and cultural celebrations held in wintertime include Hanukkah, the winter solstice, Kwanzaa, Chinese horoscopes, and the Three Kings Day. Another big moment for celebration is New Year's Eve on December 31st. And of course, we have to mention St. Valentine's Day, a day celebrating love of all types held on February the 14th. Let's move on to some useful items you can use in wintertime, like the sledge. A sledge is a simple vehicle on runners which can convey passengers over snow and ice, and it looks like a lot of fun as well. Another handy item to have at hand is the snow shovel. In snowy climates, you'll often see people use their snow shovel to clear their driveway. And our final item is the umbrella. It mightn't be too great when it snows, but for all the rain that can occur in wintertime, it's definitely an essential item. And that brings us to the end of this English vocabulary list on winter. I hope you enjoyed it.